Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku Woke Up in a World of Titans? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Aldra Junior High School, Mizudafu, Japan year, 2165. There was pain before this. Think. Maybe. Now there's just hunger in the air and teeth in the walls. They call it survival. I call it noise. And somewhere in the static, I remember wanting to disappear. But not like this. Not like meat. Not like myth. The cruelty of children. The classroom buzzed with idle chatter, sunlight slanting through the windows in golden streaks that made the dust dance. The teacher stood at the front, sleeves rolled up, a stack of career forms in hand. His voice cut through the noise with practiced ease. All right, settle down. I've looked over your career sheets, and I've got to say some of you are thinking realistically. Civil service, support tech, construction, all solid paths. A few students nodded, some barely listening. The teacher flipped to the next page and smiled. But of course, we've got a few aiming for the top. Bakugo, for instance, he's planning to apply to UA High. The room shifted. Heads turned. A murmur of admiration rippled through the class. Given your quirk and grades, you've got a real shot, the teacher said, voice warm. You would be lucky to have you. Bakugo leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, a smirk tugging at his lips. Damen right they would. The admiration was palpable. A few students clapped. One whistled. Bakugo soaked it in like sunlight. Then the teacher glanced at the next sheet and paused. Looks like we've got another UA hopeful. He squinted at the name, lips twitching with something unreadable. Midoriya Izuku. The classroom didn't erupt immediately. It inhaled. A slow, collective breath of disbelief, tension, and something darker. Then the laughter came not sharp, not sudden, but rolling, like thunder building in the distance. A few students turned in their seats. One boy snorted so hard he nearly choked. A girl covered her mouth, eyes wide with mock horror. Wait, Deku wants to go to UA? Someone said, voice high and incredulous. No way. That's gotta be a mistake. Izuku's fingers tightened around the edge of his desk. His throat was dry. He could feel the heat crawling up his neck, the sting behind his eyes. He didn't look up. He didn't dare. The teacher cleared his throat, trying to regain control. Now everyone's allowed to dream. But the words were hollow. They hung in the air like smoke, dissipating before they could mean anything. Bakugo stood. He didn't shout. He didn't need to. The room shifted around him like gravity had changed. You wrote that down? He said, voice low, dangerous. You actually think you can get into UA? Izuku opened his mouth, but no sound came. His heart was a drum in his chest, erratic and loud. Bakugo walked slowly, deliberately, toward the back of the room. Students parted for him like water around a stone. He stopped beside Izuku's desk and leaned down, eyes gleaming. You think you're special? He said. That you can stand next to people like me? Izuku's voice cracked. I want to help people. Bakugo's grin widened. Help people? You can't even help yourself. He grabbed Izuku by the collar and yanked him to his feet. The desk rattled. Izuku stumbled, legs weak, breath caught in his throat. The teacher said something half-hearted, distant, but no one listened. Bakugo shoved him back against the desk. Say it again, he hissed. Say you want to be a hero. I do, Izuku whispered. The first punch landed in his stomach. Sharp, brutal. Izuku doubled over, gasping. The second hit his shoulder, sending him sprawling across the desk. Laughter echoed around him, some students egging Bakugo on, others watching in silence, complicit. The teacher didn't move. Izuku's notebook, the one he'd filled with hero analysis, sketches, strategies, slipped from his bag and landed on the floor. Bakugo picked it up. Oh, look at this, he sneered. Deku's little fantasy journal. No please, Izuku reached for it, but Bakugo was already walking toward the window. He flipped through the pages, eyes scanning the notes. You really think this means anything? You think this'll make you strong? Bakugo's hand lit with sparks. No! Izuku shouted, stumbling forward, but his leg gave out. Pain lanced through his knee. He hadn't realized how hard he'd been hit. The notebook exploded in a burst of smoke and ash. Charred paper fluttered like dying moths. Bakugo tossed the remains out the window. You should just take a swan dive off the roof, he said, voice cold. Save everyone the trouble. The words hung in the air like poison. Izuku didn't speak. He couldn't. His throat was tight, his chest burning. He limped back to his desk, eyes down, the laughter fading into a dull roar in his ears. The rest of the day passed in a haze. Teachers spoke, students whispered, and Izuku moved through it all like a ghost. His leg throbbed with each step, but he didn't limp, not visibly. He wouldn't give them that satisfaction. Outside, the sky was gray, the wind sharp. He walked alone, his bag lighter without the notebook, his heart heavier than ever. The underpass and rooftop, failure of the #1 hero. The underpass was dim and hollow, the kind of place where sound lingered too long and light felt like an intrusion. Izuku walked with his head low, the ache in his leg pulsing with each step, his thoughts a blur of ash and laughter. The notebook was gone. His dream was gone. And the world didn't seem to care. He passed beneath the concrete arch, the air damp and metallic, and for a moment he felt like he was walking through the ribs of something long dead. Then he heard it. A wet, slithering sound behind him, slow, deliberate, wrong. He turned, heart skipping, and saw the sewer grate bulge outward. Something thick and viscous pushed through the bars, stretching like tar, limbs forming from liquid shadow. Eyes blinked open in the sludge, wide and gleaming with hunger. Ah, perfect, the creature hissed, voice like oil on glass. A vessel. Izuku stumbled back, breath caught in his throat. It. The sludge villain surged forward, tendrils lashing out with unnatural speed. Izuku dodged the first strike, his shoulders scraping the wall, but the second wrapped around his leg, yanking him off balance. He hit the ground hard, gasping, as the villain coiled around his chest, his throat, his mouth. I need a body, it snarled. Just for a moment. Just until I'm clear of that diamond symbol of peace. Izuku clawed at the tendrils, kicking, twisting, panic rising like bile. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't scream. But he refused to give in. He bit down on the sludge wrapped around his arm. It recoiled, hissing, and he used the moment to twist free, dragging himself toward the wall. Stop struggling, the villain roared. I won't. Izuku shouted, voice raw and cracking. And then a voice boomed from below, impossibly loud, impossibly bright. I am here. The sewer grate exploded upward as a figure burst from the shadows, golden light catching on his cape, the sheer presence of him warping the air. All Might. The sludge villain barely had time to react before the wind cracked like thunder. Texas smash. The punch didn't just hit, it shattered. Wind pressure tore through the underpass, ripping the sludge apart, sending Izuku flying backward. He hit the ground hard, the world spinning, his vision blurring into white. Then darkness. He woke to a hand lightly smacking his cheek, the touch gentle but insistent. Figured. You alive? Izuku blinked. The world was too bright. His chest hurt. His limbs felt like jelly. All Might knelt beside him, larger than life, his grin wide but soft. You gave that villain a run for his money, he said. Not bad for a civilian. Izuku sat up slowly, wincing. I was that really you? In the flesh. All Might said, flexing dramatically. And don't worry, the villain's already in custody. Izuku's eyes widened. Wait, my notebook. All Might reached into his coat and pulled out a waterlogged, half-burnt journal. The cover was scorched, the pages warped, but across the front, in bold ink, was a signature. To Izuku Midoriya, keep chasing your dreams. All Might. Izuku stared at it. His hands trembled as he took it. Thank you, he whispered. All Might's smile faltered slightly. He saw it, then the way Izuku's eyes lingered on the damage, the way his shoulders slumped. The boy looked like someone who'd been told too many times that he didn't belong. Well, All Might said, standing. I should be going. Izuku's breath caught. Wait. He reached out, fingers brushing the edge of All Might's pant leg. And then they were airborne. Izuku screamed, clutching tight, the wind roaring past his ears. The city blurred below them, buildings rushing by like ghosts. Bakugo's words echoed in his mind, you should just take a swan dive off the roof. He held on tighter. All Might glanced down, frowning. Kid, you really shouldn't be grabbing onto me like that. I am sorry, Izuku stammered. I just... All Might sighed. He could have shaken the boy off. Should have. But he didn't. He was a hero. And this boy didn't seem to have a quirk. Not one he could see. He landed on a nearby rooftop, the wind settling around them like dust. All right, he said, stepping back. You've had your moment. Time to head home. Izuku didn't move. He looked up, eyes wide, voice trembling. Can I ask you something? All Might paused. Make it quick. Izuku swallowed. Can someone become a hero, even if they're quirkless? The rooftop was silent. All Might didn't answer right away. He looked at the boy, really looked. Saw the bruises, the limp, the way he clutched the ruined notebook like it was sacred. Then he sighed. Smoke billowed around him. His form shrank, muscles deflating, cape fluttering. In seconds he was thin, gaunt, bleeding from the mouth. Izuku gasped. This is my true form, All Might said quietly. I was injured years ago. I can only maintain my power for a few hours a day. He sat down, legs crossed, eyes distant. I'm telling you this because you deserve honesty. Being a hero, it's not just about courage. It's about power, responsibility, sacrifice. Izuku's heart sank. So, All Might said, voice gentle. No. I don't think someone without a quirk can become a hero. Izuku didn't speak. He didn't cry, he just nodded. All Might stood, coughing into his hand. Take care of yourself, kid. He leapt away, vanishing into the skyline. Izuku stood alone. The wind picked up. He walked to the edge of the rooftop, notebook clutched in his hands. The city stretched out below him, vast and indifferent. Bakugo's voice echoed again. You should just take a swan dive off the roof. Izuku stepped forward. And then, whistling. All Might turned mid-leap, eyes narrowing. A shape fell from the rooftop. He landed hard, cape snapping, eyes wide. Izuku's body hit the ground. Grass swayed gently in the breeze. The sky was endless, blue and soft. Izuku lay in the field, eyes closed, breath steady. Somewhere, far away, a voice called his name. 0W0. Unknown location, Izuku Midoriya point of view. The grass was cold against his cheek, damp with dew and something thicker, something that smelled faintly of iron. Izuku stirred, groaning softly, his limbs heavy and unresponsive. The sky above him was pale and endless, a soft gray that bled into the horizon without edges. He blinked slowly, the sensation of blood and water clinging to his lashes, and tried to sit up. His body obeyed in fragments, each movement stiff and foreign. He looked down at his hands, dirt-streaked and trembling, and felt the first flicker of panic. He didn't know where he was. He didn't know how he'd gotten here. He didn't know who he was. Except, Izuku, he whispered, the name surfacing like a breath held too long. It felt right. It felt like his. But everything else was blank. The field stretched around him in every direction, the grass swaying gently in the wind, but something about it felt wrong. Too quiet, too still. The silence pressed against his ears like cotton, muffling the world. He turned slowly, scanning the tree line behind him, and that's when he heard it, a scream, raw and inhuman, tearing through the woods like a wound. Izuku's breath caught. He scrambled to his feet, heart pounding, eyes wide. From the shadows between the trees, something emerged. It was tall, humanoid, naked, but wrong. Its skin was pale and stretched tight over muscle, its face blank, eyes wide and empty. It had no GNTLS, no expression, no humanity. Just a slow, lumbering gait and a mouth that hung open, drool spilling down its chin in thick ropes. Izuku froze, his body locking up. What is that?" he whispered. The creature didn't answer. It reached out, fingers twitching, its movements slow but deliberate. Izuku's breath hitched. Something deep in his brain screamed. He turned and bolted toward the nearest tree, his legs burning, his breath ragged. The monster followed, crashing through the underbrush with terrifying ease. Izuku didn't look back. He couldn't. The sound of its footsteps was enough, the wet slap of flesh against earth, the low, hungry groan that rose from its throat. He ducked beneath branches, leapt over roots, his body moving on instinct. Fear carved itself into his face, raw and unfiltered. He didn't know where he was going. He didn't know what was chasing him. But he knew he had to survive. Then he heard more. Not just one. Dozens. The forest echoed with the sounds of similar creatures groaning, stomping, crashing through the trees. Izuku's heart pounded like a war drum. He was surrounded. Trapped. And then, a different sound. Trapped. Mechanical. Precise. The hiss of cables. The thud of metal piercing flesh. The wet, sickening slice of something being torn apart. Izuku skidded to a stop, breath catching. He turned, eyes wide. A man stood in front of him. He wore a green cape, the insignia of feathered wings etched into the back. His hair was dark, his face weary, eyes sharp and calculating. Blood splattered his boots, his blades gleaming in the fading light. Izuku stared, awe and terror warring in his chest. The man didn't move. He didn't lower his weapons. He simply looked at Izuku like he was a puzzle missing too many pieces. Then he spoke. "So, how in the hell did you get outside of Wall Rose and into the Wall Maria territory?" Izuku blinked, the words washing over him like cold water. He opened his mouth, but nothing came out. His throat was dry, his mind blank. "I don't know," he said finally, voice hoarse. "I don't remember anything. Just my name." The man narrowed his eyes. "You expect me to believe that?" "I swear," Izuku said, backing up slightly. "I woke up in the field. I don't know how I got here. I don't even know where here is." The man didn't speak. He studied Izuku for a long moment, then lowered his blades slightly. "You're not bleeding," he said. "No gear. No uniform. No signs of a breach." Izuku shook his head. "I don't understand any of that." The man sighed, rubbing a hand over his face. "Great. Another mystery." Izuku hesitated. What were those things?" The man glanced toward the forest, where the sounds of groaning had begun to fade. "Titans," he said. "And you're lucky you didn't get eaten." Izuku swallowed hard. "Titans." The man nodded. "Come on. We need to get you somewhere safe. And figure out what the hell you are." Izuku followed, his legs still trembling, his mind spinning. He didn't know where he was. He didn't know who these people were. But something deep inside him whispered that this was only the beginning. And somewhere, far away, something stirred. The walls of Trost District loomed like ancient bones, weathered and towering, casting long shadows across the cobbled streets. The air smelled of soot and livestock, the distant clatter of carts and boots echoing through narrow alleyways. Izuku stood beside the man who had saved him, his heart still thudding from the chase, his mind a storm of questions he couldn't form into words. The man's green cape fluttered in the breeze, the insignia of wings etched into the fabric like a promise of flight. He didn't speak at first, just watched the people pass with a soldier's weariness, his hand resting near the hilt of his blade. "I'm a low-ranking member of the scout regiment," he said finally, voice rough but not unkind. "Name's Holtz. Found you in the woods near the edge of Wall Maria. You were running from a Titan. A few others were in range, but they moved off. You're lucky." Izuku blinked, the words slow to register. He didn't know what a scout regiment was. He didn't know what Wall Maria meant. He didn't know why his chest felt tight or why his legs still trembled. He only knew that he didn't belong here, and that something inside him was screaming to wake up. "I don't remember anything," he said quietly. "Just my name." Holtz glanced down at him, brow furrowed. "That's not much to go on." They stood in a small stone office now, the walls lined with maps and ledgers, the scent of ink and dust thick in the air. A man behind the desk flipped through a stack of parchment, his eyes sharp behind wire-rimmed glasses. He didn't look up as he spoke. "Name." "Izuku," the boy said again, voice barely above a whisper. The man scanned the list, fingers moving quickly. Then he stopped. His expression didn't change, but something in the room shifted. "There's no record," he said. "No birth. No family. No district. No registration. Nothing." Izuku's breath caught. Holtz frowned. "You sure?" The man nodded. "He doesn't exist." The words hit harder than any Titan's roar. Izuku felt his stomach drop, his skin go cold. He didn't exist. Not here. Not anywhere. The silence stretched, thick and suffocating, and he knew that his time in this man's presence was over. He turned and ran. Boots slapping against stone, breath ragged, heart pounding. He tore through the alleyways of Trost District, weaving between carts and startled pedestrians, ignoring the shouts behind him. The city blurred around him, a maze of unfamiliar sounds and smells, and he didn't stop until the voices faded and the streets grew quiet. He ducked into a narrow passage, the walls close and damp, and leaned against the stone, gasping. His hands shook. His chest burned. He didn't know where he was. He didn't know who he was supposed to be. Then he saw it. A mirror, cracked and dusty, hanging crooked on the wall of a forgotten storefront. He stepped closer, breath catching. The boy who stared back at him was not the one he remembered. His face was younger, rounder, the bones softer, the eyes wide and green with confusion. His hair was shorter, his frame smaller, his clothes ill-fitting. He looked 9, maybe 12. A child. Izuku reached out, fingers brushing the glass. "What happened to me?" he whispered. The reflection didn't answer. And for the first time since waking in the field, Izuku felt truly, utterly lost. 3 months later. The months passed like smoke, thin, bitter, and clinging to the edges of memory. Izuku lived like a shadow, slipping between alleyways and beneath carts, his body thinner, his eyes sharper, his movements honed by hunger and fear. The streets of Trost District were unforgiving, and he learned quickly that kindness was rare and fleeting. Vendors cursed his name, guards chased him with half-hearted threats, and children whispered stories about the boy with black and green hair who vanished into crowds like mist. They called him the Ghost of Trost, a name born of rumor and frustration, but it stuck. He didn't correct them. He didn't speak to anyone. He remembered only one thing with certainty: his last name. Midoriya. It echoed in his mind like a bell in fog, familiar and distant. He clung to it like a lifeline, the only thread that connected him to a world he no longer understood. His clothes were ragged, stitched together from scraps and stolen fabric, his shoes worn thin, his hands calloused from climbing walls and slipping through cracks. He ate what he could steal, slept where the wind couldn't reach, and watched the city from rooftops like a feral cat. Then, one morning, as the sun bled pale light across the stone walls, he saw it. A parchment nailed to the side of a crumbling building, fluttering in the breeze like a flag. He approached slowly, wary of traps, his fingers twitching with instinct. The paper was yellowed, the ink bold and urgent. "You want to help reclaim land from the Titans? Join the military." Izuku blinked. "You can choose to join from 3 regiments. The Scouts, who head out beyond the walls in order to reclaim our lost land. The Garrison, who stay on the walls and help those within the outer limits of the walls themselves. And the military police. They are within the deepest portions of the capital, and they do investigations into all 3 branches. They are the furthest north within the walls." Izuku stared at the words, his breath shallow. Something stirred in him, something old and buried. A flicker of purpose. A whisper of the boy who once dreamed of saving people. He didn't know what Titans were. He didn't know what these regiments meant. But he knew what it felt like to be powerless. And he was tired of running. He tore the parchment from the wall and folded it carefully, tucking it into the inside of his coat. Then he turned and walked, not with the skittish gait of a street rat, but with quiet resolve. The enlistment office was near the center of Trost, a squat stone building with iron doors and a line of hopefuls stretching down the block. Izuku didn't hesitate. He slipped through the crowd, unnoticed as always, and stepped inside. The clerk barely looked up. Name. Izuku hesitated. Midoriya, he said. Izuku Midoriya. The man scanned the list, then shrugged. You're not registered. Doesn't matter. You want to join, you join. Izuku nodded. Which regiment? He thought of the man in the green cape. The blades. The wings. The scouts, he said. The clerk raised an eyebrow. Dangerous choice. Izuku didn't flinch. I know. The man stamped the form and slid it across the desk. Training starts in 2 weeks. Don't be late. Izuku took the paper, his fingers trembling slightly. He stepped back into the sunlight, the wind tugging at his coat, and for the first time in months, he felt something like direction. He wasn't just the ghost of Trost anymore. He was a recruit. Training Grounds 104th Cadet Corps. Year 847. Everyone here has a name, a place, a reason. I have a heartbeat and a shadow that won't leave. The training grounds stretched wide beneath a pale morning sky, the sun barely cresting the horizon, casting long shadows across the packed dirt and rows of cadets standing stiff in formation. From above, the scene resembled a battlefield waiting to happen. Young bodies lined up like chess pieces, each one holding their breath, each one trying not to flinch. The wind carried the scent of sweat and dust, and somewhere in the distance, a bell tolled from within the walls, marking the hour with grim finality. Izuku stood near the end of the line, his boots too large, his coat threadbare, his heart a quiet drumbeat in his chest. Beside him, a boy with a shaved head muttered something under his breath, but Izuku didn't respond. He was watching the man who paced in front of them, boots heavy, eyes sharp, voice like thunder. Kishadis. The instructor had been moving down the line for the last 15 minutes, barking questions, demanding answers, tearing down egos with surgical precision. His presence was a storm, unrelenting, loud, and impossible to ignore. He stopped in front of each cadet, stared them down, and forced them to scream their name, their origin, and their ambition. Some cracked. Some stuttered. A few stood tall. Izuku watched each one, memorizing the rhythm, the cadence, the way their voices trembled or rose with conviction. He didn't know what he would say when it was his turn. He didn't know if he could say anything at all. Shadi stepped forward, his shadow falling across Izuku's boots. He didn't speak right away. He just looked. Izuku met his gaze, trying not to blink. The man's eyes narrowed. Green hair. Ratty coat. Speak. Izuku swallowed. Name. He opened his mouth, the words catching in his throat. Izuku, he said, voice hoarse. Louder. Izuku Midoriya. Where are you from? Izuku hesitated. The truth was a void. The truth was silence. I don't know. Shadis didn't blink. You don't know. I woke up outside the walls, Izuku said louder now. I don't remember anything before that. The instructor stared at him for a long moment, the silence pressing against Izuku's ribs like a weight. And what do you want to do after training? Izuku's breath hitched. He thought of the parchment. The wings. The man who saved him. I want to join the scouts, he said. I want to fight. Shadis didn't move. Then he snorted, turned, and walked to the next cadet. Izuku exhaled slowly, his hands trembling at his sides. The boy next to him leaned over slightly. You really don't remember anything? Izuku didn't look at him. Just my name. The boy nodded, then straightened as Shadis approached. Izuku stared ahead, the wind tugging at his coat, the training grounds stretching out like a crucible. He didn't know what would come next. He didn't know if he would survive it. But he was here. He had a name. He had a purpose. And for now, that was enough. The sun dipped low behind the walls, casting the training grounds in a bruised palette of orange and gray. The dust kicked up during drills still hung in the air, settling slowly over the rows of barracks and the worn paths between them. Keith Shadis barked his final orders of the day, voice hoarse from hours of shouting, and dismissed the cadets with a wave of his hand and a glare that promised tomorrow would be worse. The formation broke apart like a tide retreating from shore, cadets stumbling toward the mess hall, some laughing, some limping, most too tired to speak. Izuku didn't move at first. He waited until the crowd thinned, until the noise faded into background hum, and then he slipped away. He kept his head down, his steps light, weaving between buildings like a shadow. He didn't speak to anyone. Didn't make eye contact. He didn't want to be seen. The mess hall was loud and crowded, the air thick with the scent of boiled meat and stale bread. Izuku grabbed a tray, accepted the food without a word, and retreated before anyone could ask his name. He didn't sit with the others. He didn't linger near the fire pits or the benches. He walked until the voices faded, until the buildings grew sparse, until the stars began to peek through the veil of dusk. He found a spot behind one of the outermost barracks, a patch of grass pressed against the stone wall, half hidden by crates and discarded tools. He sat with his back to the building, knees drawn to his chest, the tray balanced on his lap. The food was bland but warm. He ate slowly, chewing without tasting, his eyes drifting upward. The sky was beautiful. A deep, endless blue, scattered with stars that blinked like distant memories. The constellations were unfamiliar, but they stirred something in him, a sense of scale, of silence, of being very small in a very large world. He watched them for a long time, the food forgotten, the wind brushing against his cheeks like a whisper. For the first time since arriving, he felt something close to peace. He didn't hear the footsteps. He didn't see the figure watching him from across the yard, half hidden behind a stack of barrels, eyes narrowed, breath held. The observer didn't move, didn't speak, just watched the boy with black and green hair sitting alone beneath the stars, his posture too still, his silence too deep. Izuku shifted slightly, pulling his coat tighter around his shoulders. He didn't know why he felt so cold. He didn't know why the stars made his chest ache. He only knew that he didn't belong here. Not really. Not yet. And somewhere in the dark, someone was beginning to wonder who he was. The morning sun hung low over the training yard, casting long shadows across the packed dirt and the rows of cadets lined up for combat drills. The air was sharp with the scent of sweat and churned earth, boots scuffing against stone as instructors barked orders and wooden weapons clacked in the distance. Izuku stood near the edge of the yard, his coat still threadbare, his hands wrapped in cloth to hide the bruises from yesterday's endurance run. His body ached in places he hadn't known could ache, but he stood straight, eyes scanning the crowd as names were called and partners assigned. Then he saw him. The boy was massive, broad-shouldered, tall, with the kind of frame that looked carved from stone. His hair was a pale gold, cropped short, his expression unreadable. He moved with the quiet confidence of someone who didn't need to prove anything. When the instructor pointed at Izuku and then at the large boy, the pairing was met with a few snickers from nearby cadets. Izuku didn't react. He stepped forward, wooden knife in hand, and sized the young man up with quiet calculation. The name hadn't been spoken yet, but it hung in the air like a weight. Izuku didn't speak. He didn't offer a handshake or a nod. He simply took his stance, feet light, eyes sharp. He knew he couldn't match this boy in strength. That much was obvious. But strength wasn't everything. Not in survival. Not in war. Reiner raised his knife, his grip casual, almost bored. "You ready?" Izuku nodded. The first clash was quick. Reiner lunged, and Izuku barely dodged, the blade grazing his shoulder. He twisted away, rolled, came up behind the larger boy, but his strike was too slow. Reiner caught his wrist and flipped him easily, the breath knocked from Izuku's lungs as he hit the ground. "Too slow," Reiner said. Izuku didn't answer. He got up. The second round was worse. Reiner feinted left, then slammed into Izuku's side with his shoulder, sending him sprawling again. The third round ended with Izuku pinned, the knife at his throat, Reiner's weight pressing down like a mountain. But Izuku kept watching. Kept learning. He noticed the way Reiner's stance shifted before each attack. The way his shoulders tensed. The way he favored his right side. Izuku began to move differently, less like a cadet, more like a shadow. He ducked low, used terrain, baited attacks, and slipped out of reach. He didn't win. Not yet. But he stopped losing. Hours passed. Sweat soaked through his shirt, his arms trembling, his legs burning. Reiner's expression changed, no longer bored, but focused. Respectful. Izuku feinted left, then rolled right, came up behind the larger boy and locked his arm around Reiner's neck, the wooden knife pressed just beneath his jaw. Reiner froze. Izuku didn't speak. He held the position for a breath, then stepped back. Reiner turned, eyes narrowed. Not bad. They reset. The next round, Reiner pinned him again. Then Izuku escaped. Then Izuku held the knife. Then Reiner did. Back and forth, a rhythm of sweat and bruises and quiet understanding. They didn't speak much. They didn't need to. The fight was the conversation. The fight was the language. By the time the instructor called for a break, Izuku's arms were shaking, his knees weak, but his eyes were bright. He sat in the shade, breathing hard, watching Reiner wipe sweat from his brow. "You're smarter than you look," Reiner said. Izuku nodded. "You're heavier than you look." Reiner chuckled. And for the first time since arriving, Izuku felt something close to camaraderie. 0W0. The days blurred together in a rhythm of drills, bruises, and shouted commands. The training yard became a crucible, each morning beginning with the thunder of boots and the rasp of breath in cold air. Izuku moved through it like a ghost present, but never quite there. He followed orders, completed exercises, sparred when told, but never lingered. As soon as the instructors dismissed them, he vanished. Not into the barracks, not into the mess hall, but into the quiet corners of the compound where the shadows pooled and the wind whispered through cracks in the stone. It wasn't that he disliked the others. It wasn't even fear, not exactly. It was something deeper, something older. His mind screamed at him to stay away, to keep his distance, to never let anyone get too close. Not certain people. Not dangerous people. Just everyone. The feeling was constant, like a thread pulled taut in his chest. Every laugh, every glance, every attempt at conversation felt like a trap. He didn't know why. He didn't remember enough to know. But he obeyed the instinct like it was law. Cadets began to notice. They saw the way he ate alone, always at the edge of the mess hall, eyes darting like a cornered animal. They saw the way he slipped out of formation the moment drills ended, the way he avoided eye contact, the way he flinched when someone brushed past him too quickly. A few whispered about it. A few worried. They wondered if he was being bullied, but no one had seen it happen. No one had the words to ask. One girl tried to sit beside him during lunch. He stood up and left without a word. A boy offered him a spare pair of gloves. Izuku muttered thanks and disappeared before the boy could respond. Each attempt at kindness was met with silence, retreat, or a look so haunted it made them hesitate. Armin watched it all quietly. He didn't try to approach. Not yet. He saw the way Izuku's shoulders tensed when people got too close, the way his eyes flicked toward exits like he was always planning escape. Armin had seen fear before. He'd lived with it. But this was different. This was survival. One evening, as the cadets gathered near the fire pits, Armin spoke. "I think we should stop trying to talk to him," he said, voice low but firm. "Not forever. Just let him come to us." The others looked at him, confused. "He's not rejecting us," Armin continued. "He's protecting himself. I don't know why. But if we keep pushing, he'll just run farther." There was silence. Then a few nods. And slowly the attempt stopped. Izuku didn't notice at first. He only felt the quiet, the absence of eyes, the space to breathe. He didn't know that someone had spoken for him. He didn't know that someone had seen him clearly. But something in the air shifted. And for the first time, the silence didn't feel like exile. It felt like mercy. The rain had been falling for hours, soft at first, then relentless. It soaked the training grounds in sheets, turning dirt to sludge, pooling in the cracks between stone and wood. Most of the cadets had retreated indoors, their boots left by the door, their laughter muffled behind thick walls. The barracks glowed with firelight and steam, the scent of wet wool and boiled potatoes drifting through the air. Outside, the world was darker, colder, forgotten. Izuku sat beneath one of the outer cabins, knees drawn to his chest, his coat clinging to him like a second skin. Mud streaked his arms, his face, his legs. His hair hung in wet clumps, plastered to his forehead, the green barely visible beneath the black. He didn't shiver. He didn't speak. He just watched the rain fall, each drop a quiet echo against the roof above him. The sky was a canvas of gray, the stars hidden, the wind sharp. He didn't know how long he'd been there. He didn't care. The silence was familiar. The cold was honest. Nobody had noticed. Nobody had asked. He'd been doing this for weeks, slipping out after drills, after meals, after lights out. He didn't sleep in the barracks. Not really. He curled up in corners, beneath crates, behind buildings. He moved like a shadow, silent and small, and the rain didn't bother him. It felt like penance. Like something he deserved. Footsteps. Uneven. Slipping in the mud. Izuku didn't move. A figure rounded the corner, hair plastered to her cheeks, eyes wide with alarm. Sasha brows. She stopped when she saw him, breath catching, her coat soaked through, her boots caked in mud. "What are you doing out here?" she said, voice high with disbelief. Izuku blinked. He started, but the words fell apart. Sasha rushed forward, kneeling beside him, her hands hovering like she didn't know where to touch. "You're soaked," she said. "You're covered in mud. Have you been out here all night?" Izuku looked away. "I didn't want to be inside," he said quietly. Sasha stared at him, her expression shifting from confusion to something softer. "It's the rainy season," she said. "You'll get sick." Izuku didn't answer. She sat beside him, ignoring the mud, the cold, the rain. Her presence was warm, chaotic, unexpected. She didn't ask questions. She didn't press. She just sat there, her shoulder brushing his, her breath visible in the air. "I like the rain too," she said after a while. "But not like this." Izuku glanced at her. "I didn't think anyone would notice," he said. Sasha smiled, small and crooked. "I notice weird things." They sat in silence, the rain falling around them, the world quiet. And for the first time, Izuku didn't feel alone. The bathhouse was quiet, the air thick with steam and the scent of cedar and soap. Rain tapped gently against the windows, a soft percussion that echoed through the tiled walls. Most of the cadets had already bathed and gone to bed, their laughter fading into the dormitories, their voices replaced by the hush of water and the occasional creak of old wood. Sasha pushed open the door with one hand, the other gripping Izuku's wrist not tightly, but firmly, like she was afraid he'd vanish if she let go. He didn't resist. His clothes were soaked through, mud caked along the seams, his skin cold to the touch. She guided him past the rows of empty benches, past the racks of towels and the shallow pools of steaming water, and planted him on one of the low wooden seats near the edge of the bath. He sat stiffly, eyes wide, unsure what to do with his hands. The warmth of the room was disorienting, his body still adjusting to the shift in temperature, his breath fogging in the air. Sasha knelt beside him, grabbing a bucket and filling it with hot water. She didn't speak. She didn't ask permission. She poured the water slowly over his shoulders, watching the mud dissolve, the steam rise from his skin. Izuku flinched at first, the heat biting against the cold, but then he relaxed, the tension bleeding from his muscles like ink in water. "You're freezing," she said, voice soft but firm. "You could have gotten sick." Izuku looked down. "I didn't think it mattered." Sasha frowned, dipping a cloth into the bucket and wringing it out. "It does." She began to scrub gently, starting with his arms, working her way up to his neck, careful not to press too hard. Her touch was brisk, practiced, but not unkind. Izuku sat still, his face burning, the blush creeping up his cheeks like fire. He knew how to bathe himself. He wasn't helpless. But she didn't seem to care. She was doing this because she wanted to. Because she'd found him in the rain and decided he mattered. He didn't question it. He let her clean him. The cloth moved across his back, his shoulders, his face. She paused when she reached his hair, fingers combing through the tangled strands, the green and black darkened by water. She chuckled softly. "You look like a feral cat sometimes," she said. "All scruffy and wide-eyed. Like you're waiting for someone to chase you." Izuku blinked. "I guess I am," he said quietly. Sasha didn't laugh. She didn't tease. She just kept washing, her movement steady, her presence grounding. The bathhouse was warm, the rain a distant hum, And for the first time in weeks, Izuku felt clean. Not just in body, but in something deeper. Something he couldn't name. When she finished, she handed him a towel and sat beside him, her own clothes damp, her hair curling from the steam. "You don't have to be alone all the time," she said. Izuku didn't answer. But he didn't run. And that was enough. Southern Division of the Training Corps, Trost District, hanging on the outer edge of Wall Rose, age 847. "If I fall, they'll think it's just what I do." The bunk creaked beneath him, old wood groaning under the weight of restless sleep. Izuku's eyes snapped open before the sun had fully risen, breath shallow, heart already racing. The ceiling above him was unfamiliar smooth, dry, intact. No cracks. No dripping rain. No rats scuttling overhead. He blinked once, twice, then sat up fast, the blanket tangled around his legs like a trap. His body moved before his mind caught up, muscles twitching with the memory of alleyways and cold stone. He didn't wait for the others. His boots were already on, his coat pulled tight, his fingers fumbling with the straps as he slipped out of the cabin like a shadow. The air outside was crisp, the sky still painted in pre-dawn gray. He moved quickly, quietly, avoiding the gravel paths and sticking to the edges of buildings. The training yard loomed ahead, empty save for one figure standing tall and still near the center. "Kishatis." The man didn't speak as Izuku approached. He simply turned his head, eyes narrowing, and gave a single nod. Approval. Recognition. Something wordless passed between them, and Izuku felt it settle in his chest like a stone. He stood at attention, hands at his sides, breath fogging in the morning air. The yard remained silent. Izuku glanced toward the horizon, watching the light shift, the shadows stretch. He didn't know why he'd rushed out. He didn't know why the cabin felt wrong. But his body had decided and he'd obeyed. That was how survival worked. That was how he'd lasted this long. Footsteps began to echo behind him. The other cadets trickled in slowly, yawning, stretching, rubbing sleep from their eyes. Some glanced at him, surprised to see him already there. Others ignored him entirely. He didn't mind. He preferred it that way. The crowd grew, voices low, boots scuffing against dirt. Then he saw her. She moved through the group with quiet precision, her posture straight, her gaze focused. Her hair was short, black as ink, cut clean around her jaw. It shimmered faintly in the morning light, catching the pale gold of sunrise like polished obsidian. Izuku's eyes followed her without meaning to, something in his chest tightening. And then, her scent. Not cloying. Not artificial. Just clean. Like wildflowers after rain. It hit him like a memory he didn't have, something buried deep and unreachable. He blinked, startled, unsure why he'd noticed. Why it mattered. Why it lingered. He looked away quickly. Why did I think that? She didn't glance at him. Didn't speak. Just took her place in line, hands folded behind her back, eyes forward. Izuku shifted slightly, his heart still beating too fast, his thoughts tangled. He didn't know her name. He didn't know anything. But something about her presence made the air feel different. Keith Shotties stepped forward. "Today," he said, voice sharp, "you begin learning the gear that will keep you alive. Or kill you." The cadet straightened. Izuku didn't move. His eyes flicked toward the girl again, just once. The crates were lined up in rows, each one marked with the insignia of the training corps. Inside, the gear weighted metal, leather, and wire coiled like muscle. The cadets gathered slowly, some with excitement, others with dread. Izuku stood apart, his eyes scanning the equipment with quiet intensity. He didn't know what half of it did, but he could feel the weight of it, the promise of speed and death wrapped in steel. Keith Shotties paced in front of them, his boots cutting lines into the dirt. "This gear," he said, voice sharp, "is your lifeline. It will carry you through the air, over walls, into battle. It will also kill you if you're stupid." A few cadets shifted nervously. Izuku didn't blink. Shotties gestured toward the crates. "Pair up. Take a set. Don't break it." Izuku moved quickly, avoiding the clusters of cadets already forming. He reached one of the crates near the edge and knelt, fingers brushing over the cold metal. The HRS was heavier than he expected, the the cables thick, the gas canisters unfamiliar. He began to study the buckles, the joints, the release valves. His mind worked fast, cataloging each piece, each function, each potential failure. A shadow fell across the crate. He looked up. The girl with black hair stood beside him, her expression unreadable. She didn't speak. She didn't ask to join. She simply knelt and began inspecting the gear with practiced ease. Her fingers moved with precision, her eyes flicking between components like she'd done this 100 times. Izuku watched her, silent. She didn't look at him. But her presence was steady, grounding. She didn't crowd him. She didn't speak over him. She just worked. And something in her sense still faint, still sweet made his chest tighten. Why do I keep noticing that? Shadi's barked another order. Strap in. We begin with balance. Izuku fumbled with the H's, the straps unfamiliar, the weight awkward. The girl beside him adjusted hers with ease, the gear settling against her frame like it belonged there. Izuku glanced at her, then back at his own. He mimicked her movements, careful not to draw attention. She noticed. You're putting the left buckle too low, she said quietly. Izuku froze. She reached over, adjusted it, her fingers brushing his side. There? She said. He nodded, throat tight. Thanks. She didn't respond. They stood together, gear strapped in, cables coiled, blades sheathed. The other cadets were still fumbling, still laughing, still struggling. Izuku felt the weight of the gear settle into his bones, the tension of the wires pulling against his frame. He took a breath. And waited. The training posts stood like sentinels across the yard, tall wooden beams fitted with HRSS lines and pivot joints, each one designed to test balance, coordination, and nerve. The cadets lined up in pairs, some whispering nervously, others bouncing on their heels with excitement. Izuku stood near the edge, his gear strapped tight, his fingers twitching against the hilt of his practice blades. The weight of the HRS pulled at his shoulders, unfamiliar and heavy, like a promise he hadn't earned. Keith Shadi's barked the first command. Mount the gear. Engage the balance line. If you fall, you fail. Izuku stepped forward, boots sinking slightly into the damp earth. The rain from the night before had left the yard slick, the air sharp with the scent of wet wood and iron. He reached the post, clipped in, and took a breath. The line jerked slightly as the mechanism engaged, the cables humming with tension. He pushed off. His feet left the ground, his body suspended, the gear pulling him upward in a sudden lurch. For a moment, he hovered, arms out, knees bent, heart hammering. Then the line shifted and he dropped. Not far. Just enough to jar his spine, to remind him that gravity was still watching. He landed hard, knees buckling, breath knocked from his lungs. Shadi's didn't speak. Izuku stood again. He reset the gear, adjusted the straps, tried again. This time, he held the line longer, his body swaying, his balance uncertain, but intact. He gritted his teeth, focused on the tension in the cables, the angle of his hips, the pull of the HR. He didn't hear the others. He didn't see them. He only saw the post, the sky, the line between failure and flight. A voice. You're leaning too far forward. Turned. The girl with black hair stood beside him, her gear already engaged, her posture perfect. She didn't smile. She didn't mock. She simply pointed at his stance, her eyes calm. You'll fall again if you don't shift your weight. Izuku blinked. Right? He said, adjusting. She watched him for a moment, then nodded. Try again. He did. This time he held. The gear lifted him, the cables taut, the wind brushing against his cheeks. He hovered, swayed, corrected. His heart pounded, but his body obeyed. He didn't fall. She watched him silently. Izuku glanced at her, breath shallow. Thanks, he said. She didn't answer. But she didn't walk away. Forest training grounds, learning to fight titans. The forest training grounds stretched wide and wild, the trees tall and ancient, their trunks wrapped in moss and the scent of damp bark. Wooden cutouts loomed between them, tall, crude effigies of titans with painted sneers and hollow eyes. The cadets stood in formation, gear checked, blades sheathed, hearts pounding. The air was thick with anticipation and the faint hiss of gas canisters primed for flight. Keith Shoddy's paced before them, his voice cutting through the canopy. Today, you'll be working in pairs. Your objective, eliminate the targets. Precision. Coordination. If you can't work together, you die. Izuku stood near the edge of the formation, his fingers twitching against the hilt of his blade. He hadn't expected to be chosen. He hadn't expected to be paired. But when Shoddy's called his name, it was followed by another. Mika. She stepped forward without hesitation, her expression unreadable, her gear already humming with readiness. Izuku blinked, heart skipping. He didn't know what to say. He didn't know if he was supposed to say anything. She didn't look at him. She just nodded once, clipped her line to the nearest tree, and launched into the air. Izuku scrambled to follow. The wind hit him like a wall, the cables pulling taut, the trees rushing past in a blur of green and brown. He adjusted his angle, overcompensated, and slammed shoulder first into a branch. Pain flared down his side, but he didn't stop. He twisted midair, fired another line, and caught up just as Mika veered toward the first target. Left flank, she called. Izuku nodded, breath tight. Got it. They moved like a current, Mika fast and fluid, Izuku erratic but sharp. She cut through the air with surgical precision, her blades flashing as she struck the nape of the wooden titan. Izuku circled wide, drawing the target's imaginary attention, then dove in from above. His blade hit bark. Too low. He cursed, twisted, and clipped a tree with his boot, spinning out of control. Mika caught him. Not with her hands, but with her voice. Reset. You're rushing. Izuku gritted his teeth, realigned, and launched again. They moved through the forest like mismatched shadows, her calm, him chaotic. But somehow it worked. She anticipated his angles. He adapted to her timing. When he wasn't crashing into trees, they were lethal. Efficient. A blur of green cloaks and silver arcs. After the third target fell, Mika landed beside him, her breath steady. You're not bad, she said. Izuku wiped mud from his cheek. I keep hitting trees. She tilted her head. You're still standing. He looked at her, unsure if it was praise or observation. Maybe both. 0W0. The sun dipped low behind the treetops, casting long shadows across the forest floor. The wooden titans stood silent now, their painted eyes dulled by dusk, their threat forgotten. The other cadets had already returned to the barracks, their laughter fading into the distance, their gear clinking faintly as they disappeared beyond the tree line. Keith Shoddy's gave no comment when Izuku and Mika remained behind. He simply turned and walked away. Izuku stood in the clearing, breath steady, gear still strapped tight. Mika adjusted her HRSS, checked the gas levels, and glanced at him. You want to keep going? She asked. Izuku nodded. I need to get it right. She didn't argue. They launched together, cables firing with a hiss, bodies rising into the canopy like twin shadows. The trees blurred past, the wind brushing against their cheeks, the forest alive with motion. But this time, there was no shouting. No pressure. No eyes watching. Just the rhythm of movement, the quiet hum of gear, and the soft rustle of leaves. Izuku moved smoother now. He didn't crash. He didn't overcorrect. He followed Mika's lead, mirrored her angles, adjusted his timing. She didn't speak much, but when she did, it was precise. A word here. A gesture there. Enough to guide him without crowding him. They circled a target together. Mika dove first, her blades flashing, her line taut. Izuku followed a beat later, striking the nape with clean precision. The wooden titan shuddered under the impact, then fell still. They landed side by side, breath visible in the cooling air. You're better when it's quiet, Mika said. Izuku nodded. I think too much when it's loud. Tilted her head. You move like you're expecting to be chased. He looked away. I usually am. She didn't press. They launched again. The forest grew darker, the sky bleeding into violet and gold. They moved between trees like dancers, blades flashing, cables singing. Izuku felt something shift in his chest, not confidence, not pride, but something quieter, Something like trust. They landed again, this time on a high branch overlooking the clearing. Mika sat, legs dangling, her gear hissing softly as it cooled. Izuku sat beside her, careful not to crowd. "You're not bad," she said. He glanced at her. "You keep saying that." She shrugged. "You keep proving it." They watched the sky for a while, the stars beginning to peek through the canopy. Izuku didn't speak. But he didn't leave. And Mika didn't ask him to. The mess hall, after training. The mess hall buzzed with the usual evening noise, boots scuffing against stone, trays clattering, voices rising and falling in waves. The scent of stew and bread hung thick in the air, mingling with the sharp tang of sweat and smoke from the hearth. Cadets crowded the long wooden tables, some laughing, some arguing, some too tired to do anything but eat. It was the kind of chaos Izuku usually avoided, slipping in late, sitting near the edge, vanishing before anyone could notice. But not tonight. Tonight, he sat near the center of the room, next to Mika. The two of them shared a tray between them, the bread torn unevenly, the stew still steaming. Mika was talking, hands moving, eyes bright, her voice low but animated. She wasn't loud, but she was expressive, her words flowing like she'd been waiting all day to speak them. Izuku sat beside her, posture slightly hunched, eyes wide with quiet attention. He didn't say much. But he listened. And sometimes he answered. Softly. Curiously. Like he didn't quite believe this was happening. Across the room, Armin froze mid-bite. His spoon hovered in the air, stew dripping back into the bowl as he stared. Is that? Connie leaned over, squinting. No way. Sasha blinked. That's Mika. And Izuku. Jean let out the low whistle. Didn't think he even knew how to sit next to people. Armin frowned, setting his spoon down. We've been trying for weeks to get him to talk to anyone. And now he's just chatting with her? They watched as Mika leaned in, said something that made Izuku blink in surprise. She grinned, then lightly punched his shoulder, more a tap than a hit, but enough to make him flinch. Not from fear. From confusion. Izuku looked at her, eyes wide, then smiled. Well, barely there. But real. Armin slumped forward, resting his chin on his hand. Unbelievable. Sasha patted his back. Maybe he just needed someone who doesn't try so hard. Armin sighed. I wasn't trying hard. I was being friendly. Jean smirked. You were being Armin. Back at the table, Mika continued talking, her voice low and steady. Izuku nodded occasionally, his fingers brushing the edge of the tray, his shoulders less tense than usual. He didn't look like a ghost tonight. He looked like someone learning how to be seen. And Mika didn't seem to mind how quiet he was. Not at all. The war room, Keith Shoddy's point of view. The war room was dim, lit only by the flicker of lanterns and the soft scrape of boots against stone. Maps lined the walls, marked with pins and ink, the edges curled from years of use. The instructors sat around the long table, their coats damp from the rain, their expressions carved from fatigue and habit. The air smelled of old paper, sweat, and the faint burn of oil. Keith Shoddy stood at the head, arms crossed, eyes sharp. They were discussing the 104th, the top 10. Each instructor had their list names scribbled in shorthand, ranked by skill, speed, DSPLN. Mikasa Ackerman was on every sheet. Rainer Braun, Annie Leonhardt, Jean Kirstein, Berthold Hoover. The usual suspects. The ones who moved like soldiers, who struck like blades. The ones who didn't flinch. Shoddy's didn't speak at first. He listened. One instructor leaned forward, tapping his list. Ackerman's unmatched. She's already operating at squad leader level. Another nodded. Braun's got the build. Leonhardt's got the precision. Kirstein's got the instincts. A third frowned. Hoover's quiet, but consistent. Arlert's sharp. Browse is unpredictable, but she's got heart. They debated placements, swapped names, adjusted rankings. Then someone asked, what about your 10th, Shoddy's? The room quieted. Keith Shoddy's looked down at his list. 9 names. All expected. All proven. Then he spoke. Midoriya Izuku. The pause. One instructor blinked. The feral one? Another scoffed. He barely speaks. Avoids everyone. You sure? Shadi's didn't flinch. He's fast. Smarter than he lets on. And he learns under pressure. He crashes into trees, someone muttered. Shadi's nodded. And gets back up. Every time. They looked at him, uncertain. He didn't elaborate. He didn't need to. Because Shadi's had seen something in the boy's eyes, something raw, something unfinished, something dangerous. Not in the way of violence. In the way of potential. The kind that didn't announce itself. The kind that waited. He's not ready yet, Shadi said. But he will be. The room fell silent. The room didn't react immediately. Keith Shadi's voice had landed like a stone in still water, no ripple, just wait. The other instructors exchanged glances, some skeptical, some curious. One leaned forward, arms crossed, brow furrowed. Midoriya? He barely speaks. He flinches when people look at him. Another scoffed. He's not a soldier. He's a stray. Shadi's didn't blink. I watched him train, he said. After hours. When the rest of the cadets were gone. The room quieted again. He stayed behind with Cadet Mika, Shadi's continued. No orders. No audience. Just the two of them. And he moved better than he had all day. One instructor frowned. So he performs when no one's watching? Shadi's nodded. Exactly. He stepped closer to the table, voice low but firm. He's not built for noise. Not for posturing. He doesn't fight for attention. He fights to survive. And when the pressure lifts, when the shouting stops, he learns. Fast. Another instructor tapped his list. Still doesn't make him top 10. Shadi's looked at him. Cadet Mika got him to speak. In the mess hall. That got their attention. He spoke, someone asked. Shadi's nodded. Not much. But enough. He listened. He answered. He smiled. The pause. He smiled. Shadi's didn't elaborate. He didn't need to. Because in a corps full of cadets battling for supremacy, Izuku Midoriya had found something quieter. Something steadier. And Shadi's had seen it. In the way he moved beside Mika. In the way he listened. In the way he didn't need to be loud to be present. He's not ready yet, Shadi said again. But he's learning. And when he's ready, he won't need to announce it. The room fell silent. And no one challenged his claim. Training field, Southern Trost Training Facility Courtyard, age 850. They stood on the wall, proud and polished, believing peace had finally settled within the stone. It was almost funny how quickly a familiar shadow came to remind them that peace was never theirs to keep. The courtyard was quiet, unusually so. The wind moved through the stone arches like a whisper, brushing against cloaks and polished boots, stirring the edges of banners that hadn't yet been raised. The cadets of the 104th stood in loose formation, not yet called to attention, their voices low, their movements restrained. Graduation was minutes away. The walls loomed around them, tall and indifferent, as if waiting to see who would be chosen. Emer broke formation. She moved with purpose, her steps casual but deliberate, weaving between cadets until she reached the edge of the courtyard. One of the high-ranking instructors stood there, arms folded, eyes scanning the crowd. Emer didn't salute. She didn't bow. She simply leaned in, voice low, posture relaxed, like she was asking for a favor she'd already earned. The instructor didn't respond at first. He glanced at her, then back at the cadets. His expression didn't change. But his stance shifted just slightly, just enough to suggest he was listening. Emer spoke again, quieter this time. Her eyes flicked toward the formation, toward a girl standing near the center. Blonde hair. Blue eyes. Krista. Izuku saw it. From his place near the edge of the formation, he watched the exchange without blinking. His eyes followed Emer's movements, the tilt of her head, the way her fingers curled against her belt. He didn't hear the words. He didn't need to. He understood the shape of it, the quiet push, the favor asked, the name offered. He looked away. And kept walking. The ceremony hadn't begun, but the wind was already shifting. Ceremony begins. The cadets were called to attention. Boots snapped against stone, cloaks settled, voices fell silent. The instructors moved to the front, their uniforms sharp, their expressions carved from years of war and ritual. Keith Shoddy stood among them, his gaze sweeping across the formation like a blade. He didn't speak yet. He didn't need to. The silence was his. Izuku stood near the back. Not hidden. Not forgotten. Just quiet. His uniform was clean, his gear polished, his posture straight. But his eyes were distant, watching the horizon beyond the walls, listening to the wind that no one else seemed to notice. Mina stood beside him, her presence steady, her gaze forward. She didn't speak. She didn't shift. But Izuku felt her there, like gravity. Armin was 2 rows ahead. He kept glancing back, eyes flicking toward Izuku, then toward Mina, then back again. His brow furrowed. His mouth tightened. He didn't understand how it had happened, how Izuku had found someone to speak to, someone who didn't push, someone who didn't need him to be louder than he was. Sasha nudged him. "Stop staring," she whispered. Armin sighed. "I'm not staring." "You're pouting." "I'm not pouting." She grinned. "You're pouting." Keith Shoddy stepped forward. His voice cut through the courtyard like thunder. "You stand here today because you survived. No one moved. No one handed you this uniform. No one carried you through the mud. You earned it. Every bruise. Every fall. Every breath." The wind stirred again. Izuku blinked slowly, eyes still on the horizon. Shoddy's continued. "Today, 10 of you will be named. Not because you're perfect. Not because you're loud. But because you've proven something the rest haven't." He paused. "Endurance." The names began. Mikasa Ackerman. She stepped forward without hesitation, her cloak catching the wind, her posture unshakable. No one was surprised. She didn't look back. She didn't smile. She simply stood where she was meant to stand. Rainer Braun. Broad shoulders. Steady gait. He joined her with quiet confidence. Berthold Hoover. Silent. His eyes flicked toward Rainer, then forward again. Annie Leonhardt. She moved like a blade, precise, cold, unreadable. Aaron Yeager. His name echoed louder than the others. He stepped forward quickly, jaw tight, eyes burning. Jean Kirstein. A smirk tugged at his mouth, but his eyes were serious. Marco Bott. He moved with quiet pride, his smile soft, his steps measured. Connie Springer. He grinned, half in disbelief, half in joy. Sasha Browse. She bounced forward, cloak fluttering, grin wide. Krista Lenz. She hesitated just for a moment, then stepped forward, eyes wide, smile gentle. Emer watched her. Izuku did not. The top 10 stood in formation. The rest remained behind. Izuku didn't flinch. He didn't shift. He didn't speak. He simply stood where he'd always stood, on the edge, watching the wind move through the cloaks of those chosen. Mika didn't move either. She hadn't been called. But she didn't seem surprised. Armin looked back again. His eyes met Izuku's. Izuku blinked once. Then looked away. The mess hall. Cadets are celebrating their graduation. The mess hall was louder than usual. Laughter echoed off the stone walls, boots thudded against benches, and trays clattered like distant thunder. The air was thick with the scent of stew, bread, and sweat. Cadets packed shoulder to shoulder, flushed with pride and relief. Graduation had come and gone. The uniforms were real now. The walls no longer felt like school. Izuku sat near the edge. Not alone. Not quite. Mina Carolina was beside him, her cloak folded neatly, her tray half empty, her voice soft as she spoke to someone across the table. Izuku didn't join the conversation. He didn't need to. Her presence was enough. Steady. Gentle. Like a hand resting quietly on his shoulder. He relaxed in her orbit. The noise didn't reach him the same way when she was near. It dulled. It softened. His shoulders didn't ache from tension. His fingers didn't twitch. He could breathe. Not deeply, but enough. Across the hall, Armin and the others were gathered around one of the central tables. Sasha was laughing too loud. Connie was reenacting something with exaggerated gestures. Jean was rolling his eyes. Marco was trying to keep the peace. And Armin kept glancing toward Izuku's table, His expression caught somewhere between pride and quiet frustration. Izuku met his eyes once. Armin smiled. Izuku nodded. That was enough. He hadn't sat with them. Not once. But he spoke to them now. Quietly. When the moment was right. When the mess hall was less crowded. When the wind outside was louder than the voices inside. He'd learned their rhythms. Their tones. Their patience. And they'd learned his. He didn't need to be loud. He just needed to be heard. Mina leaned toward him, her voice low. You're quieter than usual. Izuku blinked. It's loud. She smiled. You're not wrong. He watched her for a moment, eyes tracing the curve of her jaw, the way her hair fell just above her shoulders. She didn't ask him to speak. She didn't fill the silence. She just let it be. And that calmed his heart. The mess hall was still roaring when they slipped out the side door. No one noticed. Or if they did, they didn't say anything. The laughter and clatter of trays faded behind them, replaced by the hush of wind and the distant hum of Trost below. The sky was dark now, but the city glowed, lanterns flickering in windows, smoke curling from chimneys, the faint sound of music drifting up from the lower districts. Izuku followed Mina in silence. She led him up the narrow stone steps that curved along the outer wall, her boots quiet against the worn path. They didn't speak as they climbed. They didn't need to. The air was cool, the stars sharp, and the wind carried the scent of wood smoke and river water. When they reached the top, she sat first, her legs dangling over the edge, her hands resting on the stone. Izuku sat beside her. Not too close. Not too far. Just enough. They looked out over Trost, the rooftop stretching like a patchwork of memory and promise. The wall curved around them like a cradle, holding the city in its arms. From up here it looked peaceful. Almost safe. Mina exhaled softly. Feels different now. Izuku nodded. Yeah. She glanced at him. You okay? He hesitated. I think so. She smiled. That's not a yes. He didn't answer. They sat in silence for a while, the wind tugging gently at their cloaks. Below them, the city moved like a dream, slow, golden, unaware. Izuku watched the lights flicker in the windows, the way they blinked like stars fallen to earth. He wondered what it would feel like to live down there. To sleep without checking the sky. Mina leaned back on her hands, eyes half-lidded. I got my assignment. Izuku turned to her. Wall duty, she said. Trost perimeter. Starting tomorrow. His chest tightened. I'm on wall duty too, he said. She looked at him, surprised. Really? He nodded. With Aaron. And the others. A smile tugged at her mouth. Maybe we'll be stationed near each other. He didn't say anything. But he hoped so too. The wind picked up, brushing against their faces, carrying the scent of stone and distant rain. Izuku closed his eyes for a moment, letting it pass through him. It didn't feel like a celebration. It felt like a warning. Like the world was holding its breath. He opened his eyes. There's something I've been feeling, he said. Mina turned to him, quiet. It started a few weeks ago, he continued. Maybe longer. I don't know. She didn't interrupt. It's like something crawling up my spine. Not pain. Just pressure. Like the air's too heavy. Like something's coming. Mina's brow furrowed. You think something's wrong? I don't know, he said. But it feels important. She looked out over the city, her expression unreadable. I've had dreams like that, she said. Before my brother died. Before the breach at Shiganshina. I didn't know what they meant. I just felt it. Izuku's fingers curled against the stone. Do you think it means anything? I don't know, she said. But I think you should trust it. He looked at her. She met his gaze, steady. You're not the only one who feels it, she said. The wind's been wrong all week. They sat in silence again. Not awkward. Not empty. Just quiet. Izuku watched her, the way her hair moved in the breeze, the way her eyes stayed on the city like she was memorizing it. He wanted to ask her what she saw, what she feared, what she hoped for. But the words caught in his throat, too heavy to lift. Mina spoke first. I'm glad you're here. Izuku blinked. What? Here, she said. With me. On the wall. Tonight. He looked down at his hands. I don't talk much. I know. I'm not good at this. I know. He glanced at her. She smiled. You don't have to be. The wind shifted again. Colder now. Sharper. Izuku shivered but didn't move. I used to think I'd never make it this far, he said. Not with the others. Not with everything. Mina tilted her head. But you did. Barely. You're still here. He looked at her, eyes tired. For how long? She didn't answer right away. Instead, she reached out and touched his hand just briefly, just enough to ground him. As long as we can be, she said. They stayed there until the lights in the mess hall began to dim, until the laughter faded, until the stars were the only things left watching. Izuku didn't want to move. He didn't want to go back down. The wall felt safer than the ground. The wind, even when wrong, felt honest. Mina stood first. She offered him her hand. He took it. And for a moment, the feeling in his spine quieted. But it didn't leave. 0W0. Outer portion of wall rose, Trost District walls cleaning duty. The sun hung low over Trost, casting long shadows across the top of the wall. The stone was warm beneath their boots, the sky a pale blue that felt too quiet, too still. The cadets moved in loose formation, scrubbing soot and moss from the outer edge, their gear clinking softly with each shift of weight. It was wall duty. Routine. Boring. Supposedly safe. Izuku worked in silence. His brush scraped against the stone, steady and methodical. The rhythm helped. It gave his hands something to do, his mind something to follow. Mina was beside him, her sleeves rolled up, her brow damp with sweat. She didn't speak. She didn't hum. She just worked. And that calmed him. The wind had stopped. It wasn't obvious at first. Just a stillness. The pause. The kind that made your skin itch and your lungs feel too full. Izuku glanced up once, expecting to see the flags on the watchtower fluttering. They weren't. They hung limp, like something had pressed the air flat. He didn't say anything. But the feeling crawled up his spine again. A few meters down the wall, Eren stood with his arms crossed, staring out at the land beyond Wall Maria. His eyes were sharp, his posture tense, like he was waiting for something to move. Jean was beside him, muttering about the heat. Connie had his shirt half off, waving it like a flag. Sasha was crouched near the edge, peering down at the lower wall segment. I swear, she said, I saw a meat cart down there. Jean groaned. You're hallucinating. No, I'm serious, Sasha said. Big cart. Smelled like beef. I think the officers are hoarding it. Connie laughed. You gonna steal it? Sasha grinned. I'm considering it. Eren didn't react. His eyes stayed on the horizon. Izuku kept scrubbing. Mina shifted beside him, wiping her forehead with the back of her hand. Think she's serious? She asked. Izuku blinked. Sasha? Mina nodded. About the meat? He shrugged. Probably. She smiled. I wouldn't mind some. Izuku didn't answer. She stepped away, walking toward the others, her boots light against the stone. He watched her go, the way her hair caught the sunlight, the way her shoulders moved with quiet confidence. She joined Sasha and Connie, laughing softly, her voice blending into theirs. Izuku turned back to the wall. The wind still hadn't returned. He tried to focus. Scrub. Rinse. Scrub again. But the silence was wrong. Not peaceful. Not calm. Just hollow. Like something had been removed. Like the world was waiting for a sound it didn't want to hear. He looked out over the land. Fields. Forest. River. All untouched. All still. His fingers tightened around the brush. Armin approached from the far end, his steps careful, his eyes scanning the wall. You feel it too? He asked. Izuku didn't look at him. The wind. Armin nodded. It's not just gone. It's hiding. Izuku paused. You think something's coming? I don't know, Armin said. But I don't like it. He crouched beside Izuku, picking up a second brush. I've been reading about pressure systems, he said. Sometimes, before a storm, the air goes still. like it's holding its breath. Izuku glanced at him. This doesn't feel like a storm. Armin didn't answer. Mina returned a few minutes later, her cheeks flushed from laughter. They're planning a raid, she said. Izuku raised an eyebrow. On the meat cart, she clarified. Sasha's serious. Connie's enabling her. Jean's pretending he's above it. Izuku didn't smile. She noticed. You okay? He hesitated. The wind's wrong. She nodded. I know. They worked side by side again, the silence between them not empty, just shared. Armin moved down the wall, joining Eren. Sasha and Connie were still scheming. Jean was pacing. The sun dipped lower. Izuku's chest felt tight. He stopped scrubbing. Mina looked at him. I've had this feeling, he said. Since graduation. Maybe before. She didn't speak. It's like something's crawling up my spine. Not pain. Just pressure. Like I'm being watched. Like something's waiting. Mina's eyes darkened. You think it's today? I don't know, he said. But it feels close. She sat down on the edge of the wall, legs dangling. Izuku joined her. They looked out over the land again. Still untouched. Still wrong. The others were laughing now. Sasha had drawn a crude map in the dust. Connie was pointing at imaginary routes. Jean was arguing logistics. Eren hadn't moved. Armin was watching the sky. Izuku leaned forward, elbows on his knees. I don't want to be right, he said. Mina nodded. But you usually are. He looked at her. She didn't smile. The wind didn't return. Not even a breeze. The flag stayed limp, the air stayed heavy. And somewhere, far beyond the trees, something began to move. The sun had climbed high, casting long shadows across the top of the wall. The stone beneath their boots was warm, the air still, the sky stretched thin and pale. Izuku worked in silence, his brush scraping soot from the outer edge, rhythm steady, breath even. Mina was beside him, sleeves rolled up, hair tied back, her movements deliberate. Neither spoke. Neither needed to. The wind hadn't returned. It had been gone since yesterday, since the moment Izuku first felt the pressure in his spine shift from whisper to wait. The silence wasn't peaceful. It was hollow. Like something had been removed. Like the world was waiting for a sound it didn't want to hear. He glanced at Mina once. She was focused, brow furrowed, hand steady. Her presence calmed him, even now. Even here. She didn't hum today. She didn't speak. She just worked. And that steadiness kept him anchored. Izuku scrubbed harder. The soot came off in flakes, revealing the pale stone beneath. His fingers ached. His shoulders burned. But he didn't stop. He couldn't. The rhythm helped. It gave shape to the silence. It gave him something to hold. Then the sky tore open. A sound like thunder but wrong. Not rolling. Not distant. Violent. Like lightning had struck the earth with intent. The air exploded. A blast of heat and pressure slammed into Izuku's back, lifting him off his feet, throwing him forward. He locked his gear to the wall. Barely. His boots skidded. His fingers scraped stone. His breath caught. He hung there, suspended, heart pounding, eyes wide. Mina had dropped to one knee, her gear catching just in time, her hand braced against the wall. Smoke rose. Steam hissed. And then it appeared. A shape. A shadow. A figure so massive it blocked the sun. The colossal titan. It stood just beyond the wall, steam pouring from its body, eyes glowing like furnaces. Its ribs were exposed, its muscles raw, its face blank. It didn't move. It didn't speak. It just existed. And that was enough. Izuku couldn't breathe. He tried to speak. But his voice was gone. Mina stared. Her mouth parted but no sound came. Then the foot came down. A single step. A single motion. The wall didn't crack, it shattered. Stone exploded outward, dust filled the air, and the entrance into Wall Maria's territory was gone. Just gone. A hole where safety used to be. A wound carved into the world. Izuku was thrown again. His gear held. Barely. He dangled from the edge, arms shaking, breath ragged. The wind roared past him now, Not gentle, not soothing, violent. Screaming. Mina was crouched beside him, her eyes locked on the breach, her body tense. They didn't speak. They didn't move. They just stared. The hole gaped before them. The world had changed. And the wind had returned. But it didn't feel like wind. It felt like war. The wind howled through the breach. It tore through the embers of shattered stone, lifting dust and ash into the sky, scattering fragments of the wall like paper. The hole gaped wide. A wound carved into the world, and the air that rushed through it was no longer warm. It was sharp, cold, alive. Izuku clung to the edge, boots braced, gear locked, heart hammering. Mina crouched beside him, her eyes locked on the breach, her breath shallow. Neither spoke. Neither moved. The silence between them was not fear, it was focus. The kind that comes before a decision. The kind that comes before a leap. Then a voice cut through the wind. Get up. It echoed from above, fierce and raw. Get up and fight. Izuku looked up. Eren was flying toward the top of the wall, gear hissing, cloak torn, eyes blazing. His voice carried across the stone, across the dust, across the fear. The colossal titan is here. This is our chance to end it before it truly begins. Izuku didn't answer. He didn't need to. Connie and Sasha broke from the formation, gears snapping into place, boots pounding against stone. They vanished over the edge, heading toward command, toward the higher ranks, toward the ones who still believed the walls were enough. Izuku watched the breach. The wind was changing. Bits of the wall cracked and fell. Chunks of concrete tumbled into the void, crashing against rooftops, scattering debris across the streets below. The embers glowed briefly, then faded. The wall groaned. The stone shifted. The breath of the colossal titan still lingered, heavy and wet. Izuku moved. He didn't speak. He didn't shout. He just launched himself from the edge, gear hissing, blades still sheathed. He flew downward, toward the rooftops, toward the breach, toward the place where the world had opened. Mina followed. Her form was steady, her descent controlled. She landed beside him on a sloped rooftop, boots skidding slightly, cloak fluttering. They stood together, eyes forward, breath held. Then they saw it. A shape moved through the breach. Slow, deliberate, massive. A 13-meter titan stepped into view, its face blank, its skin pale, its eyes wide and unblinking. It didn't roar. It didn't charge. It simply walked, each step heavy, each movement precise. The ground trembled beneath its feet. The air thickened. Izuku stared. The titan's eyes locked onto his. And for a moment, the world narrowed. Just him. Just it. Just the wind. The titan let out a silent roar. Its mouth opened, but no sound came. Just breath. Just heat. Just intent. It stepped forward. Izuku pulled his blades from his side compartment. The metal hissed. He stepped into a combat stance, knees bent, arms steady, eyes locked. Mina mirrored him. Her blades gleamed in the light. They didn't speak. They didn't blink. They just stood. Two cadets. One titan. And the wind. The battle for Trost District has just begun, and it began with a literal bang. Trost District entrance. First battle since wall was broken, age 850. They didn't know how many would fall. Only that the wind had changed, and something vast had stepped through the wall. It did not speak, but its presence unmade everything. By the time the blades were drawn, the sky was already burning. The wind screamed past them. Cables snapped taut, slicing through the air like drawn blades. Izuku twisted mid-flight, cloak flaring, blades gleaming in the morning light. Mina mirrored him, her form tight and deliberate, spinning through the updraft with practiced grace. They moved like dancers, like weapons cutting through the silence that had once held the sky. The titan loomed beneath them. Its face was slack, its eyes wide, its arms lifting slowly toward the breach. It didn't roar. It didn't charge. It simply reached, as if claiming the ruin it had made. But they were already there. Izuku struck first. His blades carved through the titan's right arm just below the elbow, steam bursting from the wound. Mina followed, slicing through the left with a clean arc that sent the limb crashing to the stone. The titan staggered, balance lost, weight shifting. It began to fall. They didn't wait. The camera dipped with them, cables hissing, rooftops blurring beneath their descent. Izuku veered left, Mina right, blades drawn again. They hit the ankles together, twin arcs of silver, twin bursts of heat. The Titan's knees buckled. Its face struck the ground with a sound like thunder. Concrete blasted upward in a ring of dust and shattered stone. The impact echoed across the rooftops, through the breach, into the city beyond. Izuku twisted midair, cloak trailing smoke. Mina spun beside him, blade steady. Then they turned. Midair. Spinning. And sliced through the nape. Final. The Titan stilled. Steam poured from the corpse, rising in thick waves that caught the light like fire. Izuku landed hard on a nearby rooftop, boots skidding, breath sharp. Mina touched down beside him, her gear hissing, her eyes locked on the breach. They didn't speak. More were coming. They could hear it. Stone cracking. Footsteps echoing. The shape of ruin unfolding. The second Titan fell hard. Its body collapsed into the street below, limbs twitching, steam rising in thick waves. Izuku landed first, boots skidding across the rooftop, blades still drawn. Mina touched down beside him, her breath sharp, her eyes locked on the breach. They didn't speak. The wind roared. 3 more figures pushed through the opening, staggering, slow, blank-faced. One dragged its foot. Another tilted its head, mouth slack. The third was fast. Too fast. Its limbs moved with purpose. Its eyes scanned. Izuku launched again. No hesitation. His gears snapped taut, cables slicing through the air. Mina followed, her form tight, her arc clean. They moved like twin blades, one cutting high, the other low. The camera followed, rising, tilting, catching the rhythm of their flight. Izuku struck the fast one first. A clean slice across the shoulder, then a twist, a second cut through the spine. The Titan stumbled, steam bursting from the wound. Mina curved around the second, slicing through its knee, then its jaw. The third turned toward her. It didn't get far. A whistle cut through the air. Chirp. Familiar. Sasha. She landed hard, blades drawn, eyes fierce. Connie followed, gear hissing, cloak torn. They didn't wait. They didn't ask. They just moved. Izuku saw them. Felt the shift. The line was no longer 2, it was 4. The camera widened. 4 cadets. 4 blades. 1 rooftop. The Titans kept coming. Stone cracked. Dust rose. The breach gaped wider. Sasha moved fast, her blades carving through the thigh of the nearest Titan, then spinning upward toward the nape. Connie followed, slicing through the ankle, then leaping high, gears snapping into place. Izuku and Mina didn't slow. They moved in tandem. Izuku struck low, Mina high. Steam burst. Flesh tore. The Titan fell. They regrouped on the rooftop. Breath ragged. Eyes sharp. The wind screamed past them, carrying heat and ash and the scent of something ancient. Sasha crouched low, scanning the breach. Connie reloaded. Izuku didn't speak. Mina didn't blink. More were coming. They could hear it. The shape of ruin unfolding further. The wind shifted again. A new sound cut through the air, sharper, heavier. Not the hiss of cadet gear, but something deeper. More precise. The camera turned upward, catching the glint of reinforced harnesses, the flash of red cloaks, the unmistakable silhouette of command. They landed hard. Boots cracking stone. Blades already bloodied. Eyes unreadable. One of them stepped forward, voice low but firm. You for fallback. Headquarters needs you. Izuku hesitated. Mina didn't. She grabbed his arm, nodded once, and launched. Sasha and Connie followed, gear hissing, breath ragged. The camera pulled back as the colossal Titan squad surged forward, silent, practiced, already carving through the next wave. Trost headquarters, 10 minutes later. The wind shifted again, sharper now, carrying the weight of command. Figures dropped from the sky, red cloaks, reinforced gear, blades already bloodied. They landed hard, boots cracking stone, eyes unreadable. One stepped forward, voice low but firm, pointing toward the city's heart. You for fallback. Headquarters needs you. Izuku hesitated, breath caught in his throat, but Mina didn't. She grabbed his arm, nodded once, and launched into the air without a word. Sasha and Connie followed, gear hissing, eyes wide, the rooftop already fading behind them. The camera pulled back as the colossal Titan squad surged forward, carving through the next wave with practiced silence. The breach gaped wider, but the line had shifted. The flight to headquarters was fast 10 minutes of rooftops, smoke, and broken streets. The wind roared past them, carrying dust and the scent of something ancient. The city below twisted beneath their feet, familiar paths now fractured, burning, lost. They landed hard outside the gates, boots skidding, breath ragged. Soldiers shouted orders, names were called, squads were formed. Connie was pulled west, his name shouted by a voice he didn't recognize. Sasha was sent east, her eyes wide, her mouth set, not looking back. Mikasa stood alone, her expression unreadable, assigned to the rearguard without protest. Eren was already gone, his name called first, his path set toward the front lines. Izuku and Mina remained, their names spoken together. They were assigned to the second line of defense for the frontline guard, not the tip of the spear, but close enough to bleed. They moved quickly, refilled their gas, swapped out blades, checked gear for faults. Izuku's hands trembled once, then steadied as Mina tightened his HRS without speaking. Her fingers were quick, her eyes focused, her silence grounding. They were ready, or close enough. Deployment came fast south edge of Trost, rooftops quiet, streets too still. Smoke drifted between buildings, the light pale and wrong, like it had passed through something it shouldn't have. They stood together, gear locked, eyes scanning the horizon. Titans moved in the distance, tall, slow, wrong. Some dragged limbs, others tilted heads, all of them stepping into the ruin. Izuku's fists clenched, jaw tight, breath shallow. Mina didn't speak, but her stance shifted, blades drawn, weight forward. Their superior officers stood nearby, voices low, eyes sharp, scanning the streets with grim precision. One raised a hand, pointing east, toward a narrow alley where movement stirred. "There?" he said. "Your first prey." Izuku didn't speak. Mina didn't blink. They just moved. The wind followed. The silence broke. The shape of ruin had begun. Eastern sector, Trost district. The eastern sector was already burning. Smoke curled between rooftops, drifting low, clinging to the stone like breath that wouldn't leave. The wind carried it sideways, scattering ash across the narrow streets where the Titans had begun to gather. Izuku crouched low on the edge of a rooftop, eyes scanning the horizon, blades drawn. Mina stood beside him, her stance steady, her silence sharp. Their squad had spread out quickly. Orders were barked, formations loose, the rhythm of battle already fraying. 2 officers led the charge, older, faster, louder. They vanished into the smoke without looking back. Izuku didn't notice. Mina didn't ask. "Ready?" he said, voice low. Mina nodded once. They launched. Cables snapped taut, gear hissing, the camera rising with them. Izuku twisted midair, cloak flaring, blades gleaming. The first Titan turned too late, its mouth slack, its eyes wide. He sliced through the nape in a clean arc, steam bursting behind him. Mina curved around the second. She spun once, then twice, her blades carving through the Titan's thigh, then its spine. It collapsed into the street, limbs twitching, face striking the stone with a sound like thunder. Izuku landed beside her, breath sharp, eyes already scanning. 2 down, he said. 8 to go, she replied. They moved again. The third Titan was faster, leaner, its arms longer, its steps deliberate. Izuku launched high, baiting it upward, while Mina dove low, slicing through the Achilles tendon with surgical precision. It fell hard, mouth open, steam rising. Izuku dropped fast, blades flashing, and ended it. The fourth was waiting. It lunged from behind a building, arms outstretched, mouth wide. Mina twisted midair, barely dodging the grasp, her gears snapping her sideways into a tight arc. Izuku followed, blades drawn, slicing through the Titan's wrist, then its jaw. Mina finished it, one clean strike through the nape. They regrouped on a rooftop. Breath ragged. Eyes sharp. The wind screamed past them, carrying heat and dust and the scent of something ancient. Izuku scanned the horizon, searching for movement, for allies, for orders. But the rooftops were empty. "Where are the others?" he asked. Mina didn't answer. She didn't need to. They launched again. The fifth Titan was massive, 13 meters, hunched, its skin pale, its eyes blank. Izuku moved fast, slicing through the shoulder, then spinning upward toward the neck. Mina hit the legs, carving through both knees in a single arc. It fell sideways, face smashing into the stone, dust rising in a wave. They didn't wait. The sixth came from the alley, shorter, faster, mouth twitching. Mina struck. First, slicing through the spine, then twisting upward. Izuku followed, blades flashing, carving through the nape before the Titan could turn. Steam burst behind them. "6," Izuku said. Mina nodded. They moved again. The seventh was slow, dragging one leg, arms limp. Izuku sliced through the ankle, then the wrist, then the neck. It fell like a tree, silent, final. Mina didn't speak. The eighth was waiting. It lunged from a rooftop, mouth open, arms wide. Mina twisted midair, dodging the grasp, slicing through the shoulder. Izuku followed, carving through the spine, then the nape. The Titan collapsed into the street, steam rising. They landed hard. Breath sharp. Eyes scanning. The ninth came fast, too fast. It charged through the smoke, mouth open, eyes locked. Izuku launched high, baiting it upward, while Mina dove low, slicing through the knees. It fell hard, face smashing into the stone. Izuku ended it. The 10th was already climbing. Its fingers dug into the rooftop, its mouth slack, its eyes wide. Mina struck first, slicing through the wrist, then spinning upward. Izuku followed, blades flashing, carving through the nape in a clean arc. The Titan stilled. They landed again. Steam rising. Dust settling. Silence. Izuku crouched low, checking his gear, fingers trembling. His gas was nearly gone. His blades were dull. Mina stood beside him, her breath shallow, her eyes scanning the rooftops. No one was there. No officers. No squad. Just smoke. Just ruin. "They left," Izuku said, voice quiet. Mina didn't speak. She didn't need to. The streets were quiet as they returned. Smoke drifted low, curling around rooftops, clinging to stone like breath that wouldn't leave. Their gear hissed softly, cables slack, blades dulled, gas nearly gone. Headquarters loomed ahead, scarred, frantic, still standing. No one greeted them. They landed hard. Boots skidding, breath ragged, eyes sharp. A soldier waved them toward the supply station without a word. Izuku swapped out his blades, fingers trembling. Mina refilled her gas, checked his HRSS, then her own. They didn't speak. Not yet. The silence between them was not fear, it was focus. Izuku sat for a moment, back against the wall, eyes closed. Mina crouched beside him, watching the sky, listening to the wind. It carried no orders. No hope. Just ash. "Ready?" he asked. Mina nodded. They launched again. The eastern sector had changed. The rooftops were broken. The streets were red. The wind carried screams and silence in equal measure. Izuku landed first, boots cracking stone, blades drawn. Mina followed, her form tight, her breath steady. They saw the carnage. Bodies. Steam. No officers. No squads. Just ruin. Izuku crouched low, scanning the horizon, heart hammering. Mina didn't speak, but her jaw clenched, her stance shifting. They moved forward, slow, deliberate, blades gleaming. The fight wasn't over. The first Titan appeared from behind a collapsed building. Slack-jawed. Wrong. Izuku launched high, slicing through the shoulder, then spinning toward the nape. Mina curved low, carving through the knees, sending it crashing into the stone. Izuku ended it. The second was faster. It lunged from the alley, arms wide, mouth open. Mina twisted midair, dodging the grasp, slicing through the spine. Izuku followed, blades flashing, carving through the neck. Steam burst behind them. They landed hard. Breath sharp. Eyes scanning. Then they heard it. A scream. Chirp. Human. From the right. Izuku didn't speak. Mina didn't blink. They just moved. 0W0. Western Sector, Trost District afternoon. The western sector was worse than the rest. Smoke hung low, unmoving, clinging to rooftops like breath that had forgotten how to rise. The wind carried no orders, no screams, just the slow, deliberate steps of something massive. Izuku crouched low on the edge of a broken rooftop, gas nearly gone, blades dulled. Mina stood beside him, her silence sharp, her eyes locked on the horizon. They saw him one rooftop over alone, still, small. Armin sat with his knees drawn up, his gaze fixed on the wall like it had spoken and he hadn't yet answered. He didn't move. Didn't blink. Didn't breathe like someone who remembered how. Izuku's heart sank. Mina didn't speak. They launched. The Titans came fast, 12 in total, scattered across the rooftops and streets like pieces of a broken promise. Izuku struck the first from above, slicing through the shoulder, then spinning toward the nape. Mina curved low, carving through the knees, sending it crashing into the stone. Steam burst behind them. The second lunged from the alley, arms wide, mouth open. Mina twisted midair, dodging the grasp, slicing through the spine. Izuku followed, blades flashing, carving through the neck. The third was waiting, taller, slower, its gaze locked. Izuku baited it upward while Mina struck low, ending it clean. The fourth was massive, its steps deliberate, its face slack. Izuku sliced through the wrist, then the jaw, then spun upward. Mina hit the legs, carving through both knees, sending it crashing sideways. The fifth came from behind, faster than the rest. Mina saw it first and launched fast, slicing through the shoulder, then the spine. Izuku followed, carving through the nape before it could rise. The sixth was already climbing, fingers digging into the rooftop. They ended it together. 7, 8, 9. Each kill precise. Each movement deliberate. Their gas hissed low. Their blades cracked. The 10th Titan fell hard, its face smashing into the stone, dust rising in a wave. Izuku landed beside Mina, breath ragged, eyes sharp. The 11th came fast, too fast. Mina dodged, Izuku struck, steam burst. The 12th was slow. It didn't matter. They ended it. They reached Armin. He hadn't moved. His eyes were wide, his mouth slack, his breath shallow. Izuku crouched beside him, fingers brushing his shoulder. No response. Mina knelt too, her voice low, her touch gentle. Armin, Izuku said. Still nothing. Just silence. Just ruin. They brought him to shelter, a large building with a flat rooftop. No Titans nearby, no movement. The wind was quiet here, the air still. Izuku laid Armin down gently, his gaze scanning the horizon. Mina checked their gear, gas low, blades cracked, breath thin. They were about to leave when footsteps echoed across the stone. Heavy. Cadets. Annie. Berthold. Reiner. Each one worse for wear, cloaks torn, eyes hollow, breath sharp. Izuku saw Annie's gaze linger on him, longer than the others, unreadable. She didn't speak. Neither did he. Then more arrived. Sasha. Connie. Alive. Izuku's breath caught. Mina's eyes softened. They didn't say it. But they were grateful. The rooftop was quiet, but the silence wasn't peace, it was waiting. Smoke drifted across the skyline, thick and low, curling around the edges of buildings like fingers that wouldn't let go. Screams echoed from the distance, sharp and sudden, then cut off mid-breath. No one spoke. No one moved. Izuku stood near the edge, eyes scanning the horizon, fists clenched. Mina crouched beside Armin, who hadn't spoken since they'd found him, his gaze still locked on the wall like it held the answer to something he couldn't ask. Sasha and Connie sat nearby, breath shallow, gear slack. Annie leaned against the far wall, arms crossed, her eyes flicking toward Izuku every few moments. Reiner and Berthold checked their blades in silence. The wind shifted. It carried heat now. And something else. Something final. Izuku turned to Mina, voice low. We need to restock. If we're going back out, we can't go like this. Mina nodded, her expression unreadable, her silence steady. They stepped toward the edge of the rooftop, gear hissing softly, blades dulled, gas low. Then they saw her. Mikasa. She landed hard on the rooftop across from them, cloak torn, eyes sharp, breath steady. Her presence was quiet, but it carried weight like the wind had chosen her. Izuku's breath caught. Mina didn't blink. Behind her, the skyline shifted. Trost headquarters. Surrounded. Titans pressed in from every side, slow, deliberate, blank-faced. The building stood tall, but it was already bleeding. Smoke rose from its base. Stone cracked. The wind carried the sound of ruin. Izuku stepped forward, eyes wide. No. Mina grabbed his arm, her grip firm, her gaze locked on the scene below. Mikasa didn't speak. She didn't need to. The fall had begun. The rooftop held its breath. Smoke drifted past in slow ribbons, curling around the edges of the building like it didn't want to leave. The wind carried distant screams, sharp, sudden, then gone. No one spoke. No one moved. Mikasa stepped forward. Her cloak was torn, her eyes sharp, her breath steady. She didn't look at anyone else. Just Armin. Her voice was quiet, but it cut through the silence like a blade. "Where's Eren?" Armin didn't answer. His gaze was still locked on the wall, unmoving, unblinking. His fingers trembled. His breath hitched. Izuku stepped closer, but didn't speak. Mina watched from behind, her stance tense. "Armin," Mikasa said again, firmer now. "Where is he?" Armin's shoulders shook. His mouth opened, then closed. His breath came faster. Too fast. Izuku crouched beside him, voice low. "It's okay. Just breathe." Armin blinked. Twice. Then he spoke. "Squad Jaeger, they're gone." The words hung in the air, heavy, final. All of them. Wiped out. It happened so fast. 5 titans clustered together. They came from nowhere. We didn't even have time to react. Mikasa didn't move. Her eyes didn't blink. Armin's voice cracked. "He saw one coming for me. I didn't see it. I couldn't move. He pushed me out of the way." Izuku's breath caught. Mina's fists clenched. "He gave his life," Armin whispered. "He gave his life so I wouldn't die." The rooftop was silent again. But it wasn't peace. It was grief. It was ruin. It was the shape of loss. Unknown rooftop, West Sector Trost District, age 850. Some names are never spoken again. Not because they were forgotten, but because the silence remembers better. And when the silence breaks, it does not ask who is ready, it only asks who remains. The rooftop didn't move. Smoke drifted past in slow ribbons, curling around the edges of the building like breath that had nowhere left to go. The wind carried no orders, no hope, just the distant sound of stone collapsing and the slow, deliberate steps of something massive. Armin sat in silence, his gaze locked on the wall, his breath shallow. No one spoke. Then Mikasa stood. Her hair fell forward, casting shadows across her eyes, hiding the grief that hadn't yet spoken. Her cloak shifted in the wind, torn and heavy, the red darkened by ash. She stepped toward the edge of the rooftop, her boots cracking against the stone. The rest of the 104th Cadet Corps watched her, scattered across the rooftop and nearby buildings, waiting. "I am strong," she said. Her voice was low, but it cut through the silence like a blade. "Stronger than all of you. We cannot be standing around doing nothing while headquarters is being attacked. If you all want to die here as cowards, be my guest. But I'm going to clear the titans near Trost headquarters with or without you." No one moved. Not at first. Then Mikasa launched. Her gear hissed, cables slicing through the air, cloak flaring behind her like a banner of defiance. She didn't look back. She didn't need to. The wind followed her. Armin blinked. Then stood. His legs shook, but he launched after her, gears snapping into place, breath ragged. Connie followed, his eyes wide, his mouth set, his blades drawn. A few others moved, hesitant, slow, but willing. Izuku glanced at Mina. She didn't speak. She didn't need to. They launched together. Cables snapped taut, slicing through the air, the rooftop already fading behind them. Sasha stood at the edge, her grin sharp, her voice loud. "Well," she shouted, "you gonna let her show you up?" The others hesitated. Jean stepped forward. His eyes were tired, his cloak torn, his breath shallow. But his voice was steady. "She's right," he said. "We're not dying here. Not like this." He launched. With a roar, the rest followed. The rooftop emptied. The silence broke. Mikasa flew ahead like a blade drawn from silence. Her cloak flared behind her, gear hissing, cables slicing through the air with surgical precision. She didn't wait. Didn't speak. Her blades tore through the first Titan's nape before it had time to turn. Armin and Connie followed close behind, their arcs tight, their breath sharp. Izuku and Mina trailed them, gear taut, eyes locked on the rooftops ahead. Sasha passed them in a blur, her laughter sharp, her voice cutting through the wind. "Move it, slowpokes," she shouted, catching up to Connie with a grin that didn't reach her eyes. The sky above them was pale and wrong. Mikasa didn't slow. She carved through another Titan clean, final, steam bursting behind her. Then another. And another. Her movements were perfect, but her rhythm was off. Armin saw it first. "She's burning too much gas," he said, voice tight. Izuku glanced up, watching her arc widen, her gear hiss louder. Mina didn't speak, but her jaw clenched. Mikasa twisted midair, blades flashing, launching toward another Titan with reckless speed. Her cables snapped forward and then nothing. No hiss. No pull. No lift. She fell. Her body struck a nearby building, stone cracking, dust rising. Armin shouted her name, launching toward her without hesitation. Connie followed, gear hissing, eyes wide. "We'll be back," Armin called out, voice trailing behind him as they vanished into the smoke. Jean didn't hesitate. He turned toward the rest of the group, eyes sharp, voice steady. "We keep moving. Headquarters is still under siege." The cadets followed, some slow, some fast, all silent. The wind carried the sound of footsteps and ruin. Then the Titans came. 4 of them staggered, slow, wrong. One dragged its foot. Another tilted its head. The third was fast. The fourth was smiling. Izuku launched first. His blades carved through the shoulder of the fast one, then spun upward toward the nape. Steam burst behind him. Mina followed, slicing through the knees of the second, then twisting midair to finish it. The third lunged toward a cadet, caught him mid-flight, tore him in half. Screams echoed. The fourth Titan grabbed 2 more, one by the leg, one by the arm. They didn't have time to scream. Jean landed hard on a nearby rooftop, eyes wide, breath ragged. He watched the carnage unfold, horror etched into every line of his face. I was supposed to be in the interior, he thought. Working for the military police by now. Curse you, Eren. Curse your stupid dream of killing Titans. This is your fault. He didn't move. Didn't speak. Until Marco landed beside him, grabbed his shoulder, and shook him hard. "Jean," Marco said. "We need you." Jean blinked. Twice. Then he stood. His voice was quiet, but it carried. "We move. Headquarters is waiting." The cadets followed. Izuku didn't speak. He moved ahead, eyes scanning, breath steady. 2 Titans appeared from the alley, tall, slow, blank-faced. He didn't launch. Didn't burn gas. He waited. Then he moved. He baited the first Titan forward, dodged low, sliced through the Achilles tendon. It fell. Mina followed, carving through the nape as it hit the ground. The second turned toward him. Izuku ran. Straight toward it. Then launched at the last second, low arc, minimal gas, blades drawn. He sliced through the nape in one clean motion, landed hard, breath steady. Science. Precision. Survival. The cadets stopped just outside Trost headquarters, breath ragged, gear hissing, eyes wide. The building loomed above them, scarred, surrounded, still standing. Smoke curled around its base, drifting upward in slow ribbons. The wind carried the scent of blood and stone. Izuku crouched low, scanning the horizon. Mina stood beside him, her breath shallow, her silence steady. Sasha leaned against the wall, her cloak torn, her eyes sharp. Jean barked orders to the others, voice tight, hands trembling. No one spoke of the losses. Not yet. Izuku's eyes narrowed. 4 Titans. Grouped together. Moving slow. Wrong. He stepped forward, blades drawn, voice low. Stay here, he said to Mina. I want to show you something. She didn't speak. Just nodded once. Izuku launched. His cables snapped forward, not toward the Titans but toward a building nearby. They latched onto the stone with a sharp crack, pulling him upward fast. He didn't use gas. Not yet. He rose high, then let go. Gravity took him. He fell faster than the gear could pull, faster than the wind could scream. His body twisted midair, blades drawn, eyes locked. The first Titan didn't turn in time. Izuku sliced through the nape in one clean arc. Then the second. Then the third. Then the fourth. He landed hard, boots skidding, cloak trailing smoke. Steam rose behind him in thick waves. The Titans didn't move. Didn't twitch. Just fell. The cadets stared. No one spoke. Mina stepped forward, eyes wide. What did you just do? Izuku turned to her, breath steady. I used gravity, he said. Let it do the work. Speed without gas. They blinked at him. Confused. But the wind shifted. And the silence remembered. Trost headquarters, moments after Izuku showed what gravity could do. The group surged forward, leaping through the air with blades drawn and breath ragged. The windows of Trost headquarters shattered beneath them, glass exploding outward as bodies crashed through. They landed hard on the second floor, rolling across the stone, gear hissing, boots skidding. The building was silent, but not still. It looked as though a hurricane had passed through, papers scattered, furniture splintered, blood smeared across the walls. Izuku crouched low, scanning the room, his breath steady despite the chaos. Mina stood beside him, her eyes sharp, her silence grounding. Jean stepped forward, voice tight, about to speak. We need to refuel, he began, and then he stopped. Movement. Out of the corner of his eye. Two figures, trembling, half hidden behind a shattered shelf. Cadets. Their uniforms were torn, their eyes wide, their bodies shaking. Jean's gaze darkened. These people were supposed to tell us what happened, he thought. To inform us they were being overwhelmed. But they did nothing. They hid. He moved fast. Grabbed the first one, a young man, their age, and punched him hard across the face. The cadet crumpled, unconscious before he hit the floor. Jean's voice cracked with fury. You should have told us. You should have warned us how effed up this place was. I should kill you for hiding. The young woman beside him screamed, clutching the unconscious boy, her voice raw. We didn't know what to do. Our commanding officers fled. They left us. Her breath hitched, her eyes wide. We're new recruits just like you. We didn't know how to reach anyone. Jean didn't speak. Not yet. She pointed toward the stairwell, her voice trembling. The refueling stations and blade racks are in the basement. But it's filled with Titans. No one can go down there. Not until they're dealt with. Izuku stepped forward, voice calm. How many? She swallowed hard. Maybe 9. Then the building shook. Stomps. Heavy. Close. Jean turned toward the shattered window, eyes wide. Time slowed. 2 Titans stared back at him, blank-faced, wrong, massive. One raised its fist. It slammed into the 2, launching them through the air, away from headquarters. Jean's breath caught. The new Titan roared, its voice sharp, its body moving with purpose. It didn't attack the building. It attacked the others. Glass shattered again. From the left. Mikasa, Connie, and Armin. They landed hard. Gear hissing, eyes sharp. Mikasa didn't speak. She didn't need to. The new Titan outside tore through its own kind, limbs flying, steam rising. The cadets watched in silence. Then Jean spoke. We need a plan. They gathered quickly, breath shallow, eyes locked. The basement was the goal. The fuel. The blades. Survival. They split into 2 teams. Mina, Armin, and a few others were assigned to the elevator, guns in hand, breath steady. They would descend slowly, firing into the eyes of the Titans below. 9 cadets were chosen to wait in the rafters, blades drawn, hearts pounding. Once the Titans were blinded, they would leap. Izuku crouched beside Mina, voice low. Be careful. She nodded once. The elevator creaked. The rafters groaned. The plan was set. But some plans don't survive the first strike of battle. Trost headquarters basement, operation, takeout. The elevator creaked as it descended, slow and deliberate, the chains groaning under the weight of breath and silence. Armin stood near the front, musket gripped tight, eyes locked on the shadows below. Mina crouched beside him, her stance steady, her gaze sharp. Marco stood at the center, voice low, eyes scanning the dark. The others waited 10 cadets, rifles loaded, hearts pounding. The Titans moved slowly. Their steps echoed through the heavy, deliberate wrong. Steam drifted upward from the basement, curling around the elevator like breath that didn't belong. The cadets didn't speak. Didn't blink. Just watched. Marco raised a hand. Not yet, he whispered. The Titans drew closer. Their eyes gleamed in the dark, wide, blank, ancient. The elevator groaned again, lowering inch by inch. The cadets held their breath. The barrels of their muskets trembled. Then the Titans were close. So close their eyes hovered at the edge of the barrels. Marco's voice cracked through the silence. Now! The camera moves. It circles in slow motion first behind Armin, his musket firing with a sharp crack, smoke bursting from the barrel. Then past Mina, her shot clean, her eyes locked. The camera spins around Marco, his rifle steady, his breath sharp, his voice echoing. It moves past each cadet. One by one. Their shots fire in sequence, a ring of light and smoke and fury. The Titans recoil, heads snapping back, eyes bursting, steam rising. The elevator shakes. The fills with sound. Then silence. The Titans stumble. Writhing. The cadets above waiting in the rafters grip their blades. And leap. The rafters groaned above the basement, the air thick with steam and silence. 9 cadets crouched in the shadows, blades drawn, breath shallow, eyes locked on the Titans below. Their targets stumbled blindly, eyes torn open by musket fire, limbs twitching, jaws slack. The elevator creaked to a halt. Marco raised a hand. They leapt. One by one. Each cadet launched from the rafters, gear hissing, arcs tight, blades gleaming. The camera followed them in sequence, first past a girl with red hair, her strike clean, her Titan collapsing in a burst of steam. Then past a boy with a scar, his blades carving through the nape with surgical precision. Izuku moved next. His arc was tight, his breath steady, his blades drawn. He twisted midair, slicing through the shoulder, then the spine, then the nape. The Titan collapsed beneath him, limbs twitching, steam rising. He landed hard, boots skidding, cloak trailing smoke. Mina followed. Her strike was clean, low, fast, deliberate. Her Titan didn't move again. The others landed in sequence, each kill precise, each movement practiced. Then Sasha struck. Too shallow. Her blades carved through the upper neck, missing the nape by inches. The Titan staggered, then turned its eyes wide, its mouth slack, its gaze locked on her. Connie's strike missed too, slicing through muscle but not enough to end it. The 2 Titans turned. They roared. They chased. Sasha screamed, launching backward, gear hissing, breath ragged. Connie twisted midair, dodging a grasp that nearly caught his leg. The Titans surged forward, blind but furious, limbs crashing through stone. Izuku moved. He launched high, cables snapping, arc tight. He twisted midair, blades drawn, slicing through the nape of Connie's Titan in one clean motion. Steam burst behind him. Connie landed hard, breath ragged, eyes wide. Annie followed. Her arc was silent, her strike perfect. She carved through Sasha's Titan with surgical precision, her blades flashing, her cloak trailing ash. Sasha landed beside her, breath caught, eyes wide. Annie didn't speak. Izuku didn't blink. The basement was quiet again. But it wasn't peace. It was survival. The basement was quiet now. Steam drifted through the rafters, curling around the stone like breath that had nowhere left to go. The Titans were dead. The cadets moved quickly, breath ragged, gear slack, eyes wide. They didn't speak much. Izuku crouched beside the refueling station, fingers steady, replacing his gas canisters with practiced ease. Mina stood beside him, checking her blades, her silence familiar. The others moved around them, Jean barking orders, Marco steadying the younger ones, Sasha and Connie still shaken. The air felt heavier here. Izuku glanced at Mina, voice low. They left us. She didn't look up. Back in the eastern sector, our commanding officers saw the damage and slipped away. Quiet. No orders. No goodbye. Mina nodded once. They abandoned us, she said. The words hung in the air. A few cadets nearby paused. Sasha turned slightly, her expression unreadable. Connie blinked. Jean didn't speak, but his jaw clenched. The silence between them wasn't just grief, it was recognition. They finished refueling. Blades replaced. Gas full. The cadets gathered near the shattered windows, breath steady, eyes locked. Jean raised a hand. We move. Now. They launched together, cables snapping, gear hissing, the rooftop rising to meet them. They landed on a nearby building. Then froze. The strange titan from before, the one that had fought its own kind, was slumped against a wall. Its body twitched. Its limbs were still. And it was being consumed. 3 titans tore into it, jaws wide, limbs twitching, steam rising. Flesh peeled away. Bone cracked. The strange titan didn't fight back. Not yet. Then another titan appeared. Wrong. Its mouth opened. The strange titan moved. Deliberate. It launched toward the new arrival with a roar that split the air. Its fists slammed into the titan's face, then its chest, then its spine. The others turned. It didn't matter. It killed them all. One by one. Steam burst around it. Then it fell. The rooftop was silent. Then Mikasa stepped forward. Her eyes locked on the body. The nape twitched. Steam curled. Something moved. Someone. Eren. He emerged slowly, his body slick with steam, his breath shallow, his eyes wide. Mikasa didn't speak. She didn't blink. She ran to him. She dropped to her knees, placed her head against his chest, her breath catching. Izuku watched from afar. Mina beside him. Neither spoke. Their confusion was quiet. But it was absolute. Wall Rose, military outpost outside Wall Rose entrance, age 850. Some things crawl out of silence that were never meant to speak. And when they do, no one knows whether to listen, run, or pray. Flashback. The wind was quiet as they moved. Not still, never still, but quiet in that way smoke is quiet, curling around the edges of breath and memory. The wall loomed ahead, scarred and massive, its surface streaked with ash and blood. Izuku's boots scraped against the stone as he helped lift Eren's unconscious body, his breath shallow, his grip steady. Mina was beside him, her silence familiar, her eyes locked forward. They didn't speak. Not about what they'd seen. Not about what they were carrying. Eren's body was slick with steam, his skin pale, his breath barely audible. Mikasa held his arm like it was the only thing keeping her upright. She didn't look at anyone. She didn't need to. Armin moved ahead, his gear hissing, his voice low. This doesn't make sense, he said. He was eaten. I saw it. And then, he came out of that titan's nape. Alive. Jean didn't respond. Neither did Reiner or Bertholdt. Marco glanced back once, his expression unreadable, then kept moving. Annie's gaze flicked toward Eren, then away. No one had answers. Izuku blinked, his grip tightening. How does someone survive being eaten? How does someone become a titan? He wanted to ask. He wanted to understand. But the words stayed behind his teeth. I don't have that power. I don't even know what that power is. The wall rose higher. The gate was open, barely. Smoke drifted through the cracks, curling around the cadets like breath that didn't belong. They passed through in silence, boots cracking against the stone, gear slack, eyes wide. The city beyond was broken, rooftops shattered, streets torn, blood smeared across the walls. They didn't stop. Not yet. Armin kept talking, voice tight. Maybe it's some kind of mutation. Or a side effect of being eaten. Or maybe he was always like this. Mikasa didn't flinch. She didn't blink. She just kept walking. Jean's voice was low. Does it matter? Armin turned toward him, eyes wide. Of course it matters. If he's a titan, if he can become one, then what does that mean for us? For the walls? For everything? Jean didn't answer. Izuku glanced at Mina. She didn't speak. But her jaw was tight, her breath steady. She's thinking the same thing, he thought. She just doesn't want to say it. They reached the inner gate. Soldiers stood nearby, eyes wide, weapons drawn. One of them stepped forward, voice shaking. Is that Eren Yeager? Mikasa nodded once. He's unconscious. We need a medic. The soldier hesitated, then stepped aside. They passed through. The streets were quieter here. Less blood. Less ruin. But the silence was heavier. People watched from windows, eyes wide, mouths silent. Children clung to their parents. No one spoke. Izuku felt the weight of Eren's body shift. He adjusted his grip, breath catching. He's heavier than he looks. Steam still rose from his skin, curling around Izuku's fingers like breath that didn't belong. Is this what power feels like? Marco glanced at him. You okay? Izuku nodded. Yeah. Just thinking. Marco didn't press. They reached the medical station. It was half collapsed but still standing. A few medics rushed forward, eyes wide, hands trembling. Mikasa didn't let go until they pried her fingers loose. She didn't speak. She just watched. Armin stepped back, his voice low. We need to tell someone. Commander Pixis. Or someone higher up. Jean's voice was sharp. And say what? That our friend turned into a titan and started killing other titans? That he crawled out of one like it was a cocoon? Armin didn't answer. Izuku crouched beside the wall, his breath steady. Mina sat beside him, her silence grounding. Annie stood nearby, arms crossed, gaze unreadable. Reiner and Bertholdt leaned against the stone, their expressions tight. Marco paced. Jean stared at the sky. No one spoke. Izuku's fingers curled against his knees. I want to ask. I want to know. But what if the answer changes everything? He glanced toward the medical tent. Steam still drifted from the canvas, curling upward like breath that hadn't decided whether to stay. What if I'm not supposed to know? The conversation didn't stay private for long. A few garrison officers older, scarred, eyes sharp had lingered near the edge of the square, listening. Their uniforms were torn, their expressions unreadable. One of them stepped forward, boots cracking against the stone, voice low. Repeat what you just said, he demanded, gaze locked on Armin. Armin blinked. I said Eren came out of the nape of a titan. Alive. Jean stepped forward, jaw clenched. We don't know what it means. We're still trying to figure it out. Reiner didn't speak. His eyes flicked toward the officers, then toward Bertholdt, then back again. The silence between them was sharp. The officer narrowed his eyes. You're saying he became a titan? That he fought other titans? Armin hesitated. Yes. That's what we saw. The officer turned toward the others. Everyone else stepped back. Now. Mikasa didn't move. Marco hesitated. Annie's gaze sharpened. Mina glanced at Izuku, her breath steady. But they stepped back. One by one. The officers closed in. Izuku didn't speak. He watched. He listened. They're afraid, he thought. Not of Eren. Of what he represents. He wanted to ask. He wanted to understand. But the words stayed behind his teeth. The officers didn't shout. They didn't threaten. But their presence was heavy. Their questions were sharp. Armin answered carefully. Jean stayed quiet. Reiner said little. Bertholdt said nothing. Izuku's fingers curled against his knees. If Eren can become a titan, then what else don't we know? He glanced at Mina. She didn't look away. Her silence was grounding. But even she looked uncertain. The steam from the medical tent drifted upward, curling around the officers like breath that didn't belong. The wall loomed behind them. The silence held. And then, present time. After the garrison members pulled Eren and those closest to him away. Izuku blinked, the memory fading like smoke. He sat at a small cafe table, the wood chipped, the umbrella torn. Mina sat across from him, her fork paused midair, her eyes steady. The town inside Walrose was quiet, too quiet. The kind of quiet that came after survival, but before understanding. They were eating lunch. Bread, soup, something warm. They hadn't had breakfast. They hadn't slept much. The food helped. A little. Izuku stirred his soup, gazed distant. Mina watched him. "You're thinking about it again," she said. He nodded. "Yeah." She didn't press. Then the sound came. A cannon fired sharp, sudden, echoing across the rooftops. The cafe table rattled. Birds scattered. People froze. The shot came from the wall. Aimed at something. Somewhere. Izuku stood fast, breath caught. Mina followed, her eyes wide. The silence broke. The rooftops blurred beneath them as Izuku and Mina launched forward, gear hissing, cables slicing through the air. The wind carried dust and steam thick, choking, wrong. It curled around the buildings like breath that didn't belong, rising from a point just beyond the central square. Izuku's eyes narrowed. Mina didn't speak. They moved fast. Jean appeared from the left, his arc tight, his breath ragged. Reiner and Berthold followed, their gear taut, their expressions unreadable. Annie joined from above, her descent silent, her gaze sharp. No one spoke. They all moved toward the same place, the sound of mayhem, the scent of something burning. They landed hard on a nearby rooftop, boots cracking against the stone. The square below was filled with smoke and steam, rising in thick waves, obscuring everything. A small group of garrison soldiers stood in front of the plume, weapons drawn, bodies tense. Their faces were pale, eyes wide, mouths silent. Fear clung to them like ash. All except one. She stood at the center, short white hair, glasses glinting in the haze, her posture steady. Her expression was unreadable, but her presence was sharp. She didn't flinch. Didn't blink. Just watched. The steam shifted. It peeled away slowly, curling upward, revealing something massive. A face. Gnarled. Muscle and bone twisted into something that shouldn't exist. The Titan's eyes were wide, its mouth slack, its skin half-formed and melting. Its arm was outstretched, the muscle peeling away in ribbons, steam rising from the exposed bone. Izuku didn't move, his breath caught. His eyes widened. A half-formed Titan, he thought. Incomplete. Dying. Or unfinished. The others stared in silence. Jean's jaw clenched. Reiner didn't blink. Berthold's breath hitched. Annie's gaze sharpened. Mina stood beside Izuku, her silence grounding, but even she looked shaken. Izuku's all was quiet. But beneath it, buried deep, was fear. Not of the Titan. Not of the melting flesh. But of the possibility. This is what Eren can do, he thought. Even if it's just a fraction. Even if it's not complete. The Titan didn't move. His body twitched. Steam rose. The garrison soldiers didn't step forward. They didn't speak. The woman with white hair adjusted her glasses, her gaze locked on the creature. Izuku swallowed hard. What are we becoming? 0W0. The Titan's head twitched. It was subtle, barely a shift, but Izuku saw it. The way the eyes moved, slow and deliberate, locking onto the garrison soldiers with something that wasn't instinct. Not hunger. Not rage. Something else. The steam curled tighter around its face, bone glinting beneath half-melted muscle. Its gaze didn't wander. It stared. Izuku's breath caught. It's looking at them. Not randomly. Not blindly. It sees them. The garrison soldiers didn't notice. Or maybe they did, and didn't know how to name it. Their weapons stayed raised, their bodies tense, their fear louder than their orders. The woman with white hair didn't flinch. She adjusted her glasses, her gaze steady, her silence sharper than any command. Then Armin stepped forward. His boots cracked against the stone, his gear slack, his breath ragged. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't shout. But the silence bent around him. "Wait," he said. "Don't fire." The soldiers turned. One of them barked. "Step back, kid. That thing's still alive." Armin didn't move. "That thing is Eren." The words hung in the air. The steam didn't shift. The Titan didn't blink. Armin's voice was tight, but clear. "He's not a threat to humanity. He's not attacking us. He's confused. He's hurt. And he's being misunderstood. Jean glanced at Izuku, then back at Armin. Reiner's jaw clenched. Berthold didn't speak. Annie's gaze flicked toward the Titan, then toward the soldiers. Mina stood beside Izuku, her silence grounding. Armin stepped closer. We can use his power. To plug the hole in the wall. To reclaim Trost. To survive. The soldiers didn't lower their weapons. But they didn't fire. Armin's voice cracked slightly. Please. Just give us time. Let him wake up. Let him speak. The Titan's gaze didn't shift. But the steam began to fade. Slowly. Like breath exhaled after holding too long. Izuku watched. His awe was quiet. But the fear remained. This is what Eren can do, he thought. And we're asking to use it. The silence held. The wall waited. And the wind carried no orders, only the sound of something ancient, breathing. The Titan's head gave way. It tore from the half-formed neck with a sickening crack, muscle and bone unraveling midair. It hit the ground hard, sending a shockwave through the square, dust and steam bursting outward in a violent ring. Armin flinched as the blast engulfed him, his cloak whipping back, his boots skidding. The garrison regiment staggered, some shielding their eyes, others frozen in place. The head lay twisted on the stone, its jaw slack, its eyes wide and lifeless. Steam rose in thick waves, curling around the soldiers like breath that didn't belong. The horror on their faces deepened not just at the sight, but at the implication. This thing was still changing. Still alive. Still unknown. The commanding officer stepped forward. His uniform was clean, but his eyes were not. They were tired. Fractured. He raised his arms slowly, the gesture deliberate, heavy with consequence. His gaze flicked toward the cannon crew stationed on the wall, then back toward the Titan's remains. He didn't speak. But in his silence, there was apology. Forgive me, he thought. I don't know what else to do. Armin saw it. Time slowed. His breath caught. His words, his plea hung in the air like ash. They're going to kill him. They're going to fire. And everything we saw, everything we survived, will mean nothing. He moved. He slammed his fist into his chest, the sound sharp, echoing across the square. His voice cracked through the steam. I am a soldier who has been trained by this country's military, he shouted. I will gladly give my life to make sure that my comrade will survive by any means necessary. The officer didn't lower his arm. Armin's voice rose. I truly believe that we could use Eren's powers for the betterment of humanity, just please give him a chance. The square was silent. The steam curled. The officer's arm trembled. He looked at Armin, really looked. The boy's eyes were closed, his stance firm, his breath steady. A silent standoff. One gesture away from death. The officer's arm began to drop. Hold. The voice was calm. Commanding. Pixis stepped forward. His cloak flared in the wind, his posture relaxed, his gaze unreadable. The soldiers turned. The officer froze. Armin opened his eyes. Pixis didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. I'll be taking command now, he said. The cannon crew lowered their weapons. The silence held. And the wall, for now, did not break. The sun hung low over Wall Rose, casting long shadows across the stone pathway leading toward the entrance of Trost district. Izuku and Mina sat at the edge of the square, their half-finished meal spread across the table, bread torn, soup cooling, the interruption of cannon fires still lingering in the air. The town had settled again, but the quiet wasn't peace. It was waiting. Izuku chewed slowly, his gaze drifting upward. At the top of the wall, a small figure stood, cloak flaring, posture relaxed, presence unmistakable. Commander Pixis. He was speaking to Eren, Mikasa, and Armin, though the words didn't reach them. Izuku didn't mind. He trusted the man. Pixis doesn't disappoint, he thought. Everything I've read about him, he's not the kind to waste time or lives. Mina sipped her soup, her silence familiar. She didn't speak, but her eyes followed Izuku's gaze. The wind carried the scent of ash and stone. The wall loomed above them, scarred but still standing. The breach was out of sight but not out of mind. They were just about to relax, just about to let the tension fade when the voice came. Attention! It cracked through the air like a whip, sharp and commanding, echoing across the rooftops and stone. Izuku flinched, his spoon clattering against the bowl. Mina blinked, her breath catching. The voice had come from the top of the wall. From Pixis. And somehow, it reached them clear, deliberate, impossible. Izuku stood slowly, his gaze locked upward. Pixis raised his arm, his voice steady. "We will reclaim Trost District," he said. "We will do so with the power of Eren Yeager." The square fell silent. Soldiers paused. Civilians froze. Izuku's breath caught. Pixis continued. "Eren will transform into his Titan form. He will lift a boulder the size of 3 houses too heavy for any of our means. He will carry it to the breach in the wall." Izuku's eyes widened. A boulder that size? He glanced at Mina. She didn't speak, but her jaw was tight. Pixis's voice rang out again. "Once the breach is sealed, we will rest. One day. Then we will finish off the remaining Titans within the walls." The plan was simple. Brutal. Izuku sat back down slowly, his breath steady. This is it, he thought. This is the moment everything shifts. Mina placed her spoon down, her gaze locked on the wall. Neither of them spoke. The silence held. And the wall waited. The square near the southern gate buzzed with movement. Soldiers gathered in tight formations, gear clinking, voices low. The air was thick with steam and tension, the scent of ash still lingering from the earlier cannon blast. Commander Pixis had finished his speech, and now the garrison regiment was mobilizing deliberating squads, assigning roles, preparing for the impossible. A high-ranking officer stepped forward, his cloak heavy with dust, his voice sharp. "Squad assignments are as follows," he barked, eyes scanning the gathered cadets and soldiers. "You'll be grouped by tactical compatibility and gear status. No exceptions." Izuku stood beside Mina, his breath steady, his gaze locked forward. Annie leaned against a nearby wall, arms crossed, her expression unreadable. The officer's eyes flicked toward them. "Squad 9, he said. "Izuku Midoriya, Mina Carolina, Annie Leonhardt. You'll be joined by Sergeant Harvin and Corporal Loon." 2 garrison soldiers stepped forward, older, taller, their uniforms crisp, their expressions unreadable. Harvin had a scar across his jaw. Loon wore her hair in a tight braid, her eyes sharp behind a cracked visor. They didn't speak. Just nodded once. Izuku's jaw tightened. Mina didn't hide her frown. She leaned closer, voice low. "Just 2 of them?" Izuku nodded. "Same as last time." Annie didn't react. She just watched. Mina's voice was sharper now. "They're going to bail. Like the last ones. As soon as things get messy." Izuku didn't answer. But the thought was there. We've seen it before. Officers who talk big, then vanish when the Titans come. He glanced at Harvin and Loon. They didn't look afraid. But they didn't look committed either. The officer continued assigning squads, his voice fading into the background. Izuku adjusted his gear, his fingers steady. Mina checked her blades, her breath tight. Annie didn't move. Harvin finally spoke. "We're not here to run." Loon nodded. "We heard what happened in the basement. We're not those officers." Izuku didn't respond. Mina didn't either. "We'll see," Izuku thought. "When the Titans come, we'll see who stays." Trost District, Eastern Commercial District, age 850. Some plans sound like hope when spoken aloud. But when you're the one meant to survive them, they feel like something else entirely. The wind over Trost was heavy with ash and memory. From the top of the eastern wall, Izuku could see the city laid bare, its bones exposed, its breath stolen. Rooftops had collapsed inward like broken ribs, streets were smeared with soot and blood, and the air shimmered with heat and steam. The breach in wall rose loomed behind them, a jagged wound in the stone, still gaping, still hungry. Titans had poured through it like floodwater, and now they roamed the city below, dozens of them, maybe more. Their movements were slow, deliberate, wrong. Some wandered aimlessly through the ruins, others clustered near the central plaza, drawn by sound, by motion, by the scent of life. Izuku counted at least 30 from where he stood. Maybe 40. Maybe more hidden behind the smoke. He adjusted his gear, fingers steady despite the weight in his chest. Mina stood beside him, her cloak fluttering in the wind, her eyes locked on the city below. Annie was crouched near the edge of the wall, her gaze unreadable, her posture relaxed but coiled. Harvin and Loon stood a few paces back, checking their blades, their expressions tight. No one spoke. The silence wasn't fear, it was focus. The kind that came before a storm. The kind that came when survival depended on precision. The East Commercial District had once been vibrant. Izuku remembered reading about it during training market stalls, bakeries, tailor shops, a small theater tucked between two stone alleys. Now it was rubble. The plaza was cracked, the fountain shattered, the buildings half collapsed. But it was open. Wide enough for maneuvering. Narrow enough to trap titans. And close enough to the breach to intercept anything that wandered too far from the center. That was their job. Draw the titans away. Keep them from the boulder. Let the Vanguard Action Squad move it without interference. Simple in theory. Suicidal in practice. Izuku exhaled slowly, his breath curling in the wind. This is where we hold them, he thought. This is where we make the plan work. From the far side of the wall, a plume of green smoke burst into the sky. Signal fire. The mission had begun. Harvin didn't wait. Move, he barked, voice sharp. Izuku launched first, cables hissing, gears slicing through the air. The wind roared past his ears as he descended, boots cracking against a rooftop, cloak flaring. Mina followed close behind, her arc tight, her breath steady. Annie dropped in silence, her blades already drawn. Harvin and Loon landed hard, their gear precise, their presence sharp. The titans turned. Slowly. Deliberately. Their eyes locked onto the squad. Izuku didn't hesitate. He moved. The first rooftop cracked beneath Izuku's boots as he landed, dust kicking up around him. The city below was chaos titans lumbering through the streets, their massive forms casting long shadows over shattered stalls and broken stone. The East Commercial District had become a graveyard of movement, a place where every sound echoed like a scream. Izuku didn't hesitate. He launched again, cables hissing, gear biting into the air. His squad followed Mina close behind, Annie silent and sharp, Harvin and Loon flanking wide. The titans turned. 3 of them medium-sized, erratic in movement, their eyes wide and mouths slack. One stumbled through a collapsed bakery, its foot crushing the remains of a wooden cart. Another twisted toward the squad, its arms flailing, its gait uneven. The third was faster, leaner, its head ped unnaturally to the side, its teeth bared in a grotesque grin. Izuku didn't wait for orders. He angled his gear, shot forward, and sliced across the lean titan's nape in a clean arc. Steam burst from the wound, the body collapsing mid-step. Mina followed suit, her blades flashing as she tore through the second titan's neck, landing hard on a nearby rooftop. Annie didn't speak, she moved like a shadow, her blades precise, her descent silent. The third titan reached for Harvin, but Loon intercepted, her gear tight, her strike brutal. The titan fell backward, crashing into the remains of a tailor shop. Izuku landed beside Mina, breath steady. "They're responding fast," he said. Mina nodded, wiping blood from her cheek. "Too fast." Harvin regrouped, his voice sharp. "Keep moving. We need to draw more." The squad launched again, sweeping through the district in tight formation. Titans turned toward them, 5, then 7, then more. The bait squads on the far side of the wall had done their job. The green smoke had worked. Now the titans were converging. Izuku's squad didn't falter. The garrison officers Harvin and Loon moved with precision. They didn't hesitate. They didn't run. When a titan lunged from behind a collapsed building, Harvin met it head-on, slicing through its nape with brutal efficiency. Loon covered his flank, her gear tight, her strikes clean. Izuku watched them for a moment, surprised. They're not like the last ones, he thought. They're holding. Mina landed beside him, her breath ragged. "They're good," she said. Izuku nodded. "Better than expected." Annie didn't speak. She moved ahead, her gaze locked on a cluster of titans near the plaza. Izuku followed, his squad tight behind him. The titans were gathering, drawn by movement, by sound, by the scent of blood. The plan was working. But the cost was rising. Izuku didn't speak. He moved, and the city held its breath. The Titans converged. Izuku's squad swept through the East Commercial District like a blade through smoke, fast, deliberate, unrelenting. The bait squads had done their job. The green signal had worked. Now the monsters were coming. From alleyways, from collapsed buildings, from the breach itself. Their footfalls cracked stone, their groans echoed off the walls, and their eyes locked onto movement with terrifying clarity. Izuku launched again, cables hissing, gear biting into the air. He twisted mid-flight, angled toward a Titan that had just turned the corner, a tall one, lanky, its arms dragging behind it like ropes. He struck clean, slicing through the nape with practiced precision. Steam burst upward, curling around his descent. He landed hard, boots skidding across a shattered rooftop. Mina followed, her blades flashing as she intercepted a Titan that had lunged toward Loon. She moved faster than Izuku remembered from training. Her gear was tight, her arcs clean, her strikes brutal. The Titan collapsed, its body crashing into the remains of a market stall. Loon didn't flinch. She pivoted, launched again, and took down another with a single, vicious strike. Harvin barked orders from above, coordinating movement with sharp efficiency. North alley. 2 incoming. Annie, take the left. Annie didn't respond. She moved. Izuku watched her for a moment, silent, precise, unreadable. She didn't hesitate. She didn't falter. Her blades tore through flesh like paper, her gear silent as death. The Titan didn't even have time to turn before it fell. The squad regrouped near the shattered fountain, steam rising around them like breath. Titans were still coming more than before. Drawn by the noise. Drawn by the movement. Drawn by the scent of blood. Izuku's breath was steady, but his chest was tight. This is working, he thought. But it's not slowing down. Harvin glanced at him. We hold here. Make noise. Keep them coming. Izuku nodded. We'll give the vanguard their window. Mina wiped blood from her cheek, her gaze locked on the breach. Just hope they use it. The wind shifted. The Titans roared. And the squad moved again. The Titans pressed harder. They came in waves now, drawn by the noise, the movement, the scent of blood. Izuku's squad had done their job too well. The East Commercial District was flooded with them, their grotesque forms weaving through the ruins like predators in a maze. Izuku launched again, slicing through a Titan's nape mid-flight, steam bursting around him. He landed hard, boots skidding across a cracked rooftop, breath ragged. Mina followed, her blades flashing, her arc tight. Annie moved like a ghost, silent and precise. Loon barked a warning, 3 more, north alley, but the sound was swallowed by the roar of another Titan crashing through a collapsed storefront. Harvin was already moving. He intercepted one of the newcomers, a tall, broad-shouldered Titan with a slack jaw and twitching limbs. His gear hissed, his blade struck true, but the second Titan was faster. It lunged from behind the rubble, its hands sweeping wide. Harvin twisted, but not fast enough. The blow caught him across the side, sent him flying into a stone wall with a sickening crack. Dust burst upward. His gear clattered against the ground. Izuku's breath caught. Harvin! Mina was already moving, launching toward the impact site. Loon followed, her voice sharp. Cover him! Annie didn't speak. She pivoted midair, slicing through the second Titan's nape before it could reach Harvin again. The body collapsed, steam rising. Izuku landed beside Mina, crouched low, eyes scanning the rubble. Harvin was alive. But barely. His leg was twisted unnaturally, blood pooling beneath him. His breath was shallow, his jaw clenched. I can't run, he said, voice tight. Gears damaged. Legs worse. Izuku didn't hesitate. We'll get you back to the wall. Harvin shook his head. No time. You need to keep moving. Draw them away. Loon crouched beside him, her voice low. You're not dying here. Harvin met her gaze. I'm not. But I'm not fighting either. Izuku's jaw clenched. The plan was working, but the cost had begun. 1 soldier down. 1 less blade in the air. 1 more weight to carry. Mina touched his shoulder. We need to go. Izuku nodded. Harvin was lifted by Loon, his gear dragging behind him. I'll get him to the wall, she said. You three keep the Titans busy. Izuku didn't speak. He launched. 0W0. The rooftops blurred beneath Izuku's boots as he launched again, the hiss of his gear slicing through the air. Harvin was gone, injured, bleeding, carried back to the wall by Loon. One less blade. One less voice. The squad was smaller now, tighter, quieter. Just Izuku, Mina, and Annie. And the Titans were still coming. Steam curled around the shattered plaza like breath from a dying beast. The Titans moved through it slow, deliberate, grotesque. Their eyes locked onto motion, their limbs twitched with hunger. Izuku counted 6 in their immediate radius. 2 were massive, their heads brushing the tops of the ruined buildings. The others were smaller, faster, erratic. One of them twisted unnaturally as it moved, its arms flailing, its mouth slack. Izuku didn't hesitate. He launched toward the nearest Titan, angled his gear, and sliced through its nape in a clean arc. Steam burst upward, the body collapsing mid-step. Mina followed, her blades flashing as she intercepted another, her descent sharp and brutal. Annie didn't speak. She moved like a shadow, her strikes precise, her presence cold. They regrouped near the remains of a collapsed bakery, the scent of ash and flowers still lingering in the air. Izuku crouched low, scanning the rooftops. We're pulling them, he said. But they're not thinning out. Mina wiped blood from her cheek, her breath steady. They're multiplying. Annie's voice was quiet. They're converging. Izuku nodded. We need to push deeper. Away from the boulder path. The squad launched again, sweeping through the district in tight formation. Titans turned toward them, drawn by the noise, the movement, the scent of blood. The plan was working. But the cost was rising. They landed near the central fountain, steam rising around them. The Titans were closer now, more aggressive, more erratic. One lunged from behind a collapsed wall, its hands sweeping wide. Izuku twisted midair, barely dodging the strike. Mina intercepted, her blades flashing, her arc tight. Annie moved in silence, her strike clean. The Titan fell. But more were coming. Izuku's breath caught. This is working, he thought. But we're running out of space. The plaza cracked beneath the weight of the fight. Steam curled upward in thick waves, obscuring rooftops and alleyways, turning the air into a choking haze. Titans roared through the ruins, their limbs crashing against stone, their mouths slack with hunger. Izuku twisted midair, slicing through a Titan's nape, steam bursting around him. He landed hard, boots skidding across the fractured remains of a market stall. Mina followed, her blades flashing, her arc tight. The two moved in tandem now, no orders, no hesitation. Just instinct. Annie was ahead. She'd launched toward a cluster of Titans near the north alley, her gear silent, her posture sharp. Izuku saw her silhouette for a moment, just a flicker through the steam. Then the building beside her groaned. A massive Titan leaned against it, its weight too much for the crumbling stone. The structure gave way with a deafening crack, the roof collapsing inward, the walls folding like paper. Dust exploded outward, swallowing the alley in a cloud of debris. Izuku flinched, his arm raised against the blast. Mina staggered beside him, coughing, her cloak whipping in the wind. When the dust cleared, Annie was gone. Izuku's breath caught. Annie. No response. He scanned the rooftops, the alleys, the plaza. Nothing. No movement. No silhouette. Just steam. Just Titans. Just the sound of stone settling. Mina landed beside him, her voice tight. She's not here. Izuku didn't speak. He felt it deep in his chest. Not panic. Not fear. Something colder. She didn't fall, he thought. She vanished. The Titans didn't wait. 3 more turned the corner, their eyes wide, their limbs twitching. Izuku launched again, his gear hissing, his blades flashing. Mina followed, her breath steady, her arc clean. They moved together alone now, without backup, without certainty. The district groaned beneath. The plaza was a furnace of steam and stone. Izuku and Mina moved through it like ghosts, silent, fast, deliberate. The Titans didn't stop. They came in waves, drawn by motion, by blood, by the scent of survival. Izuku's blades tore through a nape, steam bursting upward. Mina intercepted another, her arc tight, her breath steady. They didn't speak. There was no time. No space. Just the rhythm of movement and the weight of distraction. They were alone. Harvin was gone. Loon hadn't returned. Annie had vanished. Izuku felt it in his chest, not panic, not fear. Something colder. This is what distraction costs, he thought. This is what it means to be bait. A titan lunged from the alley, its arms sweeping wide. Izuku twisted midair, dodged, countered, sliced. Mina followed, her blades flashing, her descent brutal. They landed hard, boots cracking against stone, breath ragged. The plaza groaned beneath them. The titans didn't stop. A hiss of gear. A blur of motion. Loon dropped from above, blades flashing, cloak flaring. She intercepted a titan mid-lunge, her strike clean, her presence sharp. Izuku's breath caught. You came back. Loon didn't look at him. I said I wouldn't run. She moved again, slicing through another titan, steam rising around her like smoke. The squad was 3 again. Not whole. But not broken. The titans pressed harder. But so did they. Far across the city, a distant signal burst into the sky, red smoke, flaring high. The Vanguard Action Squad had reached the boulder path. The plan was in motion. The breach would be sealed. If they could hold. Izuku didn't speak. He moved. The plaza cracked beneath them. And then Annie returned. She dropped from the rooftops in silence, her gear tight, her blades clean. Her cloak was torn, her posture rigid. Her expression was unreadable, haunted, hollow, but harder than before. She didn't speak. She didn't explain. She just joined the formation, her gaze locked forward. Izuku glanced at her. You're late. Annie didn't look at him. I'm here. That was enough. They moved again. And the city held its breath. The rhythm returned. With Loon back in formation and Annie rejoining in silence, the squad moved like a single blade, sharp, deliberate, unrelenting. Izuku launched toward a titan weaving through the ruins, his gear hissing, his blades flashing. The nape split clean, steam bursting upward. Mina intercepted another, her arc tight, her descent brutal. Loon flanked wide, her strike sufficient, her presence grounding. Annie didn't speak. She moved like a shadow, her posture rigid, her expression unreadable. The titans kept coming. But the squad held. The plaza was slick with steam and blood. Izuku twisted midair, blades flashing, gear hissing. A titan lunged from the alley, its mouth slack, its limbs twitching. Mina intercepted, her arc tight, her strike brutal. Loon flanked wide, slicing through another with clean precision. Annie moved in silence, her posture rigid, her presence colder than before. The squad was holding. Barely. But they were holding. The flare. Red smoke burst into the sky from the direction of the boulder path. Izuku saw it mid-flight, his breath catching. He landed hard, boots cracking against stone, eyes locked on the signal. Mina dropped beside him, her voice tight. That's not the success flare. Loon froze. Red means failure. Annie didn't speak. Izuku's chest tightened. The mission failed. The boulder hadn't moved. The breach wasn't sealed. The Vanguard Action Squad, Eren, Armin, Mikasa, they hadn't made it. Or something went wrong. Or someone fell. The titans didn't care. They kept coming. Izuku's squad was still bait. Still fighting. Still bleeding. But now, there was no plan. No fallback. No guarantee. Just survival. Izuku didn't speak. He launched. Trost District, Eastern Commercial District, age 850. They fought like dancers in a burning theater, graceful, desperate, and always a step behind the fire. The red flare hung in the sky like a wound that refused to close. Izuku stared at it mid-flight, the color burning into his vision even as he twisted through the air. His blades tore through a titan's nape, steam erupting in a violent burst that blurred the rooftops below. The signal was unmistakable failure. The boulder hadn't moved. The breach remained open. He landed hard, boots skidding across fractured stone, breath sharp in his throat. Mina dropped beside him, her cloak torn, her gear hissing as she reloaded. She didn't speak, but her eyes locked onto his with a clarity that cut deeper than words. "We're still alive," she said quietly, "but we're no longer part of a plan." Another Titan turned the corner, its limbs twitching, its mouth slack. Mina launched again, her arc clean, her strike brutal. Izuku followed, sweeping wide to intercept a second Titan veering toward the wall. His blade struck true, but the movement felt heavier now, less like strategy, more like instinct. The plaza groaned beneath them, buildings leaning inward, steam rising in thick waves. They regrouped near the shattered fountain, the air thick with heat and ash. Loon dropped in from above, her posture sharp, her presence grounding. She didn't ask about the flare. Her expression said she'd seen it. "We hold," she said, voice low, "until someone tells us otherwise." Izuku nodded, jaw clenched. Annie stood a few paces away, her gaze locked on the breach, her silence louder than any scream. She hadn't spoken since returning, and Izuku hadn't asked why. The Titans kept coming. They moved through the ruins like predators in a maze, slow, deliberate, grotesque. Their eyes locked onto motion, their limbs twitched with hunger. Izuku launched again, slicing through a nape mid-flight. Mina intercepted another, her descent clean, her blades flashing. Loon flanked wide, her strikes efficient, her gear tight. Annie didn't falter. She moved like a shadow, her posture rigid, her blades precise. Izuku landed beside Mina, breath steady, eyes scanning the rooftops. "They're not thinning out," he said. Mina wiped blood from her cheek. "They're multiplying." Loon's voice was clipped. "They know we're here." Annie didn't respond. She launched again, her arc sharp, her strike clean. The Titan fell without a sound. Izuku watched her for a moment, something cold settling in his chest. "She's changed," he thought. Something happened when she vanished. The plaza cracked beneath them, the rhythm returning in fragments. Izuku twisted midair, dodged a sweeping arm, countered, sliced. Steam burst upward. Mina followed, her gear tighter. Descent brutal. They regrouped again, this time near the remains of a bakery. The scent of ash and flour lingered, bitter and strange. Izuku crouched low, scanning the rooftops. "We need to push them back," he said. "Away from the wall." Loon nodded, her jaw tight. "We'll hold the line." Mina glanced at Annie. "You with us?" Annie didn't look at her. "I'm here." That was enough. They launched again. The Titans surged again, drawn by movement, by heat, by the scent of blood. Izuku launched toward the nearest one, gear hissing, blades flashing. He twisted midair, angled his descent, and struck clean across the nape. Steam burst upward, curling around his boots as he landed. Another Titan turned from the alley, its gait erratic, its arms dragging like ropes. Mina intercepted, her arc tight, her strike brutal. They moved like a unit now, no orders, no hesitation. Loon swept wide, her gear taut, her blades carving through a Titan that had begun to climb the rubble near the wall. Annie dropped from above, silent, precise, her cloak flaring as she sliced through a second. Izuku watched her for a moment, her posture was colder than before, her movements sharper. "She's not just fighting," he thought. "She's punishing them." Left flank, Loon called, voice clipped. "Two more incoming." Izuku launched again, cables biting into the air. He twisted around a rooftop chimney, angled hard, and struck the first Titan mid-turn. The second lunged toward Mina, its mouth slack, its limbs twitching. She didn't flinch. Her blades tore through the nape in a clean arc, her landing sharp. Steam rose around her like breath from a dying beast. They regrouped near a collapsed watchtower, the stones still warm from impact. Izuku crouched low, scanning the rooftops. The Titans were still coming, but slower now, less coordinated. The bait was working. Even without the boulder, even without the breach sealed, they were drawing the monsters away from the heart of the city. "We're holding," Mina said, breath steady. Loon nodded. "For now." Annie didn't speak. She stood a few paces away, her gaze locked on the horizon. Izuku followed her line of sight toward the breach, toward the red flare still hanging in the sky. It hadn't faded. It hadn't been replaced. The failure was still burning. Izuku's chest tightened. They didn't make it, he thought. Or they did and it wasn't enough. A titan roared from the far end of the plaza, its voice low and guttural. It moved faster than the others, its limbs twitching with unnatural rhythm. Izuku launched toward it, gear hissing, blades ready. He twisted midair, dodged a sweeping arm, countered, sliced. The nape split open, steam bursting upward. He landed hard, boots cracking against stone. Mina dropped beside him, her voice low. That one was different. Izuku nodded. They're adapting. Loon crouched near the edge of the rooftop, her eyes scanning the alleyways. We need to keep moving. Keep drawing them away. Annie turned, her voice quiet. They're not done with us. Izuku met her gaze. Her eyes were unreadable, haunted, hollow, but harder than before. He didn't ask where she'd gone. He didn't ask what she'd seen. He just nodded. Then we're not done either. They launched again. The rooftops thinned as they neared the breach, the air heavy with heat and silence. Izuku's gear hissed weakly, the gas sputtering with each launch. His blades were dulled, nicked from repeated strikes, and the spare pair clattered uselessly against his thigh, his final set. Mina's cloak was torn through, her gear rattling with strain. Loon moved slower now, her arcs tighter, conserving fuel. Annie didn't speak. Her blades were stained, her posture rigid, her silence absolute. They landed near the boulder. It loomed like a monument to failure, massive, unmoved, casting long shadows across the cracked plaza. And there, slumped against its base, was Aaron's titan form. Steam curled from his shoulders in slow, rhythmic pulses. His head was bowed, his arms limp, his body still. Sleeping. Or something worse. Izuku's breath caught. He made it, he thought. But he didn't finish. Mina stepped forward, her voice low. Is he? Before she could finish, a blur of motion cut through the air. Armin landed on Aaron's nape, his gear hissing, his posture frantic. He didn't hesitate. He crouched low, pressed his hands against the steaming flesh, and began to speak words lost to distance. But his urgency was unmistakable. Izuku watched, frozen. He's trying to reach him. Loon's voice was sharp. Titans incoming. From the far end of the plaza, they emerged slow, deliberate, grotesque. Drawn by movement. Drawn by the scent of blood. Drawn by the failure. Izuku turned, eyes scanning the horizon. The Vanguard Action Squad was forming up, garrison soldiers, scattered but resolute, blades drawn, gear sputtering. They were tired. Spent. But they were still here. Izuku didn't speak. He launched. Mina followed, her arc tight, her blades flashing. Loon swept wide, intercepting a titan that had begun to veer toward Armin. Annie moved in silence, her strikes clean, her posture colder than ever. The four of them fought like dancers in a burning theater, graceful, desperate, and always a step behind the fire. Steam rose around them in thick waves. The titans pressed harder. But the line held. Armin didn't move from Aaron's nape. He kept speaking, his voice steady, his presence unwavering. Izuku saw it in his posture, the belief, the desperation, the hope. He's not giving up, Izuku thought. So neither will we. They moved again. And the city waited. The plaza was a furnace of steam and blood. Titans pressed in from every direction, drawn by the chaos, by the scent of exhaustion. Izuku's gear sputtered with each launch, the last of his gas burning fast. Mina moved beside him, her cloak shredded, her blades dulled to the edge of uselessness. They had scavenged what they could from the dead gas canisters, half full, blades chipped but intact, but even that was running out. Every movement now was a gamble. They landed near the base of the boulder, steam curling around Aaron's titan form like smoke from a dying fire. He hadn't moved. His head was still bowed, his limbs slack. Armin stood on the nape, shouting something they couldn't hear, his voice lost in the roar of the fight. Izuku's chest tightened. He's still in there. He has to be. Then the shadow fell. A titan loomed above them, tall, gaunt, its arms outstretched. Izuku turned, too late. The hand closed around him like a vice, crushing the air from his lungs. A second hand snatched Mina her. Scream sharp and sudden. They were lifted together, limbs pinned, blades trapped. The Titan's mouth opened wide, slack and waiting. "Mina!" Izuku's voice cracked. She twisted in the Titan's grip, her eyes wide, her breath ragged. "I can't move." The mouth drew closer. Heat rolled over them, thick and sour. Izuku's heart pounded, his vision narrowing. "Not like this. Not now. Not when we're this close." He strained against the fingers, his shoulder screaming, his blade arm pinned at an angle that burned. Mina thrashed beside him, her hand twitching, her grip slipping. A tremor. Aaron's Titan form shifted. Steam burst from his shoulders in violent waves. His head lifted, slow and deliberate. His eyes flared green, bright, alive. The ground shook beneath them as his limbs tensed, his posture changing. Armin didn't move from the nape. He just kept speaking. And Aaron was listening. Izuku grit his teeth, forced his arm free with a cry. The blade scraped against bone. Mina did the same, her wrist trembling, her breath sharp. Together, they struck blades slicing into the Titan's hand, steam erupting in a burst of pressure. The grip loosened. They fell. Izuku hit the ground first, his shoulder cracking against stone. Mina landed beside him, her leg twisted, blood blooming beneath her. They didn't speak. They couldn't. The pain was immediate, sharp, but the fight wasn't over. Aaron roared. It wasn't the mindless scream of before. It was focused. Controlled. His Titan form surged forward, muscles coiling, hands slamming into the earth. He turned toward the breach, toward the Titans, and moved. Izuku pushed himself up, breath ragged. Mina staggered beside him, blades trembling in her grip. "We're not done," she said, voice hoarse. Izuku nodded, blood running down his arm. "Then we keep going." They launched again. And the city roared with them. 0W0. They reached the rooftop in staggered arcs, gear sputtering, limbs trembling. Izuku landed first, boots skidding across scorched tile, the heat of the steam burning through his uniform. Mina followed, her descent uneven, her breath ragged. She collapsed against his side without ceremony, her arm looping around his shoulder, her weight heavy but familiar. Izuku didn't flinch. He braced her, one hand gripping her waist, the other still clutching his final blade. Her legs buckled beneath her, trembling with strain. "I can't feel them," she muttered, voice hoarse. "They're not broken," Izuku said, though he wasn't sure. "Just overused." Steam rose around them in thick waves, curling off the plaza like smoke from a battlefield long lost. The Titans were still moving below, but slower now, disoriented. The Vanguard Action Squad held the line, blades flashing, gears shrieking. And then Aaron moved. His Titan form shifted against the boulder, muscles coiling, steam bursting from his shoulders. Slowly, deliberately, he reached upward, massive fingers curling around the stone. Izuku watched, breath caught, as the boulder lifted inch by inch over Aaron's body. The muscles in his arms flexed, veins bulging, posture rigid. It wasn't rage. It wasn't chaos. It was control. Mina blinked, her voice barely audible. "He's doing it." Izuku nodded, eyes wide. "He's awake." They turned to the right, instinctive, drawn by motion. Their commanding officer had arrived, her silhouette cutting through the haze like a blade. She moved slowly, each step deliberate, her gear dragging behind her. Steam fluttered off her body in thin ribbons, Titan blood sizzling as it disintegrated across her uniform. Her cloak was half gone, her face streaked with ash and exhaustion. Izuku straightened, still bracing Mina. "Captain." She didn't speak at first. Her eyes scanned the plaza, the breach, the boulder. Then she looked at them just for a moment and nodded. "You held," she said. Mina coughed, her voice dry. "Barely." The captain stepped forward, her posture rigid despite the damage. "Then we finish this." Izuku tightened his grip on his blade. The plaza was a graveyard of steam and motion. Titans pressed in from every direction, drawn by Aaron's movement, by the scent of blood, by the last flickers of resistance. Izuku's gear hissed weakly, the final gas canister burning fast. Mina moved beside him, her blades chipped, her cloak shredded. Loon swept wide, intercepting threats with brutal precision. The three of them moved as one, no formation, no orders, just instinct and desperation. Annie was gone again. Izuku hadn't seen her vanish, but he felt it. Her absence was deliberate, quiet, familiar. She had returned to the ones she trusted most, Reiner and Berthold. Whatever she was now, it wasn't theirs to hold. Left flank. Loon shouted, slicing through a titan that had begun to veer toward Eren. Izuku launched, twisting midair, his blade cutting clean. Mina followed, her arc tight, her breath ragged. The titans kept coming. The Vanguard Action Squad fought hard, blades flashing, gear shrieking, but one by one, they fell. Screams echoed through the plaza, steam rising in thick waves. Blood soaked the stone. Riko held the line with them, her posture rigid, her eyes sharp. Mikasa arrived in silence, her blades already stained, her presence grounding. Armin joined soon after, breathless, frantic, but focused. They were 6 now. The last 6. Eren moved. His titan form surged forward, muscles coiling, steam bursting from his shoulders. He reached the breach, the boulder still clutched in his massive hands. The titans roared behind him, but he didn't falter. Armin stood near the base, voice rising above the chaos. "Eren! Finish it!" Eren's titan roared. It wasn't rage. It wasn't madness. It was triumph. He slammed the boulder into the breach with a force that shook the plaza. Stone cracked, spiderweb fractures racing up the wall. The boulder clenched tight, locked into place. The breach was sealed. It would not be broken again. Silence followed. Izuku, Loon, and Mina slammed into the ground beside the others, their bodies broken, breath ragged. Blood pooled beneath them, gear clattered against stone. Mikasa turned, eyes wide. Armin dropped beside them, voice trembling. "They're alive," he said. But barely. 2 titans loomed over them, tall, grotesque, their expressions twisted in hunger. They moved to strike. No one had time to react. A figure flew through the air, gear shrieking, blades flashing. In one clean motion, both titans fell, napes sliced, steam bursting upward. The figure landed atop the corpses, cloak flaring, boots cracking against flesh. The sun was falling behind him, casting his face in shadow. He didn't look at the titans. He looked at them. "You," he said, voice sharp. "Tell me exactly what happened in the few hours that we were gone." His tone was tired, but it bordered on fury. The plaza was still. Steam curled upward in thick waves, the scent of blood and stone lingering in the air. Eren's titan form knelt at the breach, his massive hands pressed against the boulder now locked into place. The spiderweb cracks along the wall had stopped spreading. The breach was sealed. It would not be broken again. Izuku lay on the ground beside Mina and Loon, breath ragged, blood pooling beneath them. Mikasa crouched nearby, her blades drawn, her eyes scanning the horizon. Armin stood frozen, watching Eren with something between awe and disbelief. Then Riko moved. She pulled the flare gun from her belt with practiced ease, her hand trembling only slightly. She raised it toward the sky and fired. The yellow flare burst upward, cutting through the steam, rising high above the rooftops. It hung there like a beacon, bright, final, undeniable. The mission was complete. The yellow flare still hung in the sky, casting a golden haze over the plaza. The breach was sealed. The titans were thinning. But the cost was written across every rooftop, every broken body, every breath that came too shallow. Izuku lay on the ground beside Mina and Loon, blood soaking through his uniform, his blade arm trembling. Mina's leg was twisted beneath her, her breath sharp, her grip fading. Loon crouched low, her shoulder torn, her gears sparking with strain. 2 titans had loomed over them. Now they lay dead, steam rising in thick waves from their corpses, their mouths slack, their limbs twitching. The figure who had felled them stood atop their bodies, cloak flaring in the wind. The symbol on his back was unmistakable. Wings of freedom. Levi Ackerman. He didn't speak at first. He scanned the plaza, eyes sharp, posture rigid. Then he stepped down from the corpses, boots cracking against stone, and moved toward the injured. Mikasa rose to meet him, blade still drawn, her expression unreadable. Armin stood beside her, breathless, eyes wide. Levi crouched beside Izuku, his voice low. "You're done here." Izuku tried to speak, but the words didn't come. Levi didn't wait. He moved to Mina, then Loon, checking injuries with practiced efficiency. "You three are out," he said. "We'll take care of the rest." Riko nodded from across the plaza, her gear already reloaded. Garrison sweeping the perimeter. Levi stood, his cloak fluttering behind him. "Scouts will finish the rest." He turned toward the breach, toward Aaron's slumped Titan form, steam still rising from his shoulders. Then he looked back at the survivors: Izuku, Mina, Loon, Mikasa, Armin, Riko. "The last 6. Get them out," he said. Recovery Ward, Trost District, age 850. Victory is not measured by the ground we reclaim, but by the weight we carry forward. Every survivor walks with the silence of those who didn't. That is the cost of survival and the proof that we must keep going. The ward was dim, lit by the soft flicker of lanterns and the pale light filtering through narrow windows. The air smelled of steam, blood, and antiseptic, clean only in the way that survival could be. Cots lined the stone walls in uneven rows, some occupied by soldiers too broken to speak, others by those who hadn't yet realized they were still alive. Izuku lay on his side, bandages wrapped tight around his arm and chest, his breath shallow but steady. The gear that had carried him through hell was stacked beside his cot, blades dulled, itches scorched, the metal warped from heat and strain. He hadn't asked if it could be repaired. He wasn't sure he wanted it to be. Mina stirred beside him, her leg elevated by a makeshift sling, her face pale beneath the bruises. She didn't speak at first, just blinked slowly at the ceiling, her fingers twitching against the blanket. Izuku turned his head toward her, the motion slow, deliberate. His throat ached from smoke and shouting, but he forced the words out anyway. "You're awake." Mina nodded once, her voice barely audible. "I didn't think we'd wake up at all." Loon sat across from them, her back against the wall, shoulder wrapped in gauze, her gear stripped and folded with precision. She hadn't moved much since they were brought in, hadn't spoken unless prompted. Her eyes tracked the lantern light as it flickered across the stone, her expression unreadable. Izuku watched her for a moment, then looked away. There was something in her silence that felt heavier than pain. A nurse passed between the cots, her steps quiet, her hands practiced. She checked bandages, adjusted blankets, whispered reassurances to those who could still hear. When she reached Izuku, she paused, her eyes scanning the chart clipped to the end of his cot. "You're stable," she said softly, "but you need rest. No sudden movements. No questions about the fight." Izuku didn't respond. He didn't have any questions. Just memories. Mina shifted again, her breath catching. "Did we win?" she asked, not looking at anyone in particular. The nurse hesitated, then nodded. "The breach is sealed. The Titans are being cleared. You did your part." Mina closed her eyes. "It doesn't feel like winning." Loon's voice cut through the quiet. "It never does." Izuku tried to sit up, but the pain stopped him halfway. His ribs screamed, his arm went numb, and he collapsed back against the pillow with a hiss. The nurse moved quickly, adjusting his position, checking the bandages. "You're lucky," she said. "Most of the vanguard didn't make it." Izuku swallowed hard. He hadn't asked about the others. He hadn't wanted to know. Mina turned her head toward him, her eyes glassy. "Riko?" Izuku nodded slowly. "She survived. She fired the flare." Mina exhaled, a sound that was almost relief. "Good." Loon didn't react. Her gaze stayed fixed on the lantern, as if waiting for it to go out. Outside the ward, the city moved in slow, deliberate rhythms. The garrison swept the streets, recovering bodies, marking the dead. The scouts moved through the rubble, checking for stragglers, clearing the last remnants of Titan flesh. The breach was sealed, but the cost hung heavy in the air. Every footstep echoed with the weight of names not yet spoken. Every breath carried the silence of those who wouldn't take another. Izuku closed his eyes, trying to block out the sounds: the distant clatter of gear, the low murmur of officers, the occasional cry from a soldier waking in. But it was all still there, etched into the stone, into the walls, into his skin. He could still see Aaron's titan form slamming the boulder into place. He could still hear Armin's voice calling out. He could still feel the heat of the steam burning through his uniform. It hadn't left him. It wouldn't. Mina reached for his hand, her fingers trembling. "We were right there," she whispered. "Right next to it." When it ended. Izuku nodded, his grip weak but present. "We saw it." Lune finally looked at them, her voice low. "We survived it." Mina didn't answer. She just held on. The nurse moved on, her footsteps fading into the rhythm of the ward. Izuku stared at the ceiling, the stone above him cracked in places, soot-stained from the fires that had reached even this far. He wondered how many cots had been filled before theirs, how many names had already been written down and crossed out. The silence wasn't peaceful, it was waiting. Every breath felt borrowed. Every heartbeat felt like it might be the last one that mattered. Mina shifted beneath her blanket, her fingers curling against the edge of the cot. "I keep hearing the roar," she said. "Aaron's." It wasn't angry. It was something else. Her voice was thin but steady. It felt like he was trying to hold the world together. Izuku didn't answer. He remembered the sound too well. It hadn't been rage. It had been desperation. Lune finally moved, her hand reaching for the water canister beside her. She drank slowly, her movements precise, deliberate. When she set it down, she looked at them both. He did hold it together. Just barely. Her voice was quiet, but certain. "And now they'll decide whether to let him keep trying." Izuku turned toward her, his ribs aching with the motion. "Do you think they'll let him?" Lune didn't blink. "They don't have a choice." A junior officer entered the ward, his uniform stained with ash, his eyes rimmed with exhaustion. He carried a clipboard, but didn't look at it. Instead, he moved from cot to cot, checking names, murmuring updates. When he reached the trio, he paused, his gaze flicking between them. "You're listed as Vanguard survivors," he said. "They'll want statements eventually. Not today." He hesitated. "The trial's begun." Mina sat up slightly, wincing. "Is it public?" "No," the officer replied. "Just the commanders. Military police, scouts, and Pixis." Lune leaned back against the wall. "Then it's already decided." Izuku frowned. "You think Erwin will win?" "He doesn't fight battles he hasn't already mapped," Lune said. "And Levi's with him." The officer lingered for a moment longer, then moved on. His footsteps echoed down the corridor, swallowed by the stone. Outside, the wind shifted, carrying the scent of smoke and something older, something like grief. The ward held its breath. Izuku closed his eyes again, but sleep didn't come. His body was exhausted, but his mind kept moving, tracking the fight, the breach, the moment the Titans loomed over them. He remembered the heat, the weight of Mina against his side, the way Lune had moved without hesitation. He remembered Levi's arrival, the clean precision of his blades, the way the Titans fell like they'd never mattered. It had felt like the end of something. But not peace. Mina's voice broke the quiet. "Do you think we'll be sent back out?" Izuku opened his eyes. "Not soon." Lune didn't answer. She just watched the lantern flicker. The lantern above them flickered again, casting long shadows across the stone floor. Izuku shifted slightly, careful not to aggravate the bandages around his ribs. The silence had returned, but it wasn't empty. It was full of questions he hadn't had time to ask. Now, with the city quiet and the pain dulled to a manageable throb, one rose to the surface and refused to leave. He turned his head toward Lune, his voice low. "That man, the one who saved us. Who was he?" Lune didn't answer right away. She blinked slowly, as if pulling herself back from somewhere far away. Her gaze dropped from the lantern to Izuku's face, studying him for a moment. "Levi Ackerman," she said. "Captain of the Scout Regiment. Special Operations Squad." Izuku frowned. "I've never heard of him." "That's the point," Lune replied. "You weren't supposed to." Mina stirred, her brow furrowing. "Why not? He's a captain, right? Shouldn't we know who he is?" Lune's voice was steady, but there was something in it, something like reverence or maybe warning. Levi doesn't lead from behind. He doesn't give speeches. He doesn't need to. He's the one they send when everything else has failed. She looked away again. If you saw him, it means the situation was worse than they let on. Izuku let that settle. The image of Levi cutting down the Titans with terrifying ease replayed in his mind. There had been no hesitation, no wasted motion. Just precision. He didn't even look tired. He always looks like that, Lune said. Tired. Annoyed. Like the world's been wasting his time since the day he was born. Mina gave a soft, dry laugh. Sounds like someone I know. Izuku didn't rise to it. He was still thinking. So he's, what? Erwin's right hand? Lune nodded. And his knife. Izuku stared at the ceiling again, the weight of that answer pressing into his chest. He hadn't realized how close they'd come to dying until Levi had made it look easy. It wasn't comforting. It was humbling. The lantern's flame dimmed slightly, casting longer shadows across the ward. Izuku shifted beneath his blanket, the stiffness in his joints settling into something permanent. His body felt foreign, stitched together by pain and memory. He could still feel the heat of the plaza, the weight of Mina against his side, the moment Lune had lunged without hesitation. They had survived, but survival didn't feel like triumph. It felt like being left behind. Mina's breathing had steadied, but her eyes remained open, unfocused. She stared at the ceiling like it might offer answers, or at least silence. I keep thinking about the ones who didn't make it, she said. The ones who were just behind us. 1 second they were there, and then, her voice trailed off. I didn't even see them fall. Izuku turned toward her, his ribs aching with the motion. Neither did I. Lune didn't speak. She reached for the water again, drank slowly, then set it down with care. Her movements were deliberate, almost ritualistic. She hadn't cried. She hadn't flinched. But something in her posture had shifted, something that hadn't been there before the breach was sealed. A nurse passed by again, checking vitals, adjusting blankets. She paused at Lune's cot, her expression soft but unreadable. You're holding steady, she said. No internal damage. You'll walk again soon. Lune didn't respond. The nurse lingered for a moment, then moved on. Izuku watched her go, then looked back at Lune. You didn't answer earlier. About being sent back out. Lune's gaze didn't waver. I'll go when they tell me to. Mina frowned. Even after this? There's no after, Lune said. Just next. The ward settled again, the quiet stretching between them like a thread pulled taut. Outside, the wind shifted, carrying the scent of ash and something older, something like grief. The city was still moving, still rebuilding, still counting. But inside the ward, time had slowed. Every breath felt like a decision. Every glance felt like a question. Izuku closed his eyes, trying to remember the last time he'd felt safe. Not just physically, but emotionally, like the world wasn't waiting to collapse. He couldn't find it. Not in the classroom. Not in the training yard. Not even in the moments before the breach. Safety had become a myth. And now they were living in its absence. Mina shifted again, her fingers curling against the blanket. Do you think they'll let Eren live? Izuku opened his eyes. I think they'll try. Lune's voice was quiet. They'll let him live. But they won't let him rest. The ward had settled into a rhythm, quiet footsteps, distant murmurs, the occasional clatter of gear being moved outside. Izuku lay still, his body aching in places he hadn't known could ache. The silence between the three of them had stretched long enough to feel permanent, but it wasn't peace. It was waiting. And then Mina shifted, her voice cutting through the stillness with a sharp edge. Lune, she said, her tone low but clear. Do you know who the officers were? The ones assigned to our squad when the colossal titan hit. Lune didn't answer immediately. She turned her head slightly, her eyes narrowing as she searched memory. Her posture didn't change, but something in her expression did, something guarded. 2 garrison soldiers. Assigned to reinforce the vanguard's outer push. She paused. Why? Izuku turned toward Mina, his ribs protesting the motion. We never saw them again. Not after the breach. Mina nodded. They were with us when the gates fell. Gave us a few orders. Then they split off. Said they were checking the perimeter. Her voice tightened. We thought they'd loop back. They didn't. Loon's gaze darkened. Names. Izuku hesitated. I think one was called Harkin. The other, maybe Vel? Loon exhaled slowly, her fingers curling against the edge of her cot. I know them. Mina sat up slightly, wincing. Did they make it? Loon didn't blink. No bodies were recovered. No confirmed deaths. Izuku frowned. So they could have been killed early. Or they ran, Mina said, her voice sharp. Left us to die. Loon didn't respond right away. She looked at the lantern again, the flame flickering against the stone. Harkin had a reputation. Vel followed orders but never led. If they abandoned their post, she trailed off. It wouldn't be the first time someone chose survival over duty. Izuku's jaw clenched. We lost half our squad before noon. Mina's voice was quiet now. And they weren't there for any of it. Loon finally looked at them, her eyes steady. If they're alive, they'll be found. And they'll answer for it. The ward had grown colder as the afternoon light faded, shadows stretching long across the stone floor. Izuku lay still, his thoughts circling the names Mina had spoken, Harkin and Vel. The two garrison officers who had vanished when the breach began. The ones who were supposed to lead. The ones who never came back. It gnawed at him, not just the absence, but the silence that followed it. Loon sat upright, her shoulders stiff beneath the bandages. She didn't speak, but her gaze had sharpened, her posture shifting from recovery to resolve. She swung her legs over the side of the cot, wincing as her weight settled unevenly. Her boots were still tucked beneath the bed, scuffed and dusted with ash. She reached for them without ceremony. Izuku frowned. Where are you going? Loon didn't look at him. To speak with Commander Pixis. Mina pushed herself up slightly, her breath catching. You're not cleared to leave. I'm not asking, Loon said. She stood slowly, her movements tight with pain but deliberate. The ward nurse spotted her and moved to intercept, but Loon raised a hand, her tone clipped. I'm not leaving the district. I need to report a dereliction of duty. It can't wait. The nurse hesitated, then stepped back. Loon adjusted her cloak, fastened the straps across her chest, and limped toward the exit. Her steps were uneven, but her pace didn't falter. She didn't look back. Izuku watched her go, the door swinging closed behind her with a soft thud. She's serious. Mina nodded. She always is. Outside the ward, the city was still rebuilding, soldiers moving rubble, marking the dead, sweeping for remnants. Loon passed them without pause, her eyes locked on the command post near the center of the district. The guards at the entrance recognized her rank and let her through without question. Inside, Commander Pixis stood over a map of Trost, his fingers tracing the sealed breach, his expression unreadable. The command tent was quiet, save for the rustle of parchment and the low murmur of aides moving between tables. He looked up as Loon entered, her steps uneven but deliberate, her cloak still marked with ash and blood. His gaze narrowed slightly, not with suspicion, but with recognition. Your garrison, he said. Vanguard survivor. Loon saluted, her voice steady. Officer Loon, sir. I need to report a failure in command. Pixis raised an eyebrow. Go on. I wasn't present at the start of the breach, Loon said. But I've spoken with two survivors, Izuku Midoriya and Mina Carolina. They were placed in a squad early this morning, just after the colossal titan vanished. Their unit was assigned by Kit's Warman. Two mid-ranking garrison officers, Harkin and Vel, were supposed to lead them. Pixis's expression darkened. And? They gave orders, then disappeared before the first wave of titans reached the plaza, Loon said. Izuku and Mina never saw them again. No fallback coordination. No distress signals. No bodies recovered. They were abandoned. Pixis turned back to the map, his jaw tightening. This was before I arrived. Yes, sir, Loon said. Warman was still issuing orders. These two officers were his responsibility. Pixis straightened, his posture shifting from contemplative to commanding. Kits will be confronted. If those men are alive, they'll be found by the end of the day. Loon nodded once. Thank you, sir. Pixis turned to one of his aides, voice clipped. I want Warman's full deployment log from the morning of the breach. And I want eyes on every surviving garrison officer who wasn't accounted for in the plaza. The aide moved quickly, already reaching for the ledger. Loon stood silent for a moment longer, then saluted again and turned to leave. Pixis watched her go, then looked back at the map at the sealed breach, the blood-soaked streets, and the names that hadn't yet been written down. The door to the ward swung shut behind Loon, the sound echoing softly through the stone chamber. Izuku stared at it for a long moment, his thoughts still tangled around the names she'd spoken. Hearken. Though he hadn't said them aloud since the breach. Hadn't wanted to. Saying them made it real that they'd been left. That someone had looked at the chaos and chosen to vanish. Mina shifted beside him, her legs still elevated, her face pale but alert. She's going to make sure they're found, she said. Loon doesn't let things go. Izuku nodded slowly. I know. The ward had quieted again, the nurses moving like ghosts between the cots. Outside, the wind had picked up, rattling the high windows. Somewhere in the distance, a bell rang low and deliberate. Another hour marked. Another name, maybe, added to the list. Mina turned her head toward him, her voice quieter now. Do you think they really ran? Izuku didn't answer right away. He stared at the ceiling, the cracks in the stone forming patterns he didn't want to follow. I don't know. I want to believe they didn't. That they were just overwhelmed. Caught in the wrong place. But they were supposed to lead us, Mina said. They were supposed to be the ones who knew what to do. I know. She looked away, her jaw tightening. I keep thinking about the others. The ones who followed orders. Who stayed. Who died. Izuku's throat tightened. So do I. The silence between them wasn't empty. It was full of names they hadn't said, faces they couldn't forget. The boy with the cracked visor. The girl who'd handed out extra blades. The one who'd laughed too loud the night before the breach. They were all gone now, and the ones who might have saved them had vanished before the sun was even high. Mina closed her eyes. If they're alive, I want to see them answer for it. Izuku didn't speak. He just reached for her hand, his grip weak but steady. She didn't pull away. Kalinef District Courthouse, Kalinef District age 850. If we are to gamble humanity's future, let it be with eyes open and blades drawn. Loon Hallberg point of view, before the Aaron Yeager trial. The courthouse in Kalinef District had once been a merchant hall, its stone walls lined with faded banners and iron sconces. Now it held silence like a blade. Loon Hallberg stood near the eastern window, watching the light shift across the floor. Her uniform was clean but stiff, the bandages beneath it still fresh. She didn't move when Commander Pixis entered, just turned her head slightly, enough to acknowledge him. Pixis approached without ceremony, his boots echoing against the stone. You said you wanted a word before the tribunal. Loon nodded. It's about the report I gave you. The two officers Harkin and Val. Pixis folded his arms, gaze steady. I remember. They've been found, Loon said. Not dead. Not missing. They were recovered yesterday evening in the northern quarter of Trost. No injuries. No signs of engagement. Pixis's jaw tightened. Deserters, then. They claimed they were separated during the first wave. Said they tried to regroup but were cut off. Pixis didn't respond immediately. He walked past her, stopping near the center of the hall where the tribunal would soon convene. And yet they made no attempt to signal. No flares. No reports. No return to command. No, Loon said. They stayed hidden. Waited it out. Pixis exhaled slowly. Cowards. Loon stepped forward, her voice low. Izuku Midoriya and Mina Carolina were placed under their command. They were abandoned before the first Titan reached the plaza. Pixis turned to face her. And they survived. Barely. He studied her for a long moment, then nodded once. Harkin and Vel will be reassigned. No command authority. No field deployment. They'll serve in logistics until further notice. That's it. Pixis's eyes narrowed. You want blood? I want accountability. You'll get it, he said. But not here. Not today. Loon looked away, her jaw clenched. The tribunal would begin soon. Premier Zackley would arrive. Eren Yeager would be judged. And the names of 2 forgotten soldiers would be buried beneath the weight of larger decisions. Pixis turned back toward the dais. If we are to gamble humanity's future, let it be with eyes open and blades drawn. Premier Darius Zackley's point of view. Before the trial, the chamber smelled of old ink and colder decisions. Premier Darius Zackley sat alone beneath the high windows, the morning light cutting across the table in pale slashes. Before him lay 3 folders each marked with a different seal. Military police. Garrison. Scouts. He had read them all once already. Now he read them again, slower. The military police report was the thickest. Nile Doc's handwriting was precise, almost surgical. It detailed the breach, the panic, the transformation. It used the word abomination twice. Uncontrolled asset 3 times. Threat to internal stability 7. Zackley closed the folder without sighing. The garrison report was thinner. Pixis had signed it himself, though the bulk of the testimony came from a wounded officer, Loon Hallberg. Her account was restrained, but the facts were sharp. 2 soldiers had abandoned their post. 2 survivors, Izuku Midoriya and Mina Carolina, had lived through the breach without command. The report didn't ask for justice. It asked for memory. Zackley tapped the edge of the folder once, then set it aside. The scout regiment's file was the smallest. Owen Smith had delivered it in person, said nothing and left. The report was clinical. Eren Yeager had transformed into a titan. He had fought other titans. He had sealed the breach. The final page was a single sentence. If humanity is to survive, we must learn to wield the blade that nearly killed us. Zackley leaned back in his chair, eyes on the ceiling. He had seen. Revolutions begin with less. A boy becomes a monster. A monster saves a city. And now the city must decide whether to kill the boy before he becomes something worse. He looked down at the folders again. 3 branches. 3 truths. None of them complete. A knock at the door. One of the aides stepped in, voice low. "They're ready, sir. The chamber is full." Zackley stood slowly, his joints creaking like old wood. "Let them wait a moment longer." The aide hesitated, then nodded and withdrew. Zackley remained still, his hand resting on the scout regiment's folder. He didn't believe in gods. He didn't believe in monsters. He believed in leverage. And today, the boy in chains was leverage incarnate. He turned toward the door, his voice quiet but final. "If we are to gamble humanity's future, let it be with eyes open and blades drawn." The 4th folder was thinner than the rest, but heavier in implication. Zackley opened it slowly, the parchment inside marked with the seal of the garrison regiment. Captain Rico Brzezinska's report, a first-hand account of the Vanguard Action Squad's final deployment. He read the first paragraph again, though he had memorized it the night before. Subject: Eren Yeager. Transformation occurred at 1,100 hours. Titan form displayed erratic behavior. Initial objective lifting the boulder was compromised when subject attacked Cadet Mikasa Ackerman without provocation. Zackley rubbed his eyes. The ink blurred for a moment, then sharpened again. Mikasa Ackerman. The name had appeared in 3 separate reports. Her survival had been attributed to reflex, not luck. Eren's Titan form had nearly crushed her skull before collapsing into a dormant state. The next section detailed the breakdown of command. Rico had tried to hold the perimeter. Titans had breached the flanks. The Vanguard Action Squad had lost 8 out of 12 members before reinforcements arrived. The report listed the names. Zackley read them all. Then came the shift. Cadets Izuku Midoriya and Mina Carolina arrived on scene at 1,137 hours. Both displayed initiative and combat awareness beyond standard training. Their actions contributed directly to the survival of Captain Rico and the protection of Eren Yeager's dormant form. Zackley paused. He remembered those names from Loon Hallberg's report. Survivors. Abandoned. Reassigned. And yet they had reached the front line when others had fled. He turned the page. At 1,142 hours, Captain Loon Hallberg arrived with remnants of her squad. Eren Yeager regained control of his Titan form shortly thereafter and proceeded to lift the boulder. Wall breach was sealed at 1,203 hours. Zackley leaned back in his chair, the folders still open. The timeline was clear. The chaos was undeniable. And the boy at the center of it all had nearly killed one of their best cadets before saving the district. He closed the folder slowly, then pressed his fingers against his temples. The tribunal had already been a storm of ideology, faith, fear, and strategy colliding in one chamber. But this report made it worse. It made it real. A boy who could become a monster. A monster who could become a weapon. A weapon that might turn on them all. Zackley stood, the folder still in hand. He didn't believe in redemption. He believed in outcomes. And today, the outcome would be decided not by truth, but by necessity. He stepped toward the door, voice low. Let them speak. Let them argue. But I already know what must be done. 0W0. Commander Owen Smith trial for Eren Yeager begins. The sound of the gavel echoed like a rifle shot. Owen Smith didn't flinch. He watched as Premier Darius Zackley took his seat at the elevated bench, robes settling like dust. The chamber fell silent. Soldiers, officers, and aides lined the perimeter. The air was thick with judgment. Zackley's voice was calm, but final. We have two cases before us. The first concerns Cadet Eren Yeager. The second, an abandonment report filed by Captain Loon Hallberg. That will be addressed after this hearing concludes. Owen kept his posture straight, hands folded behind his back. He could feel Nile Doc's gaze before the man stood. Military police uniform crisp. Eyes sharp. Voice colder than protocol required. Premier Zackley, Nile began, the facts are clear. Eren Yeager is not a soldier. He is a Titan. He transformed without warning. He attacked Cadet Mikasa Ackerman. He endangered the Vanguard Action Squad. And though he sealed the breach, the cost was unacceptable. He gestured toward the files stacked beside him. 8 dead. 1 nearly crushed. And a precedent that threatens every wall we have left. Owen didn't blink. He let Nile speak. Let him build the case. Let him feed the fear. Nile's voice rose. The military police recommends immediate execution. We cannot afford to gamble with a weapon we do not understand. Zackley nodded once. Commander Smith. Your response? Owen stepped forward. His boots made no sound. His voice was quiet, but it carried. Eren Yeager is not a weapon. He is a soldier. He followed orders. He sealed the breach. He saved Trost. He paused. I've led men into death. I've made promises I couldn't keep. But when I stake my command on someone, I do not fail. He looked directly at Zackley. I stake it now. The chamber held its breath. Then came the voice from the gallery. Thin. Reverent. Unyielding. Blasphemy, said Pastor Nick. Heads turned. The priest stood near the back, robes pressed, eyes burning. You speak of salvation, he said, but you ignore the sacred truth. The walls are divine. Titans are punishment. And this boy is heresy incarnate. Zackley didn't move. Owen didn't either. Pastor Nick stepped forward. You would place a demon within our sanctum. You would let him walk among us. You would let him live. Owen's voice didn't rise. I would let humanity survive. Silence again. Heavy. Mythic. Zackley tapped the gavel once, not to silence but to signal the storm had begun. Pastor Nick's voice lingered in the air like smoke. Owen didn't turn toward him. He kept his eyes on Zackley, waiting for the premier to respond. But Zackley didn't move. He let the silence stretch. Nile Doc stepped forward again, his tone sharpened by the interruption. The Church of the Walls has no jurisdiction here. Pastor Nick didn't flinch. And yet the boy you defend desecrated the divine. He became the very thing the walls were built to protect us from. Owen spoke before Nile could. He became what we needed. Nick's eyes narrowed. You speak of need. I speak of truth. The walls are sacred. Titans are sin. And this boy is the blade that will cut through our last sanctuary. Zackley finally raised a hand. Enough. The chamber quieted. Zackley looked to Erwin. You've made your case. You've staked your command. Is that all? Erwin nodded once. It is. Zackley turned to Niall. You've made yours. You've staked your fear. Then he looked to Pastor Nick. And you've staked your faith. He tapped the gavel once, not to end the hearing but to mark its fracture. The tribunal will now hear testimony from Captain Loon Hallberg regarding the abandonment report. The fate of Cadets Midoriya and Carolina hangs in that balance. But make no mistake, Eren Yeager's fate will be decided before the hour ends. Owen stepped back, his heart steady. He had said what needed saying. No more. No less. And now the storm would decide what survived. The chamber was colder than it had been moments ago. Captain Loon Hallberg stood at the center, boots planted, shoulders squared. She didn't look at Eren. She didn't look at Pastor Nick. She looked at Premier Zackley and nowhere else. Zackley gestured with one hand. Captain Hallberg, you may speak. Loon nodded once. Her voice was steady, but not loud. I am here to speak on behalf of Cadets Izuku Midoriya and Mina Carolina. They are recovering from injuries sustained during the breach and cannot be present. She paused, letting the silence settle. I was not with them during the early morning defense. Deployment orders placed my squad in a holding pattern near the southern gate. By the time I reached the eastern plaza, the situation had already deteriorated. She drew breath, then continued. According to both cadets, they were assigned to Squad 19 under the command of Officers Harkin and Vel. Their orders were to hold the perimeter and assist in civilian evacuation. Within the first hour, Harkin and Vel abandoned their post. A murmur rippled through the chamber. Zackley didn't react. Midoriya and Carolina remained. Alone. Under-equipped. They engaged Titans directly. They held position. They protected civilians. They waited for reinforcements that never came. Loon's voice didn't waver. They described the chaos. The screams. The collapse of formation. They described watching other cadets fall. They described holding the line because no one else would. She looked toward the gallery, where a few surviving officers sat in silence. They were not heroes. They were not prepared. But they did not run. Loon turned back to Zackley. I am not here to embellish. I am here to confirm what was told to me. What they endured. What they survived. Zackley leaned forward. And what did they survive, Captain? Loon's voice was quiet, but clear. Abandonment. Collapse. The first wave of death. And the choice to stand when others fled. The chamber was silent. Zackley tapped the gavel once. Testimony recorded. Loon stepped back. She didn't look at Niall. She didn't look at Erwin. She didn't look at Eren. She had said what needed saying. And now the storm would decide what survived. Zackley sat unmoving as Captain Hallberg stepped back into the gallery. Her testimony hung in the air like smoke, unembellished, undeniable. He tapped the gavel once, not for silence, but for judgment. The tribunal recognizes the abandonment of post by officers Harkin and Vel during the early morning defense of Trost. He glanced toward the military police delegation. No one spoke. Effective immediately, both officers are stripped of command authority. They will be reassigned to non-combat logistics under direct supervision. No field deployment. No promotion eligibility. He paused. No ceremony. The chamber was silent. No one protested. No one applauded. Zackley turned the page in front of him, the parchment whispering against the wood. Now, he said, we return to the matter of Cadet Eren Yeager. He looked toward the boy in chains. Eren sat still, jaw clenched, eyes forward. Not defiant. Not broken. Just waiting. Zackley's voice was calm. You are not on trial for what you are. You are on trial for what you did and what you might do again. He gestured toward Niall. You have made your case. The threat is real. He gestured toward Erwin. You have made your promise. The risk is calculated. He gestured toward Pastor Nick. You have made your warning. The faith is absolute. Then he looked back at Eren. You are a question we cannot answer. A weapon we cannot control. A possibility we cannot ignore. He tapped the gavel once. The tribunal will now deliberate. Zachary didn't move for a long moment. The chamber waited. The parchment before him lay untouched. The gavel rested beside his hand. But his eyes were fixed on the boy in chains. "Cadet Aaron Yeager," he said, voice low but clear. "You've been spoken for. Prosecuted. Defended. Condemned. Promised." He leaned forward slightly. "But you haven't spoken." Aaron looked up. His wrists were bound. His posture was rigid. But his eyes didn't waver. Zachary continued. "You transformed into a Titan. You attacked a fellow cadet. You sealed the breach. You survived." He let the silence stretch. "What do you want?" Aaron blinked once. "To fight." Zachary's gaze didn't shift. "To fight what?" Aaron's voice was rough. "Titans." "Why?" Aaron's jaw tightened. "Because they took everything. Because they keep taking. Because if I don't fight, someone else dies." Zachary tapped the table once, not with the gavel, but with his fingers. "And what do you think you are?" Aaron hesitated. "A soldier." Zachary's voice sharpened. "You became a Titan. You nearly killed your comrade. You lost control. You were a threat." "I know," Aaron said. Zachary leaned back. "Then what makes you different from the monsters outside the wall?" Aaron's voice didn't rise. "I chose to stop them." The chamber was silent. Zachary studied him. "You are a weapon. You are a question. You are a possibility." He tapped the gavel once. "And now you are a voice." The silence after Aaron's final words didn't last. "He's lying," Nile Doc said, stepping forward. "This is performance. He's saying what you want to hear." Pastor Nick's voice followed, sharp and reverent. "He speaks of choice, but he is born of sin. You cannot reason with a curse." Aaron's chains rattled as he stood. "I'm not lying." Zachary didn't move. The guards did. Aaron's voice rose, cracked with fury. "I didn't ask for this. I didn't ask to become a Titan. But I'm here, I'm alive, and I can fight. Just give me a chance." One of Nile's men raised his rifle. "Stand down," Zachary said, but the barrel didn't lower. Aaron strained against the chains. "But can help. I can stop them. I can." The blow came fast. Levi Ackerman moved like a shadow, crossing the chamber in a blink. His boot struck Aaron's chest, sending him to the floor. The boy gasped, stunned, blood in his mouth. Levi didn't look at Zachary. He didn't look at Nile. He looked at the room. "If he loses control," Levi said, voice flat, "I'll kill him myself." No one spoke. Levi turned toward the bench. "You don't trust the scouts." "Trust me." Zachary's gaze didn't shift. "And you believe he's worth the risk?" Levi nodded once. "I've seen what he can do. I've seen worse. I've handled worse." Owen stepped forward, voice calm but firm. "With Aaron's help," he said, "we may be able to seal the breaches in Wall Maria and Shiganshina district. We may reclaim what was lost." He looked at Zachary. "We may survive." The chamber held its breath. Zachary tapped the gavel once. "The tribunal will now deliver its verdict." Zachary did not speak for a long time. The chamber was silent. No one moved. Aaron remained on the floor, blood drying at the corner of his mouth. Levi stood beside him, arms folded, gaze unreadable. Owen waited without blinking. Nile Doc's jaw was clenched. Pastor Nick had lowered his eyes. Zachary tapped the gavel once. Not loud. Not final. Just enough to remind them that silence was a choice. He looked down at the parchment before him, then up at the room. "This tribunal," he said, voice slow, "was convened to determine the fate of a boy who is no longer just a boy." He let the words settle. A cadet who became a Titan. A Titan who became a soldier. A soldier who became a question. He paused. "We have heard fear. We have heard faith. We have heard promises." Another pause. "We have seen restraint. We have seen violence. We have seen desperation." Zachary's gaze moved to Aaron. "You are not trusted. You are not understood. You are not safe." He tapped the gavel again. "But you are necessary." The chamber shifted. Breath held. Muscles tensed. Zachary's voice remained slow. "Effective immediately, Cadet Aaron Yeager is placed under the protective custody of the Scout Regiment. He turned toward Erwin. Commander Smith. He is your responsibility. Owen nodded once. Zackley continued. Cadets Izuka Midoriya and Mina Carolina, survivors of Squad 19, are also placed under Scout Regiment protection. Their actions during the breach warrant oversight, not dismissal. He tapped the gavel one final time. This tribunal is adjourned. The sound echoed through the stone hall like a closing gate. And the storm, for now, was quiet. Trost District Recovery Ward Trost District, age 850. If you're still breathing, you're not done suffering. That's the good news. The bad news is I'm the one who decides when you've earned a break. The recovery ward was quiet, but not peaceful. The kind of quiet that settled after too much screaming, too much blood, too many names that wouldn't be spoken again. Izuku sat upright on the cot, bandages tight around his ribs, boots laced but untouched by dirt. Mina stood near the window, arms folded, watching the light shift across rooftops that had once been part of a city. Neither of them spoke. They were waiting for Loon, for orders, for something that made sense. The door opened without warning. Four soldiers stepped in, uniforms crisp, eyes sharp. Izuku blinked, confused. These weren't medics. These weren't officers from the garrison. Petra Rao gave a nod that felt like a test. Gunther Schultz scanned the room like he expected something to be missing. ELD Jin didn't speak. Oluo Bozato adjusted his collar like he was preparing to be impressive. Then Levi entered. He didn't blink. He didn't ask. He looked at Izuku, then Mina, then the chart at the foot of the bed. "You're mobile," Levi said. "Good. Follow us." Izuku didn't move. "Wait, what?" Mina stepped forward. "Where's Captain Hallberg? She said she'd come back." Levi didn't answer. He turned and walked out of the room like the question didn't matter. Petra gestured for them to follow. Gunther was already in the hallway. ELD waited just long enough to make it clear they weren't being given a choice. Izuku stood slowly, the ache in his ribs sharp and immediate. Mina hesitated, then followed. The hallway outside was colder than the ward, and quieter. No one saluted. No one watched. The world had moved on without them. The wagon wasn't military. It was a repurposed supply cart with flaking paint and a single tarp, pulled by a horse that looked as tired as they felt. Levi climbed in first. Petra and Gunther followed. ELD and Oluo took the rear. Izuku and Mina sat across from them, the silence between them filled only by the creak of wheels and the distant sound of drills. Izuku glanced at Mina. "Do you know what's happening?" She shook her head. "I thought we were waiting for orders." "But, Oluo cleared his throat. "You two ever clean a barracks before?" Izuku blinked. "No, sir." "Good," Oluo said. "You'll hate it." Petra gave him a look. Gunther didn't react. ELD glanced at Levi, who hadn't moved since sitting down. The ride stretched longer than expected. The city thinned. The buildings grew older. The road turned to gravel. Mina leaned forward slightly, eyes narrowing at the structure ahead, a weathered stone estate, half abandoned, ivy crawling up the walls like it was trying to hold the place together. The new scout headquarters. Levi stepped down first. "Welcome to the part where surviving stops being impressive." Izuku followed, boots crunching against the gravel. The air smelled like dust and rain. Mina didn't speak. She just stared at the building, then at the squad, then at Levi. "You're not here because you're strong," Levi said. "You're here because you didn't run." Petra opened the door. The interior was worse than the exterior, cobwebs in the corners, dust thick enough to write names in, floorboards that groaned like they remembered better days. Levi didn't flinch. He turned to the three cadets. "Your first enemy is the floor," he said. "Scrubbing dust. If you can't kill it, you're useless." Izuku looked at the mop leaning against the wall. Mina reached for a bucket. Aaron, silent since the tribunal, stepped forward without a word. Levi watched them. "If you're still breathing, you're not done suffering. That's the good news. The bad news is I'm the one who decides when you've earned a break." No one laughed. No one argued. The war hadn't ended. It had just changed shape. The mop hadn't moved. The bucket sat untouched. Dust hung in the air like it had been waiting for them. Izuku reached for the handle, but Levi's voice cut through the silence before he could lift it. Midoriya. Carolina. Outside. They followed him without speaking. The hallway was colder than the main room, lined with cracked stone and the smell of mildew. Levi didn't stop walking until they reached the far end, where the light from a broken window cast long shadows across the floor. He turned, arms folded, gaze unreadable. How many? Izuku blinked. Sir? Titans, Levi said. During the breach. How many did you kill? Mina shifted beside him, uncertain. Izuku hesitated, then answered. Together? 30. Levi didn't react. 15 in the morning, Izuku said. 15 in the evening. No squad support. Just us. Mina nodded. We were abandoned early. We kept fighting. Levi's expression didn't change. He didn't blink. He didn't speak. But something in the air shifted like a wire pulled taut, then released. And alone. Izuku glanced at Mina, then back at Levi. 13. 7 in the morning. 6 in the evening. Mina stepped forward. 11. 7 and 4. Levi looked at them for a long moment. Not with praise. Not with disbelief. Just silence. Then he turned back toward the main room. Grab the mop, he said. You've got dust to kill. Izuku didn't move right away. Mina followed first. The hallway felt heavier now, like the weight of survival had been measured and filed away. Levi didn't say anything else. But the way he walked slower, more deliberate said enough. The mop dragged across the floor with a sound like regret. Izuku leaned into the motion, sweat already gathering at his brow despite the chill in the air. Mina knelt nearby, scrubbing at a stain that might have been older than the building itself. Eren stood at the far end of the room, wiping down the window frame with a rag that had seen better days. None of them spoke. The silence between them was the kind that came from shared exhaustion and unspoken confusion. The Special Operations Squad had scattered across the estate Petra in the West Wing, Gunther and ELD upstairs, all UO loudly declaring war on a moldy bookshelf. Their voices echoed faintly through the halls, but the trio remained in the main room, surrounded by dust and expectation. Izuku paused, glancing at Mina. Do you think this is a test? She didn't look up. Everything's a test. The door creaked open. Levi stepped inside wearing full protective gear, gloves, mask, and a long coat that looked like it had been tailored for war against filth. He didn't speak. He didn't blink. He stared at the trio like they were suspects in a crime scene. His eyes scanned the room. The floor was passable. The walls were improving. Then he saw it. A thin line of dust on the windowsill. Levi stepped forward slowly, boots silent against the wood. He stopped in front of the window, leaned in, and ran one gloved finger across the edge. The dust clung to him like guilt. Turned. Izuku froze. Mina stiffened. Levi's gaze shifted between them. Izuku pointed at Eren. Mina pointed at Eren. Eren turned eyes wide. What? Levi walked toward him with the slow inevitability of judgment. Eren backed up a step, rag still in hand, betrayal written across his face. You missed a spot, Levi said. I didn't see it. Levi didn't respond. He reached out, grabbed Eren's cheeks with both hands, and pulled them to the side with the precision of a grandmother scolding a child for tracking mud across the floor. Eren yelped. "Oh, Captain!" Levi held firm. If you're going to be humanity's hope, you can start by defeating dust. Izuku looked away, pretending to scrub harder. Mina bit her lip, shoulders shaking with silent laughter. Levi released Eren's face and stepped back, wiping his gloves on a clean cloth like the offense had stained him personally. "Carry on," he said and turned toward the next room. Eren rubbed his cheeks, glaring at the other two. "Traitors." Izuku didn't look up. "You missed a spot." Mina nodded. "We're just trying to survive." The mop dragged across the floor again. The war hadn't ended. It had just changed shape. The stables were quieter than the rest of the estate. The scent of hay and sweat lingered in the air, layered beneath the musk of old leather and damp wood. Izuku dragged a pitchfork across the floor, gathering straw into uneven piles. Mina worked beside him, sleeves rolled up, boots scuffed from the day's labor. Aaron stood near the water trough, scrubbing at the algae with a brush that looked like it had been used on walls earlier. The horses hadn't arrived yet. The space felt hollow, like it was waiting for something to fill it. Outside, the sun had dipped low enough to cast long shadows through the slats in the walls. The dust had settled. The silence hadn't. Izuku leaned on the pitchfork. I still don't get it. Why us? Mina didn't look up. We survived. That's all it takes. Aaron rinsed the brush, watching the water swirl. It's not just that. I saw the tribunal records. You two killed more titans than most full squads. Izuku frowned. We didn't count. Not really. I did, Aaron said. Well, someone did. It was in the report. 30 together. 13 for you, Izuku. 11 for Mina. Mina paused. That's accurate. Aaron nodded. 15 in the morning, 15 in the evening. You were abandoned early. You kept fighting. The silence returned, heavier now. The straw didn't move. The trough didn't ripple. Izuku stared at the wall, remembering the breach, the screaming, the way the sky looked when the gate fell. Mina sat on the edge of a feed bin. The trial felt worse than the wall. Izuku nodded. At least the titans didn't talk. Aaron didn't laugh. He didn't smile. He just looked at them, eyes tired but clear. You know what happened to Harkin and Vel? Izuku blinked. They were supposed to testify. Lune said. They lost everything, Aaron said. Stripped of command. Reassigned to logistics. No squads. No fieldwork. Nothing. Mina's breath caught. Forever. Aaron nodded. They'll never lead again. Izuku didn't speak. The words didn't land the way they should have. Not like justice. Not like closure. Just a sentence. Just a fact. Mina's grip tightened around the edge of the feed bin, knuckles pale. They were supposed to protect us, she said. Aaron looked at her, then at Izuku. I know. Izuku's voice was quiet. They ran. Mina didn't blink. They left us. No orders. No cover. Just gone. Aaron didn't argue. That's why they were reassigned. Not because they defended you. Because they didn't. The silence in the stables shifted. Not heavier, but colder. The kind that settled when something was named and couldn't be taken back. Izuku stared at the empty stalls, remembering the way the titans moved, the way the sky cracked open, the way no one came. They were supposed to keep us alive, Mina said. They chose themselves, Izuku replied. Aaron didn't speak. He didn't need to. The trough was clean. The straw was gathered. The stables were quiet. Izuku looked at the dust in the corner. So this is what survival costs. 0W0. 3 days later. 3 days later, the dust had stopped fighting back. The floors no longer groaned beneath layers of neglect. The walls had surrendered their grime, revealing wood that still remembered how to hold weight. The stables were swept, the courtyard raked, the windows scrubbed until the light could pass through without apology. Izuku moved through the hallway with a bucket in one hand and a rag in the other, shoulders aching from repetition. Mina worked ahead of him, kneeling beside the baseboards, her motions steady and unhurried. Aaron had taken the far end of the corridor, scraping at the corners where cobwebs clung like old regrets. The estate was large enough to feel endless. Every room led to another. Every hallway curved into silence. The Special Operations Squad had split off early, each assigned to a wing or a floor, their voices distant and infrequent. Petra's humming echoed faintly from the west wing. Gunther's boots thudded overhead. GLD and Oluo had vanished into the library, armed with brushes and a shared disdain for mildew. Levi hadn't spoken since morning. He didn't need to. Izuku dipped the rag into the bucket, wrung it out, and pressed it against the wall. The motion was automatic now. Muscle memory. A rhythm born from necessity. The water was cold but not biting. The scent of soap clung to his gloves. He didn't think about the tribunal. He didn't think about the breach. He thought about the stain in front of him and how long it would take to erase it. Mina shifted beside him, her knees pressed into the floorboards. She didn't speak. She hadn't spoken much since the stables. Her silence wasn't heavy, it was focused. Intentional. The kind of quiet that came from knowing too much and saying too little. Izuku didn't interrupt. They worked in tandem, like they had during the breach. No orders. No oversight. Just motion. Eren moved with less precision. His brush scraped louder. His steps were heavier. He hadn't fought alongside them during the fall of Trost, but he carried the same weight. The same exhaustion. The same need to prove something that couldn't be named. Izuku watched him for a moment, then returned to the wall. The sun shifted through the windows, casting long shadows across the floor. Dust floated in the light, slow and deliberate. Izuku wiped the sill, catching the last of it before it could settle again. The rag came away gray. He didn't flinch. He dipped it again. Wiped again. The rhythm didn't break. The hallway narrowed near the east wing. The walls were older here, the wood darker, the air colder. Mina moved ahead, her boots quiet against the floor. She reached for the door at the end of the hall, pushed it open, and stepped into the room without hesitation. Izuku followed. Eren trailed behind. The room was empty. No furniture. No curtains. Just dust and silence. The kind of silence that felt earned. Mina knelt near the window, already working. Izuku took the far wall. Eren moved toward the fireplace, brush in hand. No one spoke. The sound of scrubbing filled the space. Izuku's arms ached. His back protested. But he didn't stop. The stain on the wall was stubborn, like it had been waiting for him. He pressed harder. The rag slipped. He caught it. Dipped again. Wiped again. The rhythm held. Outside, the wind shifted. Leaves scraped against the glass. The estate creaked, old and tired. Izuku didn't look up. He focused on the wall. On the motion. On the silence. Mina stood, stretched, and moved to the next window. Her movements were fluid, practiced. She didn't pause. She didn't sigh. She just worked. Eren muttered something under his breath, but it didn't carry. Izuku didn't ask. The room began to change. Slowly. Subtly. The dust thinned. The air lightened. The walls remembered their shape. Izuku stepped back, wiping his forehead with the edge of his sleeve. The rag hung limp in his hand. Mina moved beside him, her bucket half empty. Eren stood near the hearth, brush still in motion. They didn't celebrate. They didn't rest. They moved to the next room. The hallway stretched again, wider this time. The windows were taller. The light sharper. Izuku blinked against it, then stepped forward. The bucket sloshed. The rag dripped. Mina didn't wait. She was already kneeling, already working. Eren followed. The rhythm returned. Scrub. Dip. Wipe. Repeat. The walls gave way. The floors surrendered. The estate began to breathe. Izuku moved through the motions like a soldier. Not with pride. Not with resentment. Just necessity. The dust had become familiar. The silence had become routine. The ache in his shoulders was constant, but manageable. He didn't think about the mop. He didn't think about the tribunal. He thought about the stain in front of him and how long it would take to erase it. Mina paused once, just long enough to adjust her gloves. Then she continued. Eren shifted beside the door, brushing at the hinges. The sound was steady. The motion unbroken. The day stretched. The light shifted. The estate changed. Room by room. Wall by wall. Izuku didn't count the hours. He didn't count the steps. He counted the stains. The ones that faded. The ones that resisted. The ones that reminded him of blood. Mina didn't speak. Eren didn't ask. The silence held. The courtyard was visible now through the clean windows. Wagons rolled in slowly, wheels crunching against gravel. Uniforms stepped down. Voices echoed faintly. The 104th had arrived. Izuku didn't move. He wiped the sill again. Mina glanced outside, then returned to the wall. Eren paused just for a moment, then scrubbed harder. The dust didn't fight back anymore. It surrendered. And they kept cleaning. The last rag came away clean. Izuku stood in the doorway of the east wing, bucket empty, gloves damp, shoulders loose with exhaustion that no longer felt like punishment. Mina stepped back from the window, her reflection clear in the glass, the light catching the edge of her jaw. The building was quiet. Not the kind of quiet that came from abandonment, but the kind earned through effort. The kind that settled after something had been restored. Eren was still scrubbing the baseboards near the stairwell, muttering under his breath as he fought a stain that had already surrendered. Izuku didn't say anything. Mina didn't look. They had already gone over that section twice. Levi had seen it. He hadn't said a word. Until now. He stepped into the hall wearing his usual coat, gloves tucked under one arm, mask removed. His gaze swept the corridor, then the room, then the trio. He didn't blink. He didn't sigh. He just nodded. "You're done." Izuku straightened. "Sir?" Levi gestured toward the bucket. "You've cleaned the entire building. Even the parts Jaeger missed." Eren looked up, startled. I was going to go back over." Levi didn't respond. He turned to Izuku and Mina, eyes sharp but not unkind. "You're healed. You've worked. Take a break." Mina blinked. "A break?" Levi nodded once. "Explore the grounds. Don't get lost." Izuku didn't move right away. The idea of rest felt foreign. Mina glanced at him, then back at Levi. The captain didn't elaborate. He turned and walked away, boots silent against the floor. Eren stared after him. He didn't yell. Izuku set the bucket down. He didn't need to. Mina pulled off her gloves, fingers flexing in the air. "We're really done?" Izuku nodded. "For now." The hallway felt different now. Not like a battlefield. Not like a test. Just space. Just silence. Just theirs. They stepped outside together, boots crunching against the gravel, the sun warm against their backs. The courtyard stretched wide, the stables quiet, the trees swaying in the breeze. The estate was no longer a ruin. It was a place. A beginning. Izuku looked at Mina. She looked at him. They didn't speak. They didn't need to. They walked. The wind had shifted. Not cold, not warm, just enough to carry the scent of pine and old stone. Izuku and Mina walked the edge of the courtyard, boots brushing against gravel, the sun casting long shadows behind them. The building stood clean behind them, silent and still, no longer a ruin but not yet a home. Their hands brushed once, then again, and neither pulled away. They didn't speak. They didn't need to. The silence between them had changed over the past few days, less like a pause, more like a thread. Something that held. Something that hummed. In the recovery ward, it had been survival. Here, it was something else. Something quieter. Something earned. Mina stopped near the edge of the stables, her gaze drifting toward the tree line. Izuku followed, standing beside her, close enough to feel the warmth of her shoulder. The wind caught her hair, pulled it across her cheek. She didn't move it. He didn't look away. "You scared me," she said. Izuku blinked. "When?" "That morning. When you didn't come back." He swallowed. "I thought you were dead." "I thought the same about you." The silence returned, but it wasn't empty. It was full of everything they hadn't said, every scream, every breath, every time they'd stood back to back with nothing but instinct and blood between them and the end. Izuku looked at her, really looked, and saw the exhaustion in her eyes, the steadiness in her jaw, the way she didn't flinch anymore. "I'm glad you're here," he said. Mina turned to him. "I'm glad you stayed." He didn't know who moved first. Maybe it was her. Maybe it was him. But the space between them closed, slow and certain, like the last step before a leap. Her hand brushed his. His breath caught. Their foreheads nearly touched. Then the sound came sharp and sudden. Hooves against gravel. Dozens of them. They turned at the same time. The gates had opened. Wagons rolled in, flanked by riders in fresh uniforms. Dust kicked up in their wake, sunlight catching on metal clasps and green cloaks. Izuku stepped back. Mina straightened. The moment vanished like breath in winter. Eren's voice broke the silence. "They're here." He ran past them, boots skidding against the stone, eyes wide with something between joy and disbelief. Izuku followed his gaze. Mikasa, Armin, Connie, Sasha, Reiner, Krista, Emer, Berthold, and Annie. They dismounted in pairs, some with practiced ease, others with stiff shoulders and tired eyes. A few unfamiliar faces followed new cadets, Names Izuku didn't know, expressions caught between awe and exhaustion. The courtyard filled with noise. Greetings. Laughter. The scrape of boots and the clatter of gear. Eren reached them first, nearly colliding with Armin in his rush. Mikasa caught him in a quiet hug. Connie shouted something about the smell. Sasha was already asking about food. Reiner clapped Eren on the back hard enough to stagger him. Krista smiled. Emer didn't. Berthold hovered near the edge. Annie stood apart, arms crossed, eyes unreadable. Izuku watched them, heart tight. Mina stood beside him, arms folded, expression unreadable. They didn't move. They didn't speak. The world had shifted again. Jean stepped forward, slower than the others. His eyes found Eren's, then drifted to Izuku and Mina. He looked older. Not in years. In weight. Where's Marco? Izuku asked. Jean didn't answer right away. His jaw worked. His hands clenched. He's not coming, he said. Mina frowned. What do you mean? Jean looked at the ground. Marco's dead. The words landed like a blade. No one moved. No one breathed. The courtyard, so full of noise a moment ago, fell silent. Izuku stared at him. Mina's hand found his without thinking. Eren's smile vanished. The sun kept shining. The gravel didn't shift. The dust didn't move. Izuku didn't understand. The words hung in the air like smoke, but they didn't settle. Marco's dead. It didn't make sense. Not here. Not now. Not after everything. Mina's brow furrowed beside him, her posture stiffening, eyes scanning the group as though the answer might be written on someone's face. But no one spoke. No one moved. The silence was too clean. Jean didn't elaborate. He didn't need to. The weight of it was enough. Izuku's gaze drifted across the courtyard, catching on familiar faces: Armin's quiet grief, Mikasa's unreadable stillness, Connie's slack jaw, Sasha's trembling hands. Then, out of the corner of his eye, something shifted. Annie flinched. It was small. Barely a twitch. But it was there. Her shoulders drew in, her jaw tightened, and her eyes, those cold, calculating eyes, flicked downward for half a breath before returning to neutral. Izuku didn't say anything. He didn't look directly at her. But the motion burned itself into his memory like a scar. Mina turned to him, voice low. Did you see that? Izuku nodded. Yeah. They didn't say her name. They didn't need to. The moment had already passed, but the echo remained. Annie stood apart from the others, arms crossed, gaze fixed somewhere beyond the horizon. Not grief. Not shock. Just distance. Jean stepped back, his hands still clenched. He didn't deserve it. No one argued. No one agreed. The gravel didn't shift. The dust didn't move. Izuku felt the weight settle in his chest, not just Marco's death, but the way it had arrived. Sudden. Unexplained. Like a door slammed in the wind. Mina's hand brushed his, steady and silent. They didn't speak. They didn't move. The sun kept shining. Commander Erwin's office, above the cadets' reunion. The room was high above the courtyard, tucked into the eastern tower where the wind scraped against the stone and the light came in sharp through narrow windows. Levi stood with arms folded, gaze steady, coat still dusted from the morning's rounds. Erwin sat at the table behind him, a map spread wide across the surface, inked lines and formation markers drawn with precision that bordered on obsession. Neither spoke. The sound of hooves and greetings below filled the air like distant thunder. Erwin's eyes moved slowly across the courtyard, tracking each cadet as they dismounted. Mikasa's posture. Armin's hesitation. Reiner's confidence. Jean's weight. Annie's distance. He didn't blink. He didn't smile. He catalogued. Levi didn't interrupt. He watched the same faces, but with a different lens, not for strategy, but for fracture points. Who would break? Who would bend? Who would follow orders when the sky turned red? They're different, Erwin said. Levi didn't look away. They've seen too much. Erwin nodded once. And they'll see more. The map between them was new. Not just in ink, but in intent. The formation was tighter, more flexible. Scouting lines curved like hooks instead of spears. The central column was layered, not linear. The flanks were staggered. It wasn't designed for territory. It was designed for pursuit. Levi stepped closer, eyes scanning the symbols. This isn't a standard sweep. It's not, Owen said. It's a hunt. Levi's gaze narrowed. For what? Owen looked up. Another shifter. The silence stretched. Not uncertain. Not surprised. Just heavy. If Aaron is one, Owen said, then there are more. Levi didn't argue. He didn't need to. The logic was clean. The implications weren't. He looked back out the window, watching Aaron laugh with Armin, watching Annie stand apart, watching Jean speak with too much weight in his voice. How many do you think? Levi asked. Owen didn't answer. He didn't know. That was the point. The wind shifted. The courtyard filled with motion. The cadets were settling in, but the ground beneath them was already changing. Levi turned back to the map, eyes tracing the new formation again. It was elegant, ruthless, designed to flush out something that didn't want to be found. They'll need to be ready, Levi said. They won't be, Owen replied. But they'll go anyway. With Annie after the reunion of 104th Cadet Corps. The stables were quiet again. The sun had dipped low enough to cast long shadows across the courtyard, the light fractured by the slats in the stable walls. The horses hadn't arrived yet. The space felt hollow, like it was waiting for something that wouldn't come. Annie stood near the far stall, arms loose at her sides, gaze fixed on the floorboards. She hadn't noticed anyone nearby. She hadn't expected to be seen. Her breath was steady, but her shoulders weren't. The silence around her wasn't the usual kind, the cold, calculated quiet she wore like armor. This was something else. Something cracked. She didn't cry. She didn't move. She just stood there, staring at the empty stall like it had something to say. I'm sorry, she whispered. The words barely carried. Not meant for anyone. Not meant to be heard. I should have stopped it. Izuku had come around the corner slowly, boots soft against the gravel, intending to check the feed bins. He hadn't expected anyone there. He paused just outside the stable wall, breath caught, unsure if he should move or speak or disappear. Annie didn't notice him. I didn't think it would go that far, she said. I didn't think it would end like that. Izuku's heart stilled. He trusted us. Her voice was quieter now, almost gone. She shifted slightly, one hand brushing the edge of the stall. Her fingers curled against the wood. Her posture didn't change, but something in her eyes did, like she was watching something that had already vanished. I'm sorry, Marco. She didn't say anything else. Izuku stepped back slowly, careful not to make a sound. The wind caught the edge of the stable roof, pulling dust into the air. Annie didn't turn. She didn't flinch. She just stood there, mourning someone who'd never come back. And Izuku walked away, carrying a truth he didn't know how to hold. Scout Regiment Headquarters, Courtyard, Wall Rose, age 850. The formation held. The targets were secured. Most followed orders without hesitation. One didn't. I don't know what they're carrying, but it's heavier than gear and older than fear. I'll keep watching. The courtyard was still damp from the morning fog. Boots pressed into gravel, leaving faint impressions that would vanish by noon. The sun hadn't fully committed to rising, yet its light stretched long and pale across the stone, catching on the edges of gear and the folds of green cloaks. Izuku stood near the fountain, gloves already on, maneuver gear strapped tight, eyes fixed on the horizon like it might offer answers. Mina adjusted the straps on her thigh holster, her breath steady, her silence familiar. They didn't speak. They didn't need to. The mission had already begun. Hang Zoe arrived with a burst of motion, coat flaring behind her, goggles perched high on her forehead. She moved like she was late to something only she understood, papers tucked under one arm, excitement barely contained. Moblet trailed behind her, more composed, clipboard in hand, eyes scanning the courtyard like he expected it to collapse. Neither looked tired. Neither looked uncertain. That was the unsettling part. You two ready? Hang asked, voice bright but clipped. Izuku nodded. Yes, squad leader. Mina mirrored him. We're prepared. Hang grinned, then turned to Moblet. See? No complaints. No hesitation. I told you they'd be perfect. Moblet didn't respond. He just made a note on the clipboard and stepped aside. The mission was simple in theory. 2 titans had been spotted lingering near the edge of the forest, slow movers, unaggressive, isolated. Hang wanted them captured. Not killed. Not chased off. Captured. She needed specimens. She needed answers. The next expedition depended on it. Izuku didn't ask why they were chosen. He already knew. They were fast. They were precise. They didn't panic. And they didn't ask questions when the orders came from someone like Hang Zoe. The gates opened with a groan. Horses waited beyond, saddled and restless. The forest was half a day's ride. The titans had last been seen near a dried riverbed, moving in circles like they'd forgotten how to leave. Hang handed Moblet the papers, then turned to Izuku and Mina with a gleam in her eye that didn't match the gravity of the task. "This is going to be fun," she said. Mina didn't blink. "We're capturing titans." Hang nodded. "Exactly." They mounted quickly. Moblet took the lead, Hang beside him, Izuku and Mina flanking the rear. The ride was quiet. The wind moved through the trees like breath. The road narrowed as they approached the forest, gravel giving way to dirt, dirt giving way to moss. Izuku kept his eyes forward. Mina watched the trailing. Hang hummed under her breath. Moblet didn't look back. They reached the edge of the forest by midday. The sun was high now, the light fractured by branches, the air thick with silence. No birds. No movement. Just the sound of hooves and the occasional creak of gear. Hang dismounted first, boots sinking into the soft earth. She scanned the trees, then the sky, then the ground. "They're close," she said. Bullet checked the map. Last sighting was near the ridge. Izuku and Mina followed without comment. Their gear was already primed. Blades sharp. Gas full. The forest felt old, older than the walls, older than the war. It held its breath like it knew what was coming. They moved in formation. Hang led, Moblet beside her, Izuku and Mina flanking wide. The trees grew thicker, the light dimmer. The ground sloped gently downward, revealing the dried riverbed like a scar. And then they saw them. 2 titans. 15 meters, maybe 16. Slow. Wandering. Their movements were erratic but not aggressive. One had a limp. The other turned in circles, arms twitching like it was trying to remember something. They didn't notice the scouts. Not yet. Hang crouched behind a fallen log, eyes wide, breath quick. "Beautiful." Moblet didn't respond. He was already sketching. Izuku watched the titans with quiet intensity. Mina knelt beside him, her gaze sharp, her posture still. They didn't speak. They didn't move. They waited. Hang whispered, "We'll need to bait them. Get them into the trap zone. Moblet, mark the perimeter. Izuku, Mina, you're the draw." Izuku nodded. "Understood." Mina didn't hesitate. "We'll lead them." Moblet moved quickly, marking trees with red cloth, measuring distances, calculating angles. Hang adjusted the trap rig nets, spears, reinforced cables. It wasn't elegant, but it would hold. If the titans cooperated. Izuku and Mina moved into position, flanking wide, staying low. The titans hadn't noticed them yet. The wind shifted. Leaves scattered. One of the titans paused, head tilting, mouth slack. Izuku stepped into view. It saw him. The reaction was slow. Confused. The titan turned, then began to walk staggering, uneven, but deliberate. Mina moved opposite, drawing the second titan's attention. It followed. The trap zone loomed ahead. Hang whispered to Moblet. "Now." The nets dropped. The cables snapped. The spears fired. The forest exploded in motion. Izuku leapt back, gear hissing, blades drawn. Mina did the same. The titans roared not in pain, but in surprise. The trap held. Barely. One of the cables snapped. Moblet cursed. Hang laughed. "They're perfect." Izuku landed beside Mina, breath sharp, eyes scanning the perimeter. The titans thrashed, but the nets held. The spears had pierced deep enough to anchor. They weren't going anywhere. Hang approached slowly, goggles down, notebook in hand. She circled the first titan, muttering to herself, sketching, measuring. Moblet followed, more cautious, more precise. Izuku and Mina stood guard, blades ready, eyes never leaving the trapped forms. The forest was quiet again. Hang spoke without looking up. "You two did well." Izuku nodded. "They're secure." Mina didn't respond. Her eyes were fixed on the Titan's face, slack, empty, twitching. She didn't blink. Moblet checked the cables. "We'll need to reinforce before nightfall." Hang grinned. "We'll have time." "They're docile." Izuku didn't relax. Mina didn't move. The Titans shifted slightly, but the trap held. The sun dipped lower. The forest darkened. The mission was complete. But something felt unfinished. Izuku watched the Titan's eyes. They didn't focus. They didn't blink. But they weren't empty. Not entirely. Mina stepped closer, her breath shallow. Hang scribbled faster. Moblet adjusted the restraints. The wind moved through the trees again. And Izuku felt it. Something was watching. The clearing had been chosen for its isolation. Thick trees bordered the perimeter, their trunks wide enough to block sightlines and muffle sound. The ground was flat, the soil firm, the air still. Moblet marked the boundaries with chalk and rope, measuring distances with the precision of someone who had done this too many times. Izuku and Mina helped unload the gear-reinforced fencing, steel anchors, canvas tarps, crates of tools, and ink-stained notebooks. The Titans remained bound at the far edge, twitching occasionally, but otherwise docile. Hang moved like a storm. She directed the setup with a kind of manic clarity, gesturing wildly, muttering to herself, sketching diagrams in the dirt with the heel of her boot. Her goggles were down now, hair tied back, sleeves rolled to the elbow. She didn't stop. She didn't slow. She didn't seem to notice the way the others watched her. Izuku hammered a post into the ground, sweat trailing down his neck. Mina secured the fencing, her motions precise, her gaze flicking toward Hang every few minutes. The squad leader was now halfway up a ladder, adjusting a pulley system that would allow her to hoist samples from the Titans without getting too close. She laughed once sharp, delighted, unprompted. "She's going to fall," Mina whispered. Izuku didn't answer. He was watching Moblet. The assistant stood near the edge of the clearing, clipboard in hand, expression unreadable. But when Hang nearly slipped, catching herself with one arm and shouting something about tendon elasticity, Moblet didn't flinch. She sighed. The kind of sigh that came from knowing exactly how this would go. "She does this every time," he said quietly. Izuku nodded. "She's not afraid." Moblet looked at him. "She should be." The lab took shape slowly. Not elegant. Not clean. But functional. The fencing was reinforced with steel crossbars. The observation platform was raised. The supply tent was stocked. Hang moved between stations like a conductor, her enthusiasm undiminished, her voice rising and falling with each new discovery. "This one's jaw structure is different," she said, crouching beside the twitching Titan. "Look at the muscle tension. It's not just for biting, it's for holding. That's new." Mina stepped back. "Should we be this close?" Hang waved her off. "They're secured. Besides, if they bite me, I'll finally get to test regeneration rates firsthand." Izuku blinked. "That's not funny." Moblet didn't laugh. He just gave them a look, sad, tired, familiar. "She means it," he said. The sun dipped lower. The forest darkened. The lab was complete. Izuku and Mina sat near the supply tent, gear loosened, breath steady. Hang was still working, sketching something in her notebook with a kind of reverence. Moblet packed away the unused tools, his motions slow, deliberate. "She's brilliant," Mina said. Izuku nodded. "Terrifying." They didn't speak for a moment. The wind moved through the trees. The Titans shifted slightly in their restraints. Hang didn't notice. She was humming now, lost in thought, lost in motion. "I don't know if she's a guy or a girl," Mina said. Izuku shrugged. "Does it matter?" "No." They watched her for a while longer. The way she moved. The way she thought. The way she didn't flinch when the Titan roared once, low and guttural. She just leaned closer, eyes wide, notebook open. At the end of the day, they enjoyed working with her. Or him. They didn't judge. 0W0. Commander Irwin's office plans for Titan shifter capture. The room was quiet, but not still. Maps covered the far wall, pinned in layers, some faded, some fresh, some marked with red ink that hadn't dried properly. The table between them was bare except for a single folder, closed, untouched. Levi stood near the window, arms crossed, gaze fixed on the courtyard below. Owen sat at the head of the table, fingers steepled, posture unreadable. Outside, the cadets moved in formation. Inside, something else was forming. Levi didn't speak first. He rarely did. Owen didn't rush. He rarely needed to. "They're adapting," Owen said finally. Levi didn't look away. "The new recruits?" Owen nodded. "Some faster than others. But they're holding." Levi shifted slightly. "You didn't call me here to talk about training." "No," Owen said. The silence returned. Not empty. Not passive. It pressed against the walls like fog. Owen opened the folder. Inside, sketches, reports, fragments of intercepted messages. Nothing conclusive. Nothing clean. But enough. "We're close," he said. Levi turned. "To what?" Owen didn't answer immediately. He tapped one of the sketches, a crude outline of a Titan, different from the ones they'd captured. More refined. More deliberate. "There's another shifter," he said. Levi didn't blink. "You're sure?" "No," Owen said. "But I believe it." Levi stepped forward, eyes narrowing. "And you want to catch them?" Owen nodded. "Before they catch us." The folder remained open. The sketches didn't move. The reports didn't change. But the air in the room shifted. Levi leaned over the table. "Who knows?" "No one," Owen said. "Not yet." Levi's jaw tightened. "You're keeping this quiet." "I have to." Levi didn't argue. He understood the weight of silence. He understood the cost of trust. Owen looked at him. "I'm telling you because I need someone who won't flinch." Levi met his gaze. "I don't flinch." Owen nodded once. "Good." They didn't speak for a moment. The wind moved outside. The courtyard remained steady. The cadets continued their drills, unaware. Owen closed the folder. "We'll move soon. I'll need you to watch them." Levi didn't ask who. He didn't need to. Owen stood. "This has to be clean. No panic. No suspicion." Levi nodded. "Understood." Owen paused at the door. "If I'm wrong." "You're not," Levi said. Owen didn't smile. He didn't relax. He just left. Levi remained in the room, watching the folder, watching the maps, watching the courtyard below. The formation was shifting. The mission was changing. And somewhere among them, someone was hiding. Levi stood on the upper walkway, arms folded, gaze steady. The courtyard below was alive with motion, cadets moving in formation, gear checks, blade drills, quiet conversations that never rose above necessity. The sun was angled just enough to cast long shadows across the stone, stretching the figures below into something older, something mythic. Levi didn't speak. He didn't move. He just watched. The folder in his hand was thin. Just enough weight to matter. Inside, reports, sketches, kill confirmations. He'd read them already. He read them again. Rainer Braun moved like a soldier. Tall, broad, deliberate. His kills were clean, efficient. But Levi watched the way his eyes drifted when no one was speaking to him. Like he was somewhere else. Like he was waiting for something to end. Berthold Hoover followed close behind. Taller still. Quieter. His kills were fewer but precise. Levi noted the way he hesitated before engaging. Not fear. Not doubt. Something else. Something slower. Gene Kirstein moved with tension. Not fear, defiance. His kills were messy, but earned. He fought like someone who didn't want to die angry. Levi respected that. He didn't trust it. Connie Springer was fast. Reckless. His kills were scattered across the field, reports some confirmed, some disputed. Levi watched him laugh once, too loud, too sudden. It didn't last. Sasha Blouse was sharper than she looked. Her kills were clean. Her instincts better than most. Levi watched her adjust her gear with a kind of reverence, like it was sacred. like it was the only thing keeping her tethered. Emer was harder to read. Her kills were few, but deliberate. She didn't move like the others. She didn't speak like the others. Levi watched her watch Krista, and made a note he didn't write down. Krista's lens moved like someone trying not to be seen. Her kills were minimal. Her presence quiet. Levi didn't underestimate her. He didn't underestimate anyone who survived this long. Armin Arlert stood near the edge of the formation, eyes scanning, hands still. His kills were rare. But his reports were food. His strategy sound. Levi watched the way he looked at the others like he was counting their breaths. Mikasa Ackerman moved like a blade. Her kills were numerous. Her precision unmatched. Levi didn't need the reports to know her value. He watched her once, just once, and saw the same thing he saw in mirrors. Izuku Midoriya stood near the supply crates, posture tight, eyes distant. His kills were clean. His movements exact. But Levi saw something else, something recent. Something heavy. He hadn't asked yet. He would. Mina Carolina stood beside him, gear slung low, breath steady. Her kills were fewer, but her presence was constant. Levi watched the way she moved with Izuku, not dependent, not protective. Aligned. The folder closed. Levi didn't speak. He didn't move. He just watched. Scout headquarters corridors, hallway near basement. The sun had dipped low again, casting long shadows across the stone corridors of the Scout Regiment headquarters. Most of the cadets had returned from drills. The air smelled faintly of oil and dust, the kind that clung to gear and skin long after the day was done. Izuku stood near the west stairwell, hands in his pockets, waiting. He didn't know if she'd come this way. He only knew she didn't like crowds. And she didn't linger. Annie turned the corner a few minutes later, boots soft against the stone, hair tied back, eyes half-lidded like she hadn't slept. She didn't flinch when she saw him. She didn't stop either. "Annie," he said. She paused. Just enough to acknowledge him. Not enough to invite anything. "I need to talk to you." She looked at him then. Not surprised. Not curious. Just tired. About what? Izuku hesitated. The words were heavier than he expected. "Yesterday. Near the stables." Her eyes sharpened. Just a flicker. But it was enough. "I didn't mean to overhear," he said quickly. "I was just You didn't see me." Annie didn't move. Didn't blink. The hallway felt narrower. "You said something," Izuku continued. "About Marco. About being forced to do something. I didn't understand all of it. But I heard enough to know it's eating you alive." Annie's jaw tightened. Her posture didn't change, but something behind her eyes did. A flicker of calculation. A flicker of fear. "You were spying on me?" she asked. "No," Izuku said. "I wasn't. I swear. I heard something I couldn't ignore." She looked away. Not down. Just away. Like the wall might offer her a way out. "I'm not here to accuse you," Izuku said. "I'm not here to report you. I want to understand. I want to believe you're still on our side." Annie didn't answer. "I'd rather see you as an ally," he said. "Not a threat." The silence stretched. Annie's voice, when it came, was quiet. "You don't know what you're asking." "Then tell me," Izuku said. "Help me understand." She looked at him again. Really looked. And for a moment, something cracked. Not enough to break. Just enough to show the fracture. "I didn't want it to happen," she said. "But it did." Izuku nodded. "Why?" Annie shook her head. "That's not something I can give you." He didn't press. He didn't move. He just stood there, letting the silence settle between them like dust. "I'm not your enemy," she said finally. "I want to believe that," Izuku said. She stepped past him, slow, deliberate. "Then don't ask again." He didn't follow. He just watched her go, the hallway swallowing her whole. Levi stood just beyond the corner, pressed into the shadow between stone and silence. He hadn't meant to follow. Not at first. But Izuku's posture had been off all day, too rigid, too quiet. Annie had passed through the courtyard like she was walking through smoke. So Levi moved. Quietly. Without reason. Without sound. He didn't need a reason. He trusted instinct more than orders. The hallway was narrow, the light thin. He heard their voices before he saw them: Izuku's low, urgent tone, Annie's clipped replies. He didn't lean forward. He didn't need to. The acoustics of the old stone carried everything. Force. Not your enemy. Levi didn't blink. He watched the way Annie passed him, her steps even, her face unreadable. She didn't see him. She didn't feel him. That was the point. He'd learned long ago how to disappear in plain sight. Izuku remained behind, shoulders tight, gaze fixed on the place she'd been. Levi didn't move. Not yet. He waited until Izuku turned and walked the other way, footsteps slow, like he was carrying something he didn't know how to set down. Only then did Levi step out. The hallway was empty now. The silence returned. He didn't speak. He didn't write anything down. He just stood there, watching the space between what was said and what was meant. And he made a note. Not on paper, but in the part of him that never forgot. Southern Plateau, south of the Scout Regiment headquarters, Wall Rose H, 850. They moved as one, not because they were told to, but because the silence between them demanded it. The map gave them distance. The mission gave them shape. Everything else they had to earn. The wind cascaded through the plateau without any kind of objection. It was nice and cool, representing the change in weather as Izuku and Mina stood on the plateau Erwin had informed them to meet him at. The two were worried about how he could be telling them that he didn't want them to fail his decision to take them under his wing. Izuku, though, was far more worried about being kicked out. He and Mina had only been cleaning the place with very little time to train themselves for any future endeavors outside the walls aside from when they joined Hang to collect those two titans. Taking a deep breath through his nose, Izuku glanced over near the edge of the plateau. There, standing with his cloak billowing with the wind, was Commander Erwin of the Scout Regiment. Mina had informed him about the amount of things the man has done, all for the sake of humanity. And this was all during the last few days, since Izuku wanted a bit more information about the man himself, especially since he had no clue who the man was and what his job as Scout Regiment commander meant. He was very glad Mina informed him that the man was in charge of their very lives, how he would guide them towards death with a blank expression on his face. Glad to sacrifice their lives without the pleasure of watching them die. It would all be for the betterment of humanity. Walking over to the commander, the two stood on both sides of him. The wind causing their own cloaks to billow beside the man as he gave Izuku the map of the formation that they were going to use for their latest excursion outside the walls. Owen said nothing as Izuku stared down at the parchment paper that showed where certain squads were going to be located. That is when he found himself and Mina stationed on the left flank of the formation. "What are you calling this formation?" Izuku asked, curious. "This is our long-range Titan scouting formation. You and Miss Carolina will be in the left flank of the formation. You will inform when Titans have breached our flank as well as ranks," Owen said, before looking over the plateau. "You have this entire plateau in order to train yourselves for your mission," Owen stated, his tone cold. "What is our mission, sir?" Mina asked, concerned. "Your job is to inform everyone in the formation whether or not Titans break through the formation. Not only that, but you are to save as many lives, should it be breached, as possible," Owen stated before leaving the two. Izuku and Mina looked at one another before calling their horses over to them. Izuku had named his horse Charlie, since the horse seemed to look and act like a Charlie to him. Mina's horse was named Butterscotch due to her distinct butterscotch color. The two would enter the plateau's area before beginning to train themselves on the area for their excursion outside the walls. Their minds would focus so much on the training itself, they were completely unaware of Captain Levi's gaze looking upon them from the top of the plateau. 4 hours the two would train in the plateau, their gaze doing everything possible to remember certain sights. They rode their horses with everything they could, their legs becoming sore as soon as they ended their training for the day. The two would watch as their horses drank water and ate some apples handed to them by their riders, both horses having grown close to one another through Izuku and Mina being close. The fact that they were in the left flank of the formation made Izuku very concerned, especially with the fact that he noticed a glaring flaw with the formation itself. There was little to no protection coming from the left flank itself. Owen was purposefully exposing the left flank to any kind of attack. and the two just couldn't understand why the man would do this. It wasn't as though the man was not as intelligent as he looked. Mina had made it very clear that the man is one of the world's greatest minds within the walls, and he was capable of saving entire platoons of men just from his planning alone. Sure, a good platoon or two died in the process, but the needs of the many far outweighed the needs of the few. His philosophy was entirely built upon the fact that if he needed to sacrifice a few lives in order to save many more lives, he would gladly do so in the bid that it allows humanity to survive that much longer. Izuku also noticed that this was going to invite a lot of danger to the two of them. Mina had noticed his grim expression as well. "Something wrong with the formation?" she asked, concerned. "Yeah, the left flank doesn't have anyone to protect it aside from us two," Izuku replied, pointing at certain locations. "Do you?" Mina went to ask as Izuku shook his head. "You've told me that Commander Erwin is smarter than this. I'm just thinking about what his plan really is, if we're going on an excursion outside the walls to reclaim Wall Maria and Shiganshina. The left flank wouldn't be as wide open to attack as it is," Izuku said, rubbing his chin. "So what is wrong then?" Mina asked. "What's wrong is the fact I have no idea what the commander is thinking with this kind of plan. He's sacrificing hundreds, if not thousands of lives within the scout regiment in order to figure out something. I just don't know what that something is," Izuku said, looking at the map of the formation again. For a while, the two would stare at the formation map. And from a distance behind a few trees, Captain Levi of the Special Operations Squad would be seen pulling a cup of tea to his lips before taking a sip. His gaze looked over the two as he nodded to himself, coming to a decision about the two in his mind. They were not the Titan shifters Commander Erwin was searching for. By the time the two returned back to the headquarters, they had heard about the rumors spreading around. The two Titans they assisted Section Commander Hang with capturing were killed. And nobody knew what in the world happened. The fact that two Titans were killed on the watch of the Scout Regiment showed that someone was able to get through their patrols. The two Titans were named Sunny and Bean by Section Commander Hang, as a way to help her learn about the two Titans herself. And after hearing that the two Titans were killed, Izuku and Mina had rushed all the way to the research department of the Scout Regiment's control within Trost District. Upon arrival, they could hear the screams and wails of Hang as she cried for the deaths of her test subjects. As hard as it was on their hearts, they knew the real reason she was practically one step away from crying. This was their only chance to learn more about the Titans without killing them. Hang wanted to learn everything she could about Titan behavior as well as how they lost energy at night to better help humanity in learning how to combat them. And now that the two Titans in the Scout Regiment's control were officially dead, Izuku had only one person to go towards in order to confront them about this. He wasn't exactly sure whether or not it was her, but if there was anything he knew for a fact, it was the simple matter that if she was forced to cause the death of Marco, surely she was forced into this as well. Once he left Mina to help Hang clean up the test supplies for the Titans that were dead, Izuku returned back to Scout headquarters. He didn't have to look far as he found everyone inside the place were giving their ODM gear to the police as well as Scout higher-ups to be investigated. As he passed by Armin and Annie, Izuku placed his ODM gear on the table. Seeing as he'd been wearing it all day at this point, he stood off to the side before noticing something Armin likely also noticed. Annie had brought Marco's ODM gear to the table as her own. Izuku was really trying his best to not look slightly betrayed. But the look from Annie glancing in his direction told him that he failed. The young woman looking away with guilt spread across her features. Armin noticed the two looking at one another before deciding to keep that information to himself. But from what he could see, Izuku's expression was entirely on Annie since the young woman looked as though she had kicked a puppy on accident and was being scolded for it. By the time their investigation into the ODM gear was finished, Izuku followed Annie through the halls. The blonde girl doing everything in her power to lose the young man as he made sure to keep his pace after her, determination within his gaze. They walked through multiple hallways and out towards the stables. Izuku still close to her that when they arrived outside the stables, he was grabbed by her and slammed into the nearby wall. Her expression was filled with a hidden rage at him as she glared up into his eyes, Izuku's very own glaring down into hers before it for some reason softened. Annie glared harder into his now changed eyes as they stared at her with a sadness hidden within them. Izuku spoke then. Is there a reason you had Marco's ODM gear? I remember Armin helping him fix the small problems with it back during our cadet days. It's none of your business about what gear I use. Annie retorted with a cutting tone. It may not be any of my business, but it becomes mine when I realize that you're not using your own ODM gear. Izuku replied, his tone soft. Annie let him go before leaning against the opposite wall, the young man not even fixing his cloak and uniform underneath. They stayed silent as Annie began to figure out why the young man was even with her at the moment. She opened her mouth to speak before it closed as she found there was nothing to say. Izuku somehow knew that it was her to kill the two titans named Sunny and Bean. The young woman could easily tell from his body language, but how he came to that conclusion forced her to realize that he's been watching her far longer than she would have liked. Is there a reason you've been watching me far longer than I would like? Annie asked after a long silence. You were somehow forced into getting Marco killed during the breach at Trost. I'd like to know if you were forced to kill Sunny and Bean. They were killed nearly simultaneously, and there is only one person I know with the skills to do that easily. Izuku replies, staring into her eyes. So you are basing this investigation you've got going on from a single conversation we've had in the past. What week? Annie questioned, her guard raised imperceptibly high. I just want to know why you did it. That is all. If there is a reason as to why you are stopping knowledge about the Titans into the minds of those within the walls, I would want to know so I can figure out how to defend you should the time come. Izuku said, looking at her. What if I don't want you to defend me? Annie questioned with a hard expression. I'd do it with or without your permission or desire. I want to defend you because I want to look at you as a friend. Izuku said, raising his hands in the air as though he wanted to plant them on her shoulders before dropping them and stepping back. Annie remained quiet for a while before glancing out the window. I killed them because they were dangerous to keep around. They would have escaped at some point. 0W0. 3 weeks later, the wind had changed again. It no longer whispered across the plateau. It pressed, heavy, expectant. The kind of wind that carried the scent of horses, sweat, and steel. The kind of wind that didn't ask questions, it only waited for answers. Izuku stood beside Charlie, adjusting the straps on his saddle for the third time. His fingers moved with practiced rhythm, but his mind was elsewhere. The map Erwin had given them was folded in his coat pocket, worn soft from repetition. He didn't need to look at it anymore. He could see the formation in his head, every line, every gap, every vulnerable edge. Especially the left flank. Mina stood a few paces away, brushing Butterscotch's mane with slow, deliberate strokes. She hadn't spoken much that morning. Neither had he. There was nothing left to say that hadn't already been said in the silence between drills, in the bruises on their legs, in the way their horses moved in sync without needing to be pulled. They were ready, or they had to be. The courtyard of the Scout Regiment headquarters was alive with motion. Soldiers moved in formation, gear clinking, voices low. The air was thick with anticipation, but no one dared call it excitement. Not here. Not now. Izuku stood near the edge of the courtyard, adjusting the straps on Charlie's saddle with slow, practiced hands. His fingers moved automatically, but his mind was elsewhere, tracing the lines of the formation map he'd memorized weeks ago, the one Erwin had pressed into his hands with no explanation beyond a nod and a command. The left flank. That was their place. His and Mina's. 2 points on a line that stretched across the wilds of Wal Maria's territory, thin and exposed. Mina stood beside Butterscotch, checking her gear with the same quiet focus. Her eyes flicked across the courtyard, taking in the movement, the tension, the way no one met each other's gaze for too long. She didn't speak. Neither did he. They hadn't needed to for days now. Their rhythm was set. Their roles understood. The sun hadn't yet risen above the walls, but the sky was already pale with the promise of morning. Horses snorted and shifted, sensing the weight in the air. The final preparations were nearly complete. The 57th expedition was about to begin. But not from here. Not from Trost. The orders had come down 2 nights ago, quiet, precise, and absolute. The scouts would ride north, regroup in Kalaneth district, and launch the expedition from there. A strategic shift, Erwin had said. A necessary one. No further explanation given. Izuku hadn't asked for one. They departed before dawn, the column stretching long and narrow through the winding roads that led north. The early light cast long shadows across the stone, and the sound of hooves echoed off the walls like a heartbeat. Izuku rode near the front of the left flank's detachment, Mina beside him, their horses moving in sync without effort. Behind them, the rest of the formation followed silent, focused, already halfway to the battlefield in their minds. The road to Kalaneth was not a short one. It wound through the interior of Wall Rose, past villages that had long since emptied, their windows shuttered, their streets quiet. Some had been abandoned after the fall of Wall Maria, their people relocated, their homes left to rot. Others still held life: farmers, merchants, children who watched the scouts pass with wide eyes and whispered. "Pers." Izuku saw them from the saddle. Faces in doorways. Hands clutching fence posts. Eyes that followed the green cloaks with a mixture of awe and dread. He wondered what they saw when they looked at him. A soldier? A weapon? A boy pretending to be brave? He didn't know. He didn't ask. The hours passed in silence. The sun climbed higher. The road narrowed, then widened, then narrowed again. Trees lined the path in places, their branches bare and reaching. The wind moved through them like a warning. Izuku glanced at Mina. She met his gaze, then looked away. Her expression was unreadable. They stopped once to rest the horses. The command was brief: 10 minutes, no more. Izuku dismounted, stretched his legs, and offered Charlie a strip of dried apple. The horse took it gently, eyes soft, breath warm against his palm. Mina crouched nearby, checking the tension in her gear lines. "You think we'll see her again?" she asked, voice low. Izuku didn't need to ask who she meant. "I don't know," he said. Mina nodded, not looking up. "If we do, I'll handle it," Izuku said. She looked at him then. "You sure?" "No," he admitted. "But I'll try." They didn't speak after that. The column moved again. By midday, the road began to climb. The terrain shifted: more hills, more trees, fewer signs of life. The wind picked up, colder now, sharper. The sky had turned a pale gray, clouds gathering at the edges like a curtain waiting to fall. Kalaneth was close. Izuku could feel it in the way the officers began to ride tighter, the way the signals came more frequently, the way the silence deepened. The scouts were drawing in, preparing. The real march hadn't even begun, but already the weight of it pressed down on them like a second cloak. They crested a ridge just before dusk, and there it was. Kalaneth district. A half-circle of stone and steel pressed against the inner wall, its gates open, its streets lined with soldiers and supply carts. Smoke curled from chimneys. The scent of oil and leather and boiled grain filled the air. It wasn't a large district smaller than Trost, less fortified, but it was enough. Enough to launch from. Enough to die from. The scouts filed in without ceremony. No cheers. No fanfare. Just the sound of hooves on stone and the low murmur of orders passed from one mouth to the next. Izuku and Mina dismounted near the southern gate, handing their horses off to the handlers. Charlie nickered once before being led away. Butterscotch followed without protest. The two horses had grown used to separation. Their riders had not. They were given a small room to rest in bare walls, a single window, 2 cots. Izuku sat on the edge of his, map in hand, eyes tracing the lines again. Mina stood at the window, watching the last of the sun disappear behind the wall. "You think he's using us?" she asked. Izuku didn't look up. "Erwin." She nodded. "I think he's using everyone." Mina turned. "Even Levi?" "Especially Levi." She didn't argue. They slept in shifts. Neither of them rested. By morning, the horns sounded. The 57th expedition had begun.